Sex, Politics, and Putin. Gender, Activism, and Political Legitimacy in Russia. Valerie Sperling. 1. The Human Right to Dominate. Contents. Acknowledgements. 9. Introduction, Human Rights as Domination. 1.1. The Paradox of Human Rights. 26.2. The Threat of Human Rights. 48.3. The Human Right to Kill. 71.4. The Human Right to Colonize. 101. Conclusion, What Remains of Human Rights? 127. Introduction. Human Rights as Domination. The Grand Duchess, and to whom better to speak of crime than a murderer? Kali-Eve, what crime? All I remember is an act of justice. Albert Camus. On a cool spring day in May 2012, the members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, met in McCormick Place, Chicago. The 28 heads of state comprising the military alliance had come to the Windy City to discuss the impact of the Arab Spring on security, a missile shield system for Europe, and the withdrawal of NATO forces from Afghanistan. Nearly a decade before, in August 2003, NATO had assumed control of the International Security Assistance Force, a coalition of 46 countries that had sent soldiers to occupy the most troubled regions in Afghanistan, i.e., South and East. Not long before the Chicago summit, President Barack Obama had publicly declared that the United States would begin pulling out its troops from Afghanistan and that a complete withdrawal would be achieved by 2014. NATO was therefore set to decide on the details of a potential exit strategy. A few days before the summit, placards appeared in bus stops around downtown Chicago urging NATO not to withdraw its forces from Afghanistan. NATO, keep the progress going, read the posters, thus creating a clear connection between the military occupation of Afghanistan and progress. The caption was spread over a photograph of two Afghani women walking in an unrecognizable street, wearing burqas that covered their entire body, including head and face. Walking between them is a girl who seems surprised by the voyeuristic photographer, hers is the only 2. Visible face, which looks neither frightened nor happy, but is nonetheless alert. The photograph's subtext seems clear, the burqa is this child's future. Connecting the caption with the image, one understands that, according to the logic of the placard, NATO needs to continue its mission in Afghanistan in order to emancipate Afghani women, particularly Afghani girls. Indeed, military resolve and even violence is needed to ensure these women's freedom. Just in case the viewer misses the connection, on the top left-hand side of the poster one reads in large bold letters, Human Rights for Women and Girls in Afghanistan, Figure I.1. The poster was part of a public campaign against President Obama's declared intention of withdrawing U.S. and NATO troops from Afghanistan. Under the banner NATO, Keep the Progress Going, there was notification about a shadow summit for Afghan women that was to take place alongside the NATO summit. Admission, the public is notified, is free. Sponsoring the event was not a Republican think tank or a defense corporation, such as Lockheed Martin, but Amnesty International. The first and one of the most renowned human rights organizations across the globe. 2. Amnesty also prepared a letter that emphasized the importance of NATO's continued intervention in Afghanistan and managed to secure the signature of former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, among others. 3. During the Shadow Summit itself, participants made remarks that dovetailed nicely with the U.S. State Department's responsibility to protect doctrine, otherwise known as humanitarian intervention. 4. The idea that the most prominent international human rights NGO, non-governmental organization, was campaigning against the withdrawal of U.S. and NATO military forces from a country halfway around the globe is something worth dwelling on. The assumption underlying Amnesty's campaign that the deployment of violence is necessary to protect human rights suggests that violence and human rights are not necessarily antithetical. Violence protects human rights from the violence that violates human rights. 5. Violence is not only the source of abuse, but, as Amnesty's placard clearly implies, can also be the source of women's liberation. 6. Yet if violence is traditionally associated with domination and human rights with emancipation, then the connection between the two seems odd. Are human rights unavoidably connected to domination, or is this campaign just an exceptional case? Domination in this book refers to a broad array of relationships of subjugation characterized by the use of force and coercion. Our focus on domination is twofold. We are interested in violent practices deployed against individuals and groups in order to dominate them, but we want to examine also how by enacting different relationships of domination these practices are rationalized, legitimized, and made sense of by appealing to human rights. What, in other words, is the relation between human rights and domination? While we assume that all forms of domination are violent, it is important to note that violence is not always or necessarily a manifestation of domination. Anti-colonial history teaches us, for instance, that violence can be deployed to resist, liberate, and disentangle people from colonial relationships of domination. 7. The same could be said about the struggle in South Africa, where for several decades various anti-apartheid groups resorted to violence. Ironically, Amnesty International was unwilling to adopt Nelson Mandela as a political prisoner because he refused to renounce the use of violence, since in his view it was a legitimate weapon in the struggle against the apartheid regime. 8. Even the United Nations, the main international institution responsible for protecting human rights, has reaffirmed the legitimacy of the people's struggle for liberation from colonial and foreign domination and alien subjugation by all available means, including armed struggle. 9. Amnesty's Keep the Progress Going campaign is interesting because it implores a group of states to deploy violence and prolong a foreign military occupation in another country in order to defend women from radical Islam. The complex political situation in Afghanistan is thus reduced to religion-driven human rights violations against which protracted violent intervention is needed. 10. Yet, unlike Arundhati Roy, who exposes the duplicity of the war in Afghanistan when she notes that if women's rights were indeed the objective, then it is unclear why the Western military forces failed to stop on their way for a short excursion in Saudi Arabia. We are interested in the reasons why human rights are deployed to justify military occupation. 11. If all forms of domination are violent, then all forms of mobilization of human rights in support of domination are functional to the reproduction of dominant violence, and ultimately to the protection and legitimization of domination itself. Behind the campaign urging NATO forces to remain in Afghanistan was Suzanne Nossel, Amnesty International USA's executive director at the time. Several years earlier, Nossel had published a foreign affairs article entitled Smart Power, where she called upon progressives, including, we infer, human rights activists, to learn from the example of the US military's use of power in a smart way. The military, she said, has long recognized that its comparative advantage comes not from size or firepower but from far-sighted strategy, sophisticated intelligence, professionalism, and precise weaponry. Although the military's weapons systems have been calibrated to conserve firepower and minimize collateral damage, the same cannot be said of US foreign policy. 12. While Nossel's use of the US military as an example of smart power is based on a shaky argument, 13. What is more interesting to us here is how the military becomes the paradigm for progressive action, including human rights work. A renewed liberal internationalist strategy, Nossel explains, recognizes that military power and humanitarian endeavors can be mutually reinforcing. 14. This, we believe, is an intriguing claim that deserves some attention, since the welding of military clout with forms of humanism, including human rights, has become a prominent feature of contemporary global politics. 15. Nevertheless, in her Foreign Affairs article, Nossel does not interrogate the relationship between human rights and domination. Instead, she is upset at progressives, whom she describes as flummoxed, and suggests that they, meaning her tribe, should fight against the appropriation of liberal internationalist tenets by conservatives who invoke the rhetoric of human rights and democracy to further the aggressive projection of unilateral military power. 16. She thus identifies a process whereby conservative forces are appropriating human rights to legitimize and justify former President George W. Bush's wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Yet her criticism is not directed against this appropriation per se since, after all, she initiated the NATO, Keep the Progress Going, campaign but against its use to justify the deployment of unilateral violence. What really bothers her is the identity of the actors, unusual suspects, that suddenly appropriate human rights discourse, and the fact that they use it to advance policies that she, at the time, rejected. We, by contrast, are interested in the appropriation itself, the significance of the multifarious appropriations of human rights that we have been witnessing over the past decade and a half, and what the implications of this phenomenon may be, since this will enable us to better understand the connection between human rights and domination. Amnesty International's campaign against the withdrawal of NATO troops from Afghanistan is merely a paradigmatic example of a much wider trend whereby human rights are being deployed in the service of domination. If during the 1980s and 1990s, conservatives in the United States tended to reject the expanding human rights culture and were often even hostile to it, 17 At the turn of the new millennium they began to alter their strategy, embracing human rights language. This shift is part of a global phenomenon. 18 In fact, there are many parallels to be drawn between the way the Bush administration, aided by some international human rights and humanitarian organizations, invoked women's rights to help justify the war in Afghanistan and similar appropriations in other areas of the world. For some time now, the French nationalist Marine Le Pen has been advocating women's rights as part of her campaign against French and migrant Muslims. Her ideological counterparts in Denmark have become the most outspoken champions of the basic right of freedom of expression as they support the publication of vilifying caricatures of the Muslim prophet Muhammad in local newspapers. 19 Geert Wilders, the founder and leader of the Conservative Freedom Party in Holland, who compared the Quran to Hitler's Mein Kampf, has invoked the discourse of gay and women's rights to attack and undermine religious freedoms in his country and elsewhere. 20 Human rights discourse has become a desired resource for those seeking political influence and power, providing its diverse advocates legitimacy for their struggles and an aura of respectability that no other rhetoric can supply. 21 These appropriations, whereby human rights have become the new lingua franca of global moral speak, underscore that human rights have been increasingly serving as a common horizon for political traditions of different stripes. 22 Human rights, as Kostas Touzinas has cogently observed, have become the new morality of international relations, a way of conducting politics according to moral norms and rules. Human rights are now the canonical text for the moral disposition of world affairs. 23 Their widespread deployment as a dominant moral currency has also propelled institutional change, whereby conservatives began to introduce the language and strategies of human rights within existing organizations, while simultaneously creating an array of new human rights NGOs, which, until recently, seemed to be the sole turf of liberals. In the United States, well-established conservative think tanks, such as the Heritage Foundation and the American Enterprise Institute, have become home to scholars whose expertise includes human rights, while a plethora of conservative NGOs are now invoking human rights to advance their political objectives. The World Congress of Families, a US-based global NGO founded in 1997, joined, for example, 100 groups, many of which define themselves as human rights NGOs, to support President Vladimir Putin's 2014 anti-gay law. 24 On its homepage, the World Congress describes itself as an international network of pro-family organizations, scholars, leaders, and people of goodwill from more than 80 countries that seek to restore the natural family as the fundamental social unit and the seedbed of civil society, as found in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948. 25 If in Holland conservatives mobilize gay rights to advocate the infringement of religious freedoms, in this case conservatives invoke human rights to advocate the violation of gay rights. A spate of other conservative NGOs have adopted a human rights agenda and are mirroring not only the language and institutional scaffolding of liberal human rights groups, but also the methodologies and strategies they have developed. They understand that human rights are a powerful organizing tool. Advocacy campaigns that name and shame perpetrators of abuse are no longer the prerogative of liberal human rights groups, which developed these strategies in the 1970s and 1980s, while international human rights and humanitarian law, once the signature of liberal human rights groups, such as the International Commission of Jurists and the American Civil Liberties Union, now appears in petitions filed by the conservative Rutherford Institute, to maintain prayers in schools, the National Rifle Association, and the American Center for Law and Justice, ACLJ. 26 Affiliated with the Christian right in the United States, the ACLJ uses U.S. constitutional law, European Union law and human rights law to advance its pro-life and religious freedom agenda. The NGO engages in litigation, provides legal services, offers advice to individuals and governmental agencies, and counsels clients on global freedom and liberty issues. It also supports training law students from around the world in order to protect religious liberty and safeguard human rights and dignity. 27 Even though it is affiliated with the ideology of the Republican Tea Party, it has opened European offices in Strasbourg so that it can more easily file suits in the European Court of Human Rights. By 2013 it had already intervened in 15 cases before this court. 28 The appropriation of human rights language, institutions, and strategies by conservative actors points to an increasing convergence between liberals and conservatives on a global scale. In this introductory chapter we provide a thumbnail sketch of these convergences, while in the following chapters we offer a more extensive analysis in relation to the case of Israel/Palestine. Significantly, the condition of possibility of these convergences is the mutual agreement on some fundamental assumptions. First, both liberal and conservative human rights NGOs share certain juridical assumptions about the law's authority, the court's decisive role as the arbiters of disagreement, and what constitutes adequate language to discuss evidence, in this case the legal vocabulary of human rights. Second, during the past decade liberal and conservative human rights NGOs have adopted increasingly similar strategies of human rights advocacy. This form of convergence includes an agreement on the appropriate methodology and techniques for gathering data, what constitutes valid data, and, consequently, what constitutes evidence. Different actors might disagree on the interpretation of the data, but they tend to concur upon which data have the capacity to serve as proof. Third, both liberals and conservatives use the evidence of human rights abuses to generate meanings and allocate guilt and innocence. 29 Such convergence suggests that human rights lawyers, activists, and experts representing a variety of organizations with different objectives ultimately share assumptions about the predominant role of the law and about certain methodological standards that need to be satisfied for the data to actually produce evidence. 30 Hence it is no surprise that they often use similar strategies to advance their objectives. We define the deployment of the same strategies by different organizations as mirroring. Liberals and conservatives from different geographical areas aiming to advance different political goals mirror each other in numerous ways. These include the way they formulate the petitions submitted to courts, the invocation of international law in these petitions, the kind of advocacy campaigns they launch, and even the iconography used in their campaigns. One example is the utilization of the burqa as the prime symbol of women's oppression. 31 Amnesty International framed its pro-NATO placard in a way that is reminiscent of numerous Islamophobic campaigns initiated by conservative organizations, such as the poster distributed by the conservative Frankfurt-based International Society for Human Rights, which used the image of a burqa as a prison, figure I.2, and the poster used by the Swiss People's Party in a successful referendum campaign to ban the construction of minarets on mosques, figure I.3. 32 Hence, convergence is predicated on a basic agreement of underlying assumptions and systems of symbols, and serves as the condition of possibility of these kinds of mirrorings. However, because of the diverse political proclivities of these groups, we not only witness convergence and mirroring, but also numerous inversions. Organizations with different political agendas struggling around the same moral dilemmas launch uncannily similar types of campaigns articulated through the language of human rights, but the ideals and beliefs these campaigns convey may be radically different. According to liberal human rights groups worldwide, legislation against gays constitutes a violation, whereas conservative NGOs invoke Article 16 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which deals with the universal family, to show how anti-gay legislation secures human rights. In the United States, the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence invokes human rights against the widespread circulation of weapons and ensuing massacres, while the National Rifle Association depicts gun owners as a persecuted minority, victims of human rights violations. 33 In Israel, several liberal NGOs are fighting against settlement expansion and oppression in the occupied Palestinian territories, denouncing human rights violations against the Palestinian inhabitants, while their conservative counterparts characterize the Palestinian population as invaders and perpetrators of abuse, and Jewish settlers as indigenous victims. As these examples illustrate, victims, according to one human rights group, are perpetrators in the eyes of another. Human rights discourses have the power to shape moral legal categories, victims and perpetrators, and to invert and subvert the definition of the relationships of power within which they are mobilized. These inversions help expose that human rights, which most people assume to be progressive and liberating, can just as easily be connected with domination. This is not to say that the relation between human rights and domination is new, but rather that it has become much more apparent as soon as the new appropriations we are describing became pervasive across the globe. There are several reasons why we are currently witnessing this proliferation of human rights appropriations. One of these has to do with the larger politics of managing consent and dissent at home and abroad, whereby the deployment of human rights by conservative think tanks, NGOs, and philanthropy organizations is part of a response to the perceived success of liberals in advancing policy objectives. Another reason for the increasing appropriation has to do with the efficacy of human rights in framing history. 34 The appropriations informing the inversions we mentioned and those from Israel/Palestine, which we will closely explore in this book, reflect a struggle over the narration of history, or more precisely the struggle over the interpretation of the history of violence as domination. Rights, as Duncan Kennedy points out, are extremely poignant because their invocation allows you to be right about your value judgments, rather than just stating preferences. 35 They frame events legally and morally, and ultimately, as we show, help legitimize certain interpretations of domination while delegitimizing others. Given this epistemic function of human rights, and given the intrinsic link between violence and the modern concept of the human, 36 It is not surprising that state security institutions that hold the monopoly over legitimate violence also began invoking international humanitarian and human rights law in their work. 37 We described above how a liberal human rights NGO campaigned for militaries to deploy violence in order to secure human rights, but it is also important to note that militaries the world over have integrated human rights as part of their training. At Fort Benning, the home of the U.S. Army's Armor and Infantry Schools, soldiers who are prepared and equipped to fight and win wars are also required to take a human rights class. 38 The objective of the course is to impress upon the students that democratic values, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law are essential to leadership skills in the armed forces. 39 The human rights class consists of three distinct segments: ethical foundations, legal imperatives, and operational considerations. The Institute's chaplain teaches ethics, while the judge advocate teaches international human rights and humanitarian law. Amnesty International estimates that each year, in addition to training its own soldiers, the U.S. government trains approximately 100,000 foreign police and soldiers from more than 150 countries in approximately 275 military schools and installations, while offering over 4,100 human rights courses. 40 And although Amnesty International is critical of some of the messages conveyed in these courses, The organizers of the course at Fort Benning welcome the participation and observations of human rights NGOs. 41. The military, as we show in Chapter 3, deploys human rights to frame its actions. As Nicola maintains, the invocation of law and legality often structures the conduct of war, which helps explain why states must invoke human rights as a means of ensuring regulatory and ethical compliance. 42. The integration of human rights classes in military training also points to another shift within the field of human rights. If international humanitarian law was once considered to be the legal corpus dealing with armed conflict, and international human rights law was considered to be the corpus employed during times of peace, the two bodies of law are no longer thought to be totally separate. In their reports and petitions, human rights NGOs deploy these two legal frames simultaneously in the struggle to secure human rights in times of armed conflict and military occupation, and since conflict has become the norm in many parts of the world, it is now common practice to discard the so-called separation theory. 43. In other words, human rights norms are no longer considered part of a field that is completely separated from the humanitarian norms of the Jus in bello, for as the International Committee of the Red Cross maintains, there is a convergence between the protection offered by human rights law and that of international humanitarian law. 44. Within this context of convergence, mirroring, and inversions, the instrumentalist conception of human rights according to which conservatives or militaries deploy human rights merely as a pretext for attaining other political objectives is revealed to be both theoretically and empirically flawed. While we agree that the phenomenon we describe does not sit well with central parts of the social and political history of human rights, we do not think that the conservative and security actors we depict are simply distorting human rights. Put differently, the connection between human rights and domination that we examine in this book is not created through legal errors or the misapplication of human rights. Human rights are, no doubt, used as tools to advance political goals, but, in the process of being appropriated, they do much more. They become an organic part of a social and political text, and not only a pretext for some other hidden objective. In this respect there is no fundamental difference between the liberal and conservative appropriation of human rights, since both camps adopt the same reasoning. They appropriate human rights to develop a legal and moral framework in which historical events and political objectives are given a specific meaning. In this way, human rights help produce a certain narration of history, which simultaneously confers a specific political meaning on human rights. They constitute a highly flexible political discourse with the capacity to be constantly appropriated, translated, performed, and retooled in different political arenas. It is within such processes, we argue, that the relationship between human rights and domination reveals itself. Thus, the claim that the military or conservative think tanks and NGOs are merely distorting or perverting the meaning of human rights, as if liberal NGOs in some way own human rights or are the only actors that use them correctly, needs to be problematized. In fact, this claim prevents us from investigating the politics of human rights and the multifaceted forms in which they are performed by both liberal and conservatives. By the politics of human rights we mean the struggle over the translation and interpretation of human rights not as pretext but as text, whereby diverse actors integrate the grammar of human rights within their own worldview while their worldview, in turn, is informed by this integration of human rights. In other words, the rhetoric of human rights is both a political tool and, just as importantly, an epistemic framework that shapes the way different actors conceive their own position within social space and the political significance of events that they witness or are concerned about. One of the objectives of this book is precisely to show how human rights are able to confer a very specific meaning to the contexts of power within which they are invoked. Is accordingly an exploration of both epistemic and political processes of appropriation. As the title suggests, we are particularly interested in how both liberal and illiberal forces appropriate and deploy human rights in a way that corroborates, reinforces, and rationalizes domination instead of destabilizing it. Rather than laying claim to a morally adequate conception of human rights, we aim to unveil how human rights and domination intersect. 45 Indeed, the book is not a moral condemnation of a presumed misapplication and perversion of human rights. Rather, it is an interrogation of how human rights whose assumed and stated goal is the protection of human dignity can lend themselves to the enhancement of domination. Against the hydraulic model of human rights. The global convergence between liberals and conservatives, rights activists and militaries, cause lawyers and government officials are manifestations of the changes the culture of human rights has been undergoing. In order to map out these developments in the human rights sphere in the following chapters we focus on Israel/Palestine, analyzing an array of materials, including legal petitions, advocacy reports, military reports, media campaigns, and protocols of parliamentary discussions. In addition, we have interviewed directors of human rights NGOs, cause lawyers, and other practitioners. Through a careful examination of empirical evidence, we criticize the widely accepted hydraulic model, namely, that more human rights equals less domination, which normally associates the promotion of human rights with the empowerment of the weak. 46 Michael Ignatieff argues that human rights are universal because they define the universal interests of the powerless. 47 Indeed, the prevalent assumption of this model is that the proliferation of human rights mitigates and subverts the asymmetrical relationship between oppressors and oppressed. Human rights discourse, in other words, is generally conceived as an intrinsically counter-hegemonic tool and an instrument for righting historical injustices. Exposing violations and abuse embarrasses and even threatens the strong while paving the way for the rehabilitation of the weak. In the following chapters we show that this linear and indeed progressive narrative held by most human rights practitioners and taught in most human rights courses is informed by two central Ellis-ions and fallacies. First, insofar as human rights discourse is deployed by the weak in order to make demands on the dominant actor to exert its power more ethically, then human rights end up empowering the dominant actor, since this discourse expands the spheres of legitimate sovereign intervention. This is precisely how Jack Donnelly describes the struggle against racial segregation in South Africa. After explaining to his readers that human rights are the language of the victims and dispossessed, he notes that the struggle against apartheid in South Africa was a struggle to change South African laws and practices so that average South Africans could turn to the legislature, courts, or bureaucracy should they be denied, for example, equal protection of the laws or political participation. 48 Insofar as human rights empower the legislature, courts, and bureaucracy to secure the rights of the weak, then the claim that international human rights law is a form of exogenous intervention aimed at limiting state power or sovereignty is inaccurate. Even though the majority of scholarly publications on human rights accept the idea that human rights limit and restrain the state, the threat that human rights produce, as we show in the following chapters, is not really a threat to the state. Second, when the weak or those who claim to represent them invoke human rights to demand action from the dominant, they may, as Amnesty International USA did in 2012, demand the deployment of violence in order to protect human rights. 49 As mentioned earlier, when this occurs, often rights-abusive policies are instituted to protect a right, revealing the inadequacy of the linear progressive assumptions of the hydraulic model. When the protection of one right entails the violation of another right, a paradox is produced, whereby the human rights discourse adopted in order to fight injustice through a humanitarian war may engender new forms of injustice. The hydraulic narrative precludes the understanding of such political dynamics, because it flattens the analysis into a moral polarization cut off from concrete social and political relations of power. It thus obscures the dialectic of power between the perpetrators of abuse and their victims and obfuscates situations whereby the oppressors can claim, reshape, and translate human rights and thus create their own human rights culture in order to rationalize the perpetuation of domination. Interestingly, major human rights books such as The Power of Human Rights and Activists Beyond Borders do not really engage with the limitations of the hydraulic model. 50 Yet once one becomes aware of the intricate ties between human rights and domination, it becomes apparent that this book's title is not really an oxymoron. In spite of its ostensible contradiction, the counterintuitive title we chose reflects a constantly evolving convergence between human rights and domination. To be sure, the claim that human rights can reproduce existing relations of power is not new. Several thinkers have argued that human rights are actually bound by power and often operate in its service, without really threatening it. This critique can be traced back to Karl Marx's discussion of political rights in On the Jewish Question, 51, and has more recently been invoked by governmentality theorists, who have examined how human rights can be deployed by states to manage the conduct of populations and individuals. 52. Human rights, according to this perspective, help refine forms of government. They are not merely a normative framework embraced by NGOs and other non-state actors, but are also employed by the state to entrench its own rationality and shape the comportment of populations and individuals it administers. In this sense, human rights help create new subjectivities, since through the evolving inventory of rights they define what it means to be a fully human subject. We accordingly show in the following chapters on Israel/Palestine that state and non-state actors define who the subject of human rights is, thus producing a certain economy of human rights. By economy of human rights we mean the mechanisms through which human rights are developed, appropriated, and circulated by state and non-state actors, and then allocated unevenly to different individuals and social groups. Consequently, some groups may be bearers of a more extensive inventory of rights and therefore be considered more human than other groups. The form a state takes on and the way it deploys power in its relations with non-state actors can, as we show in Chapter 4, be revealed and ascertained from an analysis of the economy of human rights. The illusion of the original. A different kind of critique that also emphasizes the deployment of human rights by the powerful argues that human rights are a Western construct and have been utilized as an apparatus to advance Western imperial or colonial projects. 53. Still other commentators have insisted that the recourse to sanctions, embargoes, and different forms of humanitarian intervention in order to enhance the diffusion of human rights is actually part of a strategy for maintaining control and influence, in which the old colonial trope of the civilizing mission is being re-articulated. 54. The universalist discourse of human rights is, according to such critics, epistemologically, historically, and normatively inscribed within Western culture, which aspires to expand and cement its own domination. 16. While this latter critical literature offers several significant insights, we disagree with some of its basic assumptions. Mako Mutua, for example, exposes and criticizes the savage's victim-savior schema through which human rights advocacy often operates. Human rights NGOs, he correctly claims, tend to depict third-world abusers as savages, third-world populations that are subjected to violations as victims, and the human rights defenders from the West as saviors. He then calls upon all proponents of human rights to reject this schema and in its stead seek a truly universal platform. 55. Mutua's idea that people can invoke a truly universal platform as if human rights are signifiers with a stable universal meaning that needs to be revealed is, we believe, misguided. We also do not subscribe to the arguments advanced by scholars such as Jean Bricmont, who maintain that human rights emerge as essential characteristics of Western culture and are always deployed to spread imperial projects. 56. This is an extension of the Marxist critique, and it assumes that human rights are innately the weapon of the strong, ignoring, for instance, the complexity of a post-colonial world in which the weak are increasingly appropriating human rights and contributing to the production of new political meanings. As we show, human rights discourse has the power to reframe history, as when Palestinians adopt it in order to define themselves as victims of colonial abuse. Similar to the historical relationship between humanism and domination, the human rights discourses has the contradictory power to legitimize domination as well as oppose it. There is no historical or logical necessity in the relationship between human rights and domination or human rights and liberation. 57. Hence, this critique, like Mutua's, risks overshadowing the historical malleability of human rights, reducing human rights to a tool of an essentialized Western imperial bloc. Ultimately, the underlying assumption of both these critiques is that human rights have some kind of stable core that is either inherently good and therefore needs to be uncovered and deployed, or inherently bad and consequently cannot be used under any circumstances. By contrast, we maintain that human rights is a contested and overdetermined concept. 58. When they are claimed, they have an ever-present potential to acquire new political meanings, which may mirror or invert existing ones. 59. This is one of the perplexities of human rights, which Hannah Arendt discusses in The Origins of Totalitarianism. Human rights have universal pretensions, but upon examination turn out to be time-bound in their articulations, codifications, and applications. 60. Circumscribed by the time and place and, not least, the given language in which its very terms are formulated, human rights discourse speaks of the universal in a mode 17. That is always less and other than universal. 61. This is why we assume that human rights are adopted by a wide array of political actors who translate them, often in dissimilar ways, into local idioms. 62. During this process of translation, human rights, as Sally Mary has pointed out, are remade in the vernacular, which inevitably produces fragmentation of meanings and thus destabilizes the ostensible international consensus on what universal human rights are. 63. The point is that in every translation, as Walter Benjamin held, the original undergoes a change. 64. Yet each deployment of human rights is a translation that routinely claims to be an original in a way that corresponds with the construction of a specific understanding of history. Laying claim to an original is an act that aims to provide validity and authority to the human rights utterance, since the original is supposedly unrelated to particular political relations and struggles, it is universal, neutral, and non-political. Precisely, its guise as an original is what bestows power upon a human rights claim. Abandoning the illusion of the original may be very difficult and be perceived as a betrayal, but we think that the effort not to lay claim to an original can contribute to a clearer understanding of what people do with human rights. And, as we maintain in the concluding chapter, it can open the door for a different kind of human rights, even after their entrenchment within forms of domination. More specifically, human rights declarations and conventions pose as a depoliticized original even though they too are translations and appropriations of earlier enunciations. But it is crucial to notice that the translations from these original conventions take place in relation to a variety of political forces that invoke and mobilize them, regardless of these forces' ideological orientations or the power differential between them. 65. There are three dimensions to this claim. First, the adoption of human rights as a language of struggle and of making sense of events is in itself a political choice. Human rights are mobilized in place of, and sometimes at the expense of, other political discourses of justice. Hence, the decision to adopt human rights discourse as a political language is already a political decision. Second, when they are adopted in a concrete context, human rights are also shaped by the context itself. In other words, the specific translation of human rights tends to be determined through a struggle among different forces within a given society. Therefore, the struggle over the legitimate appropriation and meaning of human rights concomitantly reflects and produces socio-political relations. Third, precisely because human rights present themselves as universal, their appropriation and vernacularization in a local context are beneficial for both hegemonic and counter-hegemonic projects, which often operate by reframing group. 18. Interests as universal in order to acquire global legitimacy. The combination of these three dimensions produces what we call the politics of human rights, and its existence underscores that human rights are fundamentally political, rather than a tool that can or cannot be politicized. Political relations help shape and are concomitantly shaped by the meaning of human rights and the two words that make it up, the human and rights. Every translation of human rights is informed by this dual process in which the tension between existing political forces that mobilize human rights and a presumed universal produces potentially endless significations and political scenarios. The meaning of the human and the social allocation of various degrees of humanity have changed from one historical and geographical context to another. 66. Within colonial regimes, for instance, the indigenous were often considered to be subhuman, while in Nazi Germany the Jews became subhuman, as did the Muslims in Bosnia. The same can be said about the term right. The right to property was interpreted in one historical context as the right to be employed and in another context as the right to own. And education, once merely a privilege enjoyed by the few, is currently considered a basic human right in most countries around the globe. A relatively recent example of the struggle over the meaning of human rights involves the attempt to introduce the new category unlawful combatant to international humanitarian law, IHL. For over a century IHL was based on the distinction between two categories of humans, combatants and non-combatant, and developed rules of moral conduct toward each category. Those who are in favor of introducing the category of unlawful combatant claim that there is a new phenomenon that is not captured by IHL and therefore it is vital to introduce a novel category and determine new rules of conduct toward it. Their opponents claim that the category is being introduced in order to legitimize immoral forms of conduct against the enemy, such as torture and detention without due process. 67 All these examples underscore the dynamic character of human rights, their multiple significations and appropriations, as well as the diverse forms of vernacularizations that they take on. They reveal that the idea of some primordial existence of original human rights is an illusion. Once one acknowledges the ultimate instability of human rights and that their signification reflects, reproduces, and potentially transforms existing power relations, it becomes difficult not to be suspicious of claims often made by human rights practitioners about the distortion, misappropriation, or perversion of human rights. The fact that human rights are unstable signifiers does not mean, however, that they fall outside the normative sphere. On the contrary, it is precisely this instability that 19 allows the constant redefinition, resignification, and transformation of the normative realm. After all, human rights produce notions of right and wrong and in this way provide a normative frame to history. Their political mobilization is carried out in order to seize the rules of history and define their acceptable content. 68 Consider, in this context, the allegation often made by liberal human rights NGOs about authoritarian regimes that suddenly appropriate the language of human rights to justify certain policy choices. Condemning the deployment of human rights in this way in a discussion one of us had with a former chairperson of Amnesty International USA, he did not draw a connection between his criticism of a dictator who supposedly distorted the language of human rights and the fact that during the Cold War his own organization dealt solely with political and civil rights and was unwilling to monitor or condemn the violation of economic and social rights. 69 The dictator's so-called distortion is accordingly considered political, but Amnesty's omission is objective and neutral. Indeed, for years Amnesty's justification for this policy was that civil and political rights are first-generation rights, while economic and social rights are second-generation, which is a way of producing the illusion of an original, and a hierarchy of rights, in order to provide a specific normative frame to history. 70 This, to be sure, is a politicization of human rights, and is not fundamentally different from the dictator who uses human rights discourse to justify his policies. Our claim is that human rights cannot be deployed in any other way, since every appropriation is a translation, and every translation is a form of politicization. Therefore the challenge is not to understand when human rights are politicized and when they are not. The challenge is to comprehend the ways in which they are politicized, and what the epistemic and political implications of these processes are. Human rights and the state. Our work aims to identify the meanings human rights acquire within a situation of vast power differentials and to show how human rights have been mobilized to justify, produce, and reproduce domination. The types of translation and appropriations of human rights that we describe in the chapters dealing with Israel/Palestine are taking place also across the globe. But the fact that these transformations are part of a growing global culture does not suffice to announce the death of the local and its dissolution into a decentralized form of global politics. Our emphasis on the local leads us to reject another kind of critique, the one voiced against human. 20. Rights by Antonio Negri and Michael Hart. The two authors maintain that human rights are the weapons of an amorphous form of decentralized power they call empire, which has emerged as a result of the state's ongoing disintegration. 71 This, we believe, is a misguided critique. Empirically we are not witnessing the state's dissolution, the disappearance or withdrawal of state sovereignty, or the succumbing of the state from its status as the central unit within the existing global order. The state is still the source and a target of human rights activism. 72 Consider for a moment refugees attempting to enter Italy or Australia in order to enjoy the human rights provisions offered by these states. When refugee boats approach the promised shores, often the states in which they seek asylum send the vessels back to deep waters. As a result, over the years, thousands of refugees have ended up drowning in the sea. 73 In spite of the transformation of their seas into migrants' cemeteries, these states preserve their international legitimacy as defenders of human rights. To be sure, the European Court of Human Rights and some international NGOs condemned these states and asked them to rectify their policies, but they never questioned the relationship between human rights and the state. 74 A similar example involves the International Criminal Court's, ICC, decision to avoid opening an investigation into alleged war crimes carried out in Gaza during Israel's 2014 military campaign Protective Edge. Responding to criticism, the ICC's chief prosecutor, Fatou Bensouda, explained that she can only investigate and prosecute crimes committed on the territory or by the nationals of states that have joined the ICC statute or which have otherwise accepted the jurisdiction of the ICC through an ad hoc declaration to that effect. This means, she continued, that the alleged crimes committed in Palestine are beyond the legal reach of the ICC since the Palestinian Authority had not signed the Rome Statute, which established the ICC. 75 The point is that without the consent of the state, one of the major international human rights bodies can neither investigate war crimes nor prosecute alleged offenders. In this way war crimes and human rights violations can be condoned in the name of the principle of sovereignty. Thus, the claim that the state is disintegrating in the face of empire seems empirically inaccurate. In order to lay bare the complexity of the relationship between the state and human rights, we discuss in Chapter 1 the state's central role within the post-World War II human rights regime. We demonstrate how the same form of political organization that was historically responsible for the most egregious human rights violations was, in turn, elevated to the protector of human rights. Not only is the state concomitantly the 21 major perpetrator of abuse and the one responsible for securing human rights, but the post-war human rights regime also offers the state itself protection by bestowing upon it the authority to arbitrate and protect human rights. Simultaneously, the state provides this regime with legitimacy since the human rights conventions making up the regime only come into force after a certain number of states have signed and ratified them. 76 This does not mean that the state should be considered as a totalizing structure of power, or as a coherent and autonomous actor that is external to society yet somehow fully controls it. 77 In the following pages, we unpack the relationship between the state, civil society, and human rights, showing that they are intricately imbricated, while illustrating this relationship through the creation of Israel and its colonial policies against Palestinians. Describing the contradictions informing the notion of human rights as external to the modern nation-state, we thus underscore that the relation between human rights and domination is not accidental but rather tied to the way human rights were constructed following World War II. We stress that the post-war human rights regime helped legitimize the state as the central entity within the global order. Human rights legitimize the state and are, in turn, ultimately implemented by the state through its positive laws. The legitimacy of human rights does not exceed the legitimacy of the state. If the state ever dissolves, then human rights as we know them today would also disappear. At the borders of the human. Like in many other places around the globe, in Israel/Palestine the state continues to be the primary framework through which human rights are allocated. However, within the context of the changing culture of human rights new actors constantly appear and interact with the state in different ways employing a variety of practices. Thus, in order to understand the relation between human rights and domination, we examine human rights organizations of different stripes that have mushroomed in the last 2 decades and analyze how their work, wittingly or unwittingly, aligns with state violence. As we show, the struggle for human rights helps determine who the subject of human rights is through the demarcation of the borders of the human, while domination operates in order to create and guard these borders. 78. This process of determining who the subject of human rights is becomes apparent when analyzing the inversions taking place in Israel/Palestine. 22. Settler human rights NGOs portray, for instance, the indigenous Palestinians as the invaders and thus perpetrators of human rights violations, while Jewish settlers are conceived of as natives and depicted as victims of abuse. Through such processes of translation and narration, human rights shape the borders of the human by determining who the subject of human rights is. For these settler NGOs, the Israeli Jew is the subject of human rights, while the Palestinian is not. In fact, once human rights are identified with the Jew, they serve to bolster the Zionist project of sustaining Israel's Jewish character. Some of the organizations we analyze explicitly frame their activities as protecting Zionist human rights. 79. These settler NGOs, which very often mirror the advocacy campaigns of liberal NGOs struggling for the human rights of Palestinians while inverting their claims of justice, underscore that human rights do not need to be grounded in a cosmopolitan worldview or in the assumption of a universal subject in order to be deployed as an effective political tool. It could accordingly be argued that there is an essential difference between liberal human rights NGOs that strive to be inclusionary by appropriating a universal perspective and conservative NGOs that tend to be informed by an exclusionary worldview. Liberal NGOs often perceive the human as a more extensive category, and they resort to human rights in order to criticize government policies that discriminate against people because they are not citizens, or belong to a different ethnic group, class, or religion, or because of their gender or sexual orientation. Their work is fundamentally inspired by international law and their discourse is marked by a canonical reference to universal human rights. Settler and more broadly conservative NGOs tend to reduce the borders of the human to a specific community. Thus, among the different groups adopting human rights language and deploying human rights practices, there are significant variances in relation to how the category of the human is employed. While we are fully aware of these distinctions, in the following pages we show that they are often not clear-cut, particularly because of the increasing convergence between liberals and conservatives and because the universal always acquires a specific meaning once it is articulated within the local idiom as a legal political claim. Insofar as the universal is always contaminated or particularized by power relations within the contexts in which human rights are mobilized, then the difference between liberal and conservative or settler NGOs is not between universal and non-universal human rights, since the former are also non-universal, but is one of pretension toward what we call a symbolic universal. 80. Our objective is to understand how this pretension is formulated and how it affects political practices. The liberal NGOs aspire toward what they consider to be a 23. More universal claim. Yet, as we illustrate in Chapter 3, when it comes to the definition of what is legal and illegal violence, this symbolic universalism is state-centered and it enhances a particular definition of the human that is bound by citizenship. International law, which the liberal human rights NGOs incessantly invoke in their work, is aligned with the state, and often with powerful states, in a profound way. In order to illustrate this claim, we show that when Israeli liberal human rights organizations use international law to analyze an armed conflict, they can end up condemning organizations like Hamas for carrying out war crimes because of their deployment of indiscriminate weapons, while exonerating Israel because it uses precise weapons from the air. The fact that Israel killed many more civilians than Hamas is beside the point, according to the liberal NGOs. Unwittingly then, liberal human rights organizations also produce a hierarchy between civilians. The people who were not intentionally targeted by states using precise weapons are collateral damage according to liberal human rights NGOs, while those killed by indiscriminate weapons are victims of war crimes. To be sure, the different political orientations of conservative and liberal human rights NGOs lead them to appropriate human rights in different ways. The settler NGOs adopt an explicit ethnic register when they translate human rights, while liberals underscore the technological difference that is ostensibly neutral vis-a-vis the human. In reality, however, both of these camps demarcate the borders of the human in ways that often advance the political objectives of the dominant, albeit through different processes. The crux of the matter is that within the context in which they operate, the technological distinction between weapons corresponds to the ethnic distinction between Jews and Palestinians. For both settler and liberal human rights NGOs, Palestinian life ends up being worth less, for the settlers because of ethnicity, for the liberals because the fact that international law favors high-tech states. As we show, one effect of these two translations of international law, one purely settler, the other liberal, is that the colonized is effectively dehumanized, while the ethnocratic colonial ethos and its correspondent political regime are entrenched. Israel/Palestine is not unique in this sense. During colonialism, the right to employ violence and dispossess the indigenous population was framed as a sovereign right to dispose. 81 Many modern democracies were colonial powers, and the ethos of rights informing the democratic regimes was used to frame colonialism as an emancipatory and civilizing project that enhances the rights of the indigenous populations. 82 Simultaneously, though, colonization was sustained through acts of violation, ranging from massacres and rape to expropriation and dispossession. 83. 24. The liberal illusion that basic human rights in the colonies were being respected ended up, according to Alice Conklin, legitimating a regime of conquest based on force in the age of democracy. 84. The convergence of rights and colonialism was made possible through the circumscription of the subject of the rights of man, so that not every human being was considered a subject worthy of enjoying full rights. 85. Colonial legal codifications translated rights that allowed for a series of distinctions between indigenous and non-indigenous rights. 86. The difference between the colonizers of old and Israel-Palestine, though, is that Israel's right to dominate is articulated within a global landscape in which the human rights culture presents itself with more universal pretensions as a result of the development of the international human rights regime. The colonizers of the past did not conceive themselves as part of a global human rights movement devoted to the creation of universal human rights standards. They did not create or work with human rights NGOs, they did not celebrate International Human Rights Day, as settler NGOs recently did in Israel. They did not struggle over the definition of who the legitimate human rights defender is, they did not monitor or denounce other human rights organizations for their politicization or distortion of human rights or their incapacity to understand the correct definition of the borders of the human. Interrogating these transformations can, we maintain, help us gain insight into the relation between human rights and domination. ******* In order to illustrate how human rights can help institutionalize, legitimize, normalize, and reproduce existing relations of domination in a given historical context, we examine the deployment of human rights in Israel/Palestine, focusing primarily on the last decade. The next chapter offers a historical overview of human rights in Israel, while showing how human rights are bound by the state in profound ways. Entitled The Paradox of Human Rights, this chapter begins by drawing a connection between the establishment of the international human rights regime and the creation of the State of Israel in 1948, showing that the Allies considered the creation of Israel as a form of human rights reparation for the horrific crimes carried out against the Jews in Europe. It then uses the Eichmann trial to illustrate how the so-called universal human rights discourse was nationalized in Israel and how human rights informed by a universal aspiration reappeared in Israel/Palestine only after the eruption of the First Intifada in 1987. The chapter goes on to describe the Second 25 Intifada and the military campaigns against Gaza, while showing that at least in the local political arena human rights also served to normalize the colonial relations between Israelis and Palestinians. The following three chapters focus on the deployment of human rights in Israel/Palestine over the past decade. In The Threat of Human Rights, we show how human rights activism began to be conceived as a threat in Israel, while describing the institutional response to this threat. We demonstrate how Israeli conservative actors began to frame liberal human rights NGOs as a national security threat, not in order to reject human rights tout court but in order to counter the liberal NGOs' attempt to palliate and restrict state violence, and in order to ultimately legitimize Israeli military warfare. In the next chapter, The Human Right to Kill, we describe the convergence between Israeli military, government officials, and security think tanks on the one hand, and liberal human rights NGOs on the other. Focusing on Israel's military campaigns against Gaza, we show how international humanitarian law is used by Israel to legitimize and justify the killing of Palestinian civilians. We go on to demonstrate that liberal human rights NGOs adopt international law in a way that rationalizes the deployment of lethal violence against Palestinians. In the fourth chapter, The Human Right to Colonize, we describe the emergence of settler human rights NGOs and show how they use human rights discourse to advance colonial dispossession both in the occupied Palestinian territories and in Israel. Not unlike Chapter 3, we show how this form of human rights activism takes place in a political, legal, and strategic space of convergence with liberal NGOs that support the human rights of Palestinians. In the concluding chapter, we ponder whether human rights can still be used in a counter-hegemonic way after they have been appropriated to advance domination. Far from rejecting human rights and their political potential to correct social wrongs, we argue that human rights can still be a potent tool for advancing justice. Hence, for us to be for human rights means, following Edward said, to be willing to venture interpretations of those rights in the same place and with the same language employed by the dominant power. 87 It means, in other words, to understand human rights as a form of power, and to understand power as a mechanism that increasingly adopts human rights as its lingua franca. Consequently, the political and ethical obligation is not only to interrogate the intersection of power and human rights so as to better understand its epistemological and political implications, but also to constantly interpret and reinterpret human rights in a way that subverts forms of domination. Chapter 1. The Paradox of Human Rights. There was hardly a Western liberal during the late 1940s through to the 1970s who did not explicitly say that the establishment of Israel in 1948 was one of the great achievements of the post-war era, and who did not think it at all necessary to add that this was so for its victors in particular. From the point of view of the survivors of the dreadful massacre of the European Jews, it was a central achievement. There is no point at all in denying that. The Jews who came to Palestine were the victims of Western civilization, totally unlike the French military who conquered Algeria, the British felons forced to settle Australia, or those who have ravaged Ireland for several hundred years, or the Boers and the British who still rule in South Africa. But to admit that the difference in identity between Zionists and white settlers in Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, and the Americas is an important one, is not to underplay the grave consequences that tie all the groups together. Edward said. As the victors of World War II became fully aware of the ghastly consequences of the Nazi death machine, the idea of creating a regime to protect human rights rapidly surfaced in the international arena. A human rights vocabulary was developed in order to make sense of the horrors of the past and to help shape a new geopolitical order controlled by the war's victors. These efforts were propelled by the desire to find a way to prevent the repetition of such horrific acts in the future. Crimes against humanity became a common expression among the representatives of the post-war international community, while never again was adopted as a human rights truism against the recurrence of those crimes. From this moral and political framework, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights emerged and was adopted by the United Nations in 1948. 27. Many prominent human rights exponents, including René Cassin, Raphael Lemkin, and Louis Henkin, interpreted the post-war ascendancy of human rights as a mechanism that limits state power. One universal human rights, according to this narrative, emerged after World War II to counter the excesses of the state by limiting the violence to which it can subject its own citizenry. 2. As Jack Donnelly, a leading human rights scholar in the United States, put it, international law, including international human rights law, is the record of restrictions on sovereignty accepted by states. Three leading organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch also adopted this account and have been advocating human rights to help secure the freedom and liberation of individuals struggling against oppressive governments for decades. Ariane Nair, the first executive director of Human Rights Watch, explains that human rights are a series of limits on the exercise of power. The state and those holding the power of states are forbidden to interfere with freedom of inquiry or expression. They may not deprive anyone of liberty arbitrarily. They are prohibited from denying each person the right to count equally and to obtain the equal protection of the laws. They are denied the power to inflict cruelty. And they must respect a zone of privacy. For the assumption is that human rights are in some way external to the state and are most often deployed in an effort to protect citizens from the state and indeed restrict its abuses. This linear narrative of global salvation and redemption through human rights, a narrative that is reproduced in most scholarly books and taught in most human rights courses, disintegrates, however, once one examines more closely the explicit paradoxes of the post-war human rights regime. 5. In the following pages, we problematize this process through the analysis of its political underpinnings and implications in Israel/Palestine. In particular, we discuss how the new regime bestowed upon the nation-state a central role in the post-war human rights order. We highlight how the nation-state was granted responsibility to protect human rights, while simultaneously the human rights regime provided the state with international legitimacy. We then turn to explain how the creation of Israel as the state of the Jewish people reveals one of the central paradoxes of human rights. Finally, we show how during different historical moments, the Eichmann trial, Oslo years, and Second Intifada, the international human rights discourse was appropriated to enhance domination. Let us turn to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. According to this foundational charter of the contemporary human rights regime, member states have pledged themselves to achieve, in cooperation with the United Nations, the promotion of universal respect for and observance. 28. Of human rights and fundamental freedoms. 6. Hence, out of the atrocities perpetrated mainly by European nation-states, aspirations for justice were articulated through a universal vocabulary of human rights. Human rights thus became the moral standard for scrutinizing political violence and evaluating the relationships among states themselves and between states and the people living within their borders, while the nation-state was instated as the pillar of the new moral order in a very specific way. First, it was restored as the constitutive unit of a global family, the so-called family of nations, responsible alongside the UN for securing harmony, peace, and freedom. 7. Second, the authority to implement the emerging human rights regime was bestowed upon the state. In other words, human rights served to restore the legitimacy of this political entity, both as the central unit of global politics and as the juridical actor responsible for the people under its governance. By reproducing the complex bond between the universal and the state, the post-World War II human rights regime helped resurrect the nation-state from the ruins it had engendered. Simultaneously, the nation-state conferred upon the Universal Declaration and international instruments emanating from it legitimacy. After all, human rights conventions only come into force once a certain number of member states have signed and ratified them. It is because of these interrelated tensions that we can speak of an epistemic and political paradox intrinsic to the post-World War II human rights regime. This paradox is characterized by a tripartite configuration, operating as a complex and supposedly self-evident combination of protection from, protection by, and protection of the state. The 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide exemplifies this clearly. First, it identifies the state and its officials as the potential perpetrators of genocide and human rights violations, thus instituting the protection from the state. Second, it requires state parties to recognize the crime of genocide as a constitutive element of international law and to punish persons guilty of genocide, thereby ascribing to the state the responsibility to protect. Hence, the citizen is simultaneously protected from and by the state. Finally, as an instrument that empowers the state to protect the citizen, the Convention offers the state itself protection, it serves as the protection of the state within the post-war world order by offering it continuous recognition and legitimacy as the central unit of the order itself and primary enforcer of the convention. In all the major human rights conventions and treaties, the three forms of protection from, by, and of are combined, and the centrality of the nation-state is thus reiterated. 8. This combination, we maintain, lies at the core of a paradox and points to an intricate link between human rights and domination. Despite its universal pretensions, human rights, as several scholars have already pointed out, are bound by the state and acquire different meanings in different historical and geographical contexts. 9. Yet an extremely important element has remained constant within the diverse post-World War II adoptions and articulations of human rights. Not only has the nation-state persisted as the key political form responsible for the organization and management of human communities, but also belonging to a nation-state has become the fundamental condition for acquiring human rights and becoming a member of an internationally recognized community. 10. The struggle for human rights was considered by dominated people, women, colonized, disenfranchised minorities, and so on as a way to achieve freedom from oppression and exploitation, and acquire the right to be human. 11. This struggle came to embody a process through which dominated groups could either achieve self-determination or become full citizens in an existing state and thus enter the family of nations. By becoming a sovereign people or citizens of a sovereign state, the stateless believed they would be protected and acquire international legitimacy, independence, and dignity, the conditions for being fully recognized as human by those who had already attained citizenship. Entering the family of nations, a process enshrined in the Declaration as a universal human right, thus became one of the ultimate goals of the stateless. Consequently, alongside the struggles for human dignity and defense from state abuses, human rights were conceived as synonym of the struggle for national statecraft. Universal human rights thus provided the framework for the creation of new states in the name of self-determination. Simultaneously, a central role in securing human rights was bestowed upon the state, even though colonial and World War II history demonstrates that the sovereign state is among the most egregious human rights violating entities. Developments in the international arena after World War II and throughout the decolonization process are similar to the changes taking place in colonial Egypt analyzed by Samira Esmir. Esmir poignantly shows how in Egypt the definition of the human was constituted through modern law under colonial rule. She calls this process juridical humanity and describes it as a mechanism through which modern colonial law endows itself with the power of humanization, and declares that its absence signals dehumanization, binding the definition of the human to colonial state power. 12. Along similar lines, but on a global scale, the treaties and conventions that followed the publication of the Universal Declaration can be interpreted as the articulation of an international juridical 30. Humanity. They laid out the conditions for having one's individual, or a people's collective, humanity recognized and protected within the post-war international order. Anti-colonial and, more broadly, post-World War II self-determination struggles can thus be understood as struggles for obtaining access to a full, previously denied, condition of humanity recognized by the community of nations, with all of its paradoxical implications. Self-determination transforms the victims of human rights violations into full human beings, since only after the collective enters the framework of the state does it become an active agent of history. When in 1952 the UN General Assembly adopted the resolution "The Right of Peoples and Nations to Self-Determination," it couched self-determination as the prerequisite to the full enjoyment of all fundamental human rights. 13. Hannah Arendt made a similar point when she claimed that at the very moment when the refugee appears on the political scene, when the individual is divorced from citizenship and all forms of political community so that only the so-called human remains, at that moment all human rights are lost. 14. It is, she infers, the state that bestows rights on people. But what were the political implications of granting the state the responsibility to protect people from human rights violations? What kind of new political agencies were developed as a result of this process? And how does this process help us better understand the relationship between human rights and domination? In order to explore these and other questions, we will now turn to Israel/Palestine, not because this case study is necessarily unique, but because it exposes the implications of the paradox of human rights in a clear and urgent way. Reparation for human rights violations. The European Holocaust, undoubtedly one of the major triggers propelling the development of the language and political practices that constitute the contemporary human rights regime, produced in Palestine, far from the territorial and geographical setting in which the extermination of the Jews took place, one of the most illuminating examples of the paradoxical welding of human rights with national statecraft. In fact, the history of Israel's creation illustrates very clearly the paradox of the international human rights regime and the constitutive interrelationship between human rights, national statecraft, and domination. It does so because during the mid-1940s the Allies conceived Israel's foundation as a type of humanitarian reparation for the crimes committed against Jews. 31. In Europe during the Holocaust, while this reparation assumed the form of a settler nation-state, in Palestine, whose colonial practices generated new human rights violations. 15. Israel's establishment coincided with the international response to the genocide that took place in Europe, the foundation of the UN, and the publication of the Universal Declaration. 16. Debated within a framework of self-determination for both Arabs and Jews, the 1947 partition plan of Palestine was meant to provide two stateless peoples with two states by dividing a single territory, the British colony of Palestine. 17. According to the plan, the indigenous Palestinian majority, comprising 68% of the population, was to receive about 43% of the land, whereas the Jewish minority, comprising 32% of the population, was allocated 57% of mandatory Palestine. 18. Self-determination through the creation of a state was discussed by the UN member states as a post-Holocaust humanitarian solution for those Jews living outside of mandatory Palestine as well, and was therefore conceived within the broader framework of human rights. Hence, Jewish migration to Palestine alongside national settler statecraft was first contemplated and then implemented as a way out from the protracted condition of refugeehood in which Jewish survivors were left after the Holocaust. As Daniel Cohen points out, in contrast with other ethnic groups assisted by the International Refugee Organization, i.e., a UN agency, post-war Jewish refugees occupied a position of political centrality in international relations. Unlike other refugee communities in Europe, the UN did not limit itself to providing assistance to the stateless Jews, but rather morphed the political victims into a state-forming political nation. 19. The UN drew a connection among three issues: the genocide and other egregious human rights violations carried out against the Jews during World War II, its efforts to find a solution for the post-war Jewish refugee problem in Europe, and the establishment of a state for the Jewish people in Palestine. Consequently, it is not surprising that Zionist scholars like Alexander Jacobson and Amnon Rubinstein have described the creation of Israel as embedded in the global history of human rights. Everything that naturally derives from the definition of the Jewish state, including the law of return, 20 meets human rights norms as accepted by the free world today, not just acceptable in 1947, the two scholars argue. 21. And, indeed, when one carefully examines the connection between Israel and human rights, a prominent feature emerges, namely, that the establishment of a nation-state, in this case Israel, was considered by the international community as a natural reparation for human rights violations carried out by Nazi Germany and other European states. 32. After World War II, the Allies referred to the extermination of millions of European Jews as an unprecedented moment in human history. The notion of genocide was introduced into international legal and moral debates on human rights as the primal form of violation against which the international community should adopt a politics of permanent mobilization, a new politics against those acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. 22. But while the extermination of people was framed as a relatively new phenomenon, and as the primal murder that founds contemporary human rights discourse, 23 authors from Hannah Arendt and Aimé Césaire to Frantz Fanon and Mahmoud Mamdani subsequently underscored that the European Holocaust had a long history, since systematic mass killing along racial lines was first developed in the European colonies before being redeployed in the continent. 24 In brief, the extermination of the European Jews cannot be fully understood without examining its colonial and imperial antecedents. This historical recontextualization of the Holocaust in the broader genealogy of genocides, especially in their settler form, is essential for understanding the paradox of human rights in our context, as we show momentarily. The international recognition that a state should be granted to the Jewish nation as post-Holocaust reparation for collective human rights violations became commonsensical because of a number of factors. Not least among these was the intensive work of the Zionist movement, which for years had lobbied state leaders and international organizations in order to legitimize its aspiration to create a homeland for the Jews in Palestine. 25 In 1945, the Jewish Agency, the organization in charge of buying and settling land in Palestine on behalf of the Zionist movement, tried to lobby the member states at the UN conference in San Francisco as they signed the UN Charter, in which for the first time human rights were referred to as one of the constitutive elements of the international order. 26 In this context, the objective of the Jewish Agency was to generate further international legitimacy for the creation of a Jewish state by introducing into the conference's agenda the relation between the plight of European Jewish survivors and the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. The memoirs of Eliyahu Elath, representative of the Jewish Agency's political department and later the first Israeli ambassador to the UN, shed light on this process. He describes how the Zionist efforts to weld the Jewish aspiration to self-determination in the British colony of Palestine and the emergence of an international community coalesced around the principles of human rights. In Zionism at the UN, Elath writes that one of the most urgent problems awaiting solution is that of the survivors of the 33 Holocaust. Will the San Francisco Conference rise to this challenge? Will it understand the problem and draw the necessary practical conclusions affecting the future of Palestine, the only country where their national life and dignity can be fully restored? 27 The notion of Israel as reparation, a state where Jewish human dignity could be fully restored, was espoused by the great powers, especially by President Truman, who closely followed the plight of the Jewish refugees in Europe. In 1945, the President sent Earl G. Harrison, a dean from the University of Pennsylvania, to carry out a survey on displaced persons in Europe. Harrison reported that the 1 million Jewish survivors still living in temporary refugee camps throughout Europe were behind barbed wire fences in what had been concentration camps, and they survived on a diet consisting of bread and coffee. Harrison concluded his study by recommending that the only real solution would be the immediate evacuation to Palestine of those Jews who desired to leave Europe. Immediately after reading the report, Truman started to exert pressure on the British government to allow Jewish immigration to Palestine. 28 2 years later, Britain agreed to raise the issue of Palestine at the UN. The relationship between Israel's creation and the plight of Jewish refugees in Europe was at the center of a thorny debate in the UN Special Committee on Palestine, UNSCOP. During the proceedings, several member states sent their representatives to the European camps where Jewish survivors were hosted after the end of the war and assessed their attitude regarding resettlement, repatriation, or immigration into Palestine. 29 The idea of settling Jews in Palestine as a solution for the humanitarian crisis in Europe became a central point in the debate on the partition of Palestine. In his decisive 1947 testimony at UNSCOP, Chaim Weizmann, the UN representative of the Jewish Agency who later became Israel's first president, called upon the member states to encourage intensive colonization in the territory that the international community would soon decide to recognize as the State of Israel. 30 Weizmann's invocation became reality, since Israel's state-building process amounted to the destruction of hundreds of Palestinian villages, the systematic expulsion of the indigenous population, and the settlement of hundreds of thousands of Jews in their stead. 31 The reparation of a human rights violation through settler colonialism was bound to generate a new cycle of violence. 32. The firm connection between the humanitarian solution for the European Jews who survived the Holocaust and were subsequently dispersed in refugee camps and the creation of a settler Jewish state in Palestine after decades of Zionist mobilization serves as a powerful example of the paradox of the post-world. 34. War II human rights regime. While human rights were announced and enunciated as tools of protection from violent and dispossessive nation-states, dispossessed Jews were entitled to create a nation-state whose foundational form was settler colonialism. As we noted earlier, the genealogy of the European genocide can be traced back to the forms of violence first instituted by settler colonialism. In this paradoxical context, the framing of Israel's establishment as a humanitarian solution provided its settler colonial nature with an aura of international legitimacy. It also reveals that the two apparently irreconcilable discourses of human rights and domination can and do coincide, as well as how the first can be deployed to legitimize and normalize the second. This historical process is significant since it serves as a paradigmatic example of how the birth of post-World War II human rights regime was located in a space in which human rights, nation-state, and domination are entangled in a Gordian knot. The Eichmann trial and the subject of human rights. The Specialist, the name given to Adolf Eichmann in an inspiring courtroom documentary, was one of the masterminds of the extermination of Europe's Jews. 33. In charge of a sub-department of Jewish affairs at the Gestapo, the Nazi secret police, Eichmann was one of the architects of the Nazi system of deportation and annihilation. When in 1960 Israeli Secret Service agents kidnapped Eichmann in Argentina and brought him to be tried in Israel, the survivors of the final solution were, for the first time, directly confronted with the dilemma of what to do with the perpetrator of some of the most horrendous crimes documented in human history. Often identified as a constitutive moment in the creation of an international legal regime of universal jurisdiction, the Eichmann trial did not dissolve the post-World War II paradoxes of human rights. 34. On the contrary, it further revealed the contradictions of the evolving human rights regime in several ways. First, Eichmann was kidnapped by the Mossad, the Israeli secret services, in Argentina, where he had fled after World War II. Thus, Israel violated international law to bring to trial a criminal of international law. Second, and more fundamentally in the context of our discussion, as Hannah Arendt and other critics have already highlighted, the Nazi genocide that triggered the development of the universal vocabulary of human rights was investigated in Jerusalem in a local court, where this ostensible universal discourse was translated into an 35. Ethno-national 1. Arendt consequently concludes that the very monstrousness of the events is minimized before a tribunal that represents one nation only. 35. During the trial, the new Jew, the Israeli Jew who was unprotected before the state's creation, was transformed into the subject of human rights, while the new state was deemed responsible for this transformation and for securing these rights. Human rights were accordingly made to coincide with the rights of Jews by completely ignoring the horrific violations Eichmann carried out against non-Jews. Indeed, reading the transcripts of the prosecution, one is left under the impression that human rights violations were committed during the European extermination against Jews and only Jews. 36. In this way the trial helped reproduce an existing Israeli moral framework that privileges the Jew over the non-Jew, but now the framework was rationalized through the invocation of international law and the identification of the Jew with the subject of human rights. Moreover, the appeal to international law bolstered an existing moral framework that helped further rationalize certain laws and policies that already existed in Israel, such as the law of return, which provides any Jew, and only Jews, the exclusive right to return to Israel and immediately become a citizen, or the policies that allow the state to expropriate land from Palestinians and allocate it to Jews. 37. Hence, the trial, with all its universal pretensions, was subsumed by a local idiom and given a specific meaning. It served both to articulate an existing logic connecting the Jewish character of the state and the human subject, and as a vehicle through which this logic was further rationalized and disseminated. However, pushing our reflection beyond the historical moment, one can gain a glimpse of how the Eichmann trial continued to inform the relationship between human rights and domination. Building on Talal Assad's insights on the practical effects of human rights when they are translated into the local language of the nation-state, we have to ask ourselves what role human rights played after Eichmann was hanged in 1962. 38 Indeed, the unprecedented configuration of the Eichmann trial, and the legal political mechanism through which it was performed, generated a situation whereby human rights for Jews were nationalized and the state assumed sole responsibility for their protection. This nationalization buried the universal human rights discourse within the Israeli political arena, and for almost 3 decades following the trial one witnesses the promulgation of an ethnocentric nationalism without direct mobilization of human rights discourse. But even though human rights had almost disappeared from the discursive landscape, they continued to produce an 36 array of political effects. In the following section we examine how human rights were further transmuted into nationalism and thus contributed to the enhancement of ethno-national domination even without being directly invoked. The reterritorialization of the threat. Due to a convergence of various historical processes, the Eichmann trial exacerbated the instrumentalization of the Holocaust by helping to facilitate the articulation of two interconnected projections, temporal and spatial. It helped project the genocidal threat of the past into Israel's present, and was used as a mechanism to expedite the geographical displacement of the threat of egregious human rights violations from a European territorial setting to a Middle Eastern one. The combination of these two projections accelerated the progressive equation between the European human rights violators of World War II and Arab populations of the Middle East. This is the twofold nature of what we define as the reterritorialization of the threat, and it is relevant here because it exposes more clearly how the paradox of human rights manifests itself even when this discourse is not invoked. As Edith Zertel convincingly argued, in order to comprehend the political impact of the Eichmann trial we must analyze it in its relation to the 1967 war between Israel and the Arab armies. Before the trial Israel had adopted a strategy of selective amnesia, suspension of the grief, and organized silence in which the Holocaust and the experience of exile were all but disavowed by the state in order to construct a new Jewish identity, namely, the new Jew who escaped a vulnerable condition of exile and achieved self-determination in Israel. However, the Eichmann trial marked a return of the vulnerability discourse and transformed the Holocaust's memory of suffering into a national discourse of existential threat. 39 In other words, through the trial the Holocaust's threat was projected into Israel's current present and into a new territorial setting different from the one in which it had originated. Eichmann, who was guilty of crimes against humanity committed in Europe, was judged in the Middle East, in the territorial setting of the state that was considered by the Western powers as reparation for those very crimes. Concomitantly, the Arab states in the region as well as the Palestinians who were displaced as a result of Israel's establishment were progressively equated with Eichmann. In fact, following the trial Ben-Gurion and other political leaders carried out a fundamental discursive 37 operation that Zertel defines as the Nazification of the enemy. 40 The connection between the Holocaust and the Arabs was produced through the latter's transformation into an existential threat, reinforcing the idea of Israel as an entity in a permanent state of emergency. During and after the 1967 war, the Israeli conquest of new Palestinian and Arab territories was constructed as an answer to the state of permanent emergency. 41 When in 1969, 2 years after his post-1967 war speech at the UN in which he defined the war as an Arab collective assault against the last sanctuary of a people which had seen 6 million of its sons exterminated by a more powerful dictator 2 decades before, 42 Abba Eban, Israel's foreign minister at that time, defined the return to the pre-1967 borders as something of a memory of Auschwitz. 43 He thus evoked the temporal persistence of the Holocaust into the present. In this way, through the metaphor of Auschwitz lines a metaphor that was later remobilized by other Israeli political actors, he reterritorialized the threat in the context of Israel's conquests. A withdrawal from the territories occupied in 1967 would have corresponded, according to Abba Eban's logic, to the return of history, the potential repetition, in a new temporal and spatial setting, of the horrific events that triggered the creation of the contemporary international human rights regime. The paradox of human rights in Israel after the Eichmann trial is precisely this process through which the crimes against humanity committed in Europe served to rationalize and justify the rights-abusive expansionist process of Israeli national statecraft in the Middle East. The eternal presence of the horrific violations perpetrated during the Holocaust served, in other words, to validate the claim that Israel was constantly threatened by the potential repetition of these violations. 44 Thus, the spatial and temporal displacement of the Holocaust into the Palestinian Middle East served to justify practices of forced relocation and dispossession of the area's indigenous population. It helped legitimize settler colonial practices in the territories occupied in 1967, because it enabled Israel to evoke the past in order to provide the domination of the present with moral justification. Conquest and colonization were normalized and legitimized as a sort of preemptive measure against the rematerialization of Auschwitz. Fundamentally, this discourse of permanent emergency resulted in a twofold reification. First, it transformed the Arabs into an ultimate threat. Second, it re-emphasized and crystallized the position of Israeli Jews as the perpetual victims of human rights violations. In another local manifestation of the global paradox we have been examining in this chapter, human rights were subsumed by the nationalist ethnocentric rhetoric and therefore made to disappear. 38. A different human rights discourse. During the 1970s and the beginning of the 1980s, human rights continued to play a role in the background of Israel's policies in the Middle East. Israel's rights-abusive policies were condemned in different UN resolutions, which used the language of international law while emphasizing the Palestinian right to self-determination. However, these resolutions were like empty words voiced merely to fulfill a ceremonious obligation. The human rights vocabulary was hardly invoked within Israel, the territories it had occupied in 1967, or the international arena at the popular level, even though the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza had been living under Israeli military rule for an extended period and had been subjected to various human rights violations and forms of state violence on a daily basis. 45 Only following the outbreak of the first Palestinian uprising, known as the Intifada, in December 1987 did the discourse begin to change. When the first Intifada erupted, protesters in the occupied Palestinian territories, OPT, filled the streets, demonstrating against the occupying power. They blocked the major arteries with burning tires and large rocks and threw stones and Molotov cocktails at military patrols. Preservation of law and order in the OPT had come to be perceived among the general Palestinian public as serving the interests of an illegitimate government, indicating that violation of the law and challenging Israel's authority were considered to be acts of patriotism, loyalty, and heroism. Fundamentally, the uprising was an attempt to unveil the oppressive character of what had been primarily couched by the occupying forces as a bureaucratic rule. The goal was to force Israel to replace the colonial rule of law and its administrative apparatus with more soldiers and, in this way, to undercut all attempts to present the occupation as normal. Israeli rule, in other words, would apply only where soldiers were present to enforce it. The objective was to undo Israel's 20-year efforts to normalize the occupation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. It is within this context that the human rights discourse reappeared on the political scene under a new guise. After decades in which Israel strengthened its collective nationalist identity and the Palestinian liberation movement shaped its struggle as a nationalist anti-colonial one based on armed resistance, and almost 20 years, starting from the 1970s, in which the world had witnessed the increasing mobilization of individual human rights as tools for international campaigns of advocacy, Palestinians adopted the language of human rights and used it both to justify their resistance and as a critique of Israel's military rule. Human rights 39 were progressively adopted as the language spearheading the struggle for self-determination. 46 The uprising, which was informed by an array of anti-colonial actions ranging from demonstrations and strikes to a boycott of Israeli goods, was met with harsh measures, including extrajudicial executions, massive administrative arrests, curfews, closure of schools and universities, and severe restrictions on Movement 47. But an important transformation occurred. Palestinians as well as Israeli and international media that covered the ongoing events started to frame the confrontations between the Palestinian resistance and the Israeli military using the vocabulary of human rights. This international coverage of the uprising, particularly in major English-speaking outlets, seems to have had some impact on those reporters who covered the events for the local press as well as on the public relations apparatuses of the Israeli government and military, all of which responded to allegations of abuse using similar language and emphasizing that they too were concerned with the humanitarian plight of the Palestinians. Furthermore, within an extremely short period, human rights were institutionalized, and numerous new NGOs emerged. Before the uprising erupted, only one human rights NGO existed in Israel, while about 15 human rights NGOs were established in the years immediately following its outbreak. In the Opt, the impact of the uprising on the institutionalization of human rights was just as striking. Only 2 human rights NGOs existed before the Intifada, and about 6 others were established within a very short period following its eruption. 48. This proliferation took place with the help of international funding. 49. In some cases, Palestinian human rights NGOs helped fill the void created in 1967 following Israel's banning of all Palestinian political parties. These NGOs instantly created networks among themselves and with a range of international human rights groups, from Amnesty International and Middle East Watch, a predecessor of Human Rights Watch, to the International Commission of Jurists and Physicians for Human Rights USA. They imported, translated, reinterpreted, modified, and contextualized the global human rights discourse in order to connect it to the local political landscape. The new NGOs began using the human rights vocabulary in their press releases, reports, and correspondence with Israeli authorities, government, military, civil administration. Some of them focused on Palestinian victims of torture, introducing the language of clinical trauma as a tool for advocating human rights in the Palestinian political arena. Other organizations centered their activities on monitoring forms of violations that became the basic grammar of human rights activism for Palestine. 40. Deportations, house demolitions, administrative detention, dispossession, denial of the freedom of movement. 50. In addition, several of the new rights organizations adopted the direct litigation strategy and filed literally hundreds of petitions to the Israeli courts, invoking both international humanitarian and human rights law in their petitions. 51. The media covered some of these cases so that the rights discourse also entered the public domain via the Israeli judicial system, after it had infiltrated from the international sphere to domestic NGOs that employed it in their appeals. Thus, the first Palestinian popular uprising and the diffusion of the global human rights discourse helped reframe the Palestinian question. For the first time after Israel's establishment, the abuses committed by the occupying state against the Palestinian population were systematically framed as human rights violations. Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip slowly gained access to the international circle of victims of human rights violations, producing a new situation whereby human rights claims were no longer the prerogative of the Jewish population of Israel/Palestine. This reframing process triggered an incremental shift in international public opinion toward the plight of the Palestinians, first among activists and later among wider segments of civil society. A paradoxical situation. This globalization of Palestine through the language of human rights ended up having a significant impact on the region's political landscape. 52. The framing of the conflict using human rights and the increasing international preoccupation with the violations perpetrated against Palestinians helped force Israel to the negotiating table. After Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and PLO leader Yasser Arafat signed the Oslo Accords on the White House lawn in September 1993, international donors continued funding human rights NGOs both in Israel and in the Opt in order to help promote the implementation of the peace process. The rights groups were expected to monitor and denounce Israel's practices of dispossession of Palestinian land as well as to expose other rights abusive policies. Within Palestinian society, human rights NGOs also acquired a prominent role in promoting and assisting the so-called state-building process managed by the Palestinian Authority. 53. They often became an alternative to grassroots initiatives and traditional political parties in what critics have since called the NGOization of civil society. 54-41. This new human rights boom did not, however, produce a rupture in the region's history of political violence. Notwithstanding the increasing activism, the NGOs did not manage to even create a dent within the local framework of colonial sovereignty. One example will have to suffice here. During the First Intifada, NGOs filed petitions to the Israeli High Court of Justice against the violation of Palestinian human rights. While these petitions seemed to be challenging government policies, and in some sense they partially did, for the most part the court ended up discharging Israel from any kind of responsibility for egregious violations. 55. Indeed, Israel's High Court of Justice enabled the government to continue carrying out home demolitions. It authorized holding Palestinians in prison for years on end without trial, administrative detention. It justified the expropriation of Palestinian land and the deportation of Palestinian leaders, and it took well over 10 years after human rights NGOs launched an international campaign before it decided to outlaw torture. 56. In the absence of an international body able to enforce international human rights conventions, cause lawyers and activists remained trapped in the paradox of human rights whereby the colonized had to resort to the colonizer's court to seek protection. These practitioners found themselves requesting the dominant state to secure the human rights of the stateless Palestinians. 57. Ultimately, human rights were incorporated by Israeli courts, in the sense that the court began to use the language of human rights to reinforce discretionary justice. 58. Wittingly or not, by filing petitions the human rights NGOs helped legitimize the very same Israeli courts that many Palestinians had boycotted during the occupation's first decades. The human rights discourse brought the Israeli regime and the colonized closer, creating a convergence, but in a way that was far from the coexistence and peace that this discourse intended to produce. Through their daily interaction with these courts as well as with the Israeli military and different government offices, human rights practitioners helped validate the institutional framework of the settler colonial state. The state that was responsible for extrajudicial executions, torture, home demolitions, and dispossession, was asked to be both the arbitrator of and protector from the violations that it was carrying out. During this period, the first discussions concerning the correct proportion between national security and respect of human rights, see Chapter 2, emerged among Israeli legal experts. Invoking the principle of proportionality requiring belligerents to refrain from causing damage disproportionate to the military advantage to be gained, Justice Reed Weiner, a senior attorney at the Israeli Ministry of Justice during the First 42 Intifada and currently a researcher at the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs, displaces the context of violence in which proportions are calculated. Writing in 1991, in the midst of the First Intifada, Weiner claims that a good part of the criticism Israel has faced is the result of the prolonged nature of the uprising. Israel is the only state in the Middle East that would have tolerated an insurrection like the Intifada and allowed it to persist for more than 3 years. Indeed, it is the great good fortune of participants in the Intifada that their adversary in this struggle is the State of Israel, a democracy committed not only to its own citizens' security, but to human rights for those non-citizens living under its rule. 59. Human rights, the language that NGOs adopted in order to unveil the nature of the Israeli regime in the Opt, was beginning to be adopted by those organic legal experts whose ultimate political objective was the preservation of the ethno-national regime itself. 60. Indeed, this is one of the first instances we have come across in which a state official frames the state's policies toward Palestinians using the language of human rights. On the one hand, then, the introduction of a human rights discourse in Israel/Palestine during the First Intifada focusing on the human rights of the colonized rather than on the human rights of the colonizer produced new practices echoing a broader transformation in global advocacy. Most importantly, it spurred the reframing of the conflict and began to alter the perspective regarding the identity of victim and perpetrator, particularly in the international arena. This re-articulation of the discourse facilitated the reframing of the historical understanding of the relationship between domination and human rights in the area, and triggered a different discourse from the one that had dominated the previous decades. Jews no longer had sole proprietorship of victimhood. On the other hand, however, human rights did not materialize as a tangible or effective counter-hegemonic political force, particularly not within the local context in which they were deployed. 61 The human rights NGOs helped numerous Palestinians patients cross checkpoints to reach hospitals, they postponed several house demolitions, they located thousands of political prisoners who had been taken from their homes in the middle of the night, they, at times, even pressured the military to lift a curfew, but they had no effect on the occupation's structure and did not even destabilize the routine of domination that had led to their emergence. Moreover, the introduction of the global human rights discourse that was among the main causes of the NGOization of Palestinian society in many ways undermined other Palestinian political cultures of resistance. Thus, even 43. Though, or perhaps because, human rights had become a hegemonic discourse, it did not manage to alter the asymmetry of power in the area. On the contrary, as the quote from Justice Reed Weiner exemplifies, the circulation of human rights discourse in Israel provided the settler state with a new tool to corroborate its legitimacy. Prominent Israeli human rights lawyer Michael Sfard emphasized this point when he claimed that the mobilization of human rights within the Israeli legal system has generated a paradoxical situation that enables the state to criticize itself while in effect producing its own legitimization. The human rights lawyer's dilemma is complex. Arguably, internal opposition may lead, eventually, to a symbiosis between resistance movements and the authorities. The authorities need internal opposition to better assess the feasibility and ease of implementing its policies. It needs human rights litigation as a policy fine-tuner. This insight is overwhelming. The opposition, when it uses only internal means of combat, becomes part of the practice to which it objects. Its resistance is nicely boxed and is given an official role as a phase in the policy structuring procedure. 62. Hence, human rights, in spite of the new framework in which they were deployed following the eruption of the First Intifada, conserved their paradoxical characteristics. At the end of the day, state institutions structurally embedded in the colonial system appropriated the human rights critique in order to constitute themselves as both legitimate and lawful. The performance, whereby the human rights lawyers appear in court, and judges arbitrate between plaintiffs and government institutions that carry out violations, help the state constitute an image of equanimity and morality. In this sense, the human rights critique became a legitimizing tool for state domination. In another manifestation of the paradox, the protection from the state merged with the protection of the state. Normalizing domination. In September 2000, after the failure of the Oslo peace process and the continuous expansion of Israel's settling activities in the the Second Intifada erupted. The Israeli military defined the events in the as an armed conflict short of war, and thus expanded the range of situations in which soldiers were permitted to fire live ammunition even in cases when there was no immediate life-threatening danger. 63 Another feature of the change involved expanding the use of extrajudicial executions. 44. Up until December 2008 the assassination policy led to the death of 384 Palestinians. 64 While the assassination policy was, in fact, the continuation of a long-established practice, the year 2000 was the first time that Israel officially acknowledged its use of extrajudicial executions. 65 In this way Israel transformed the West Bank and Gaza Strip into the international military lab for aerial assassinations. 66 In the military operation dubbed Defensive Shield still other changes in Israel's repertoires of violence became apparent. The massive attack was launched in the West Bank on March 29, 2002, in response to a suicide attack where a Palestinian blew himself up during a Passover meal in a hotel dining room, killing 28 people. This was the culmination of a bloody month for Israel, perhaps the bloodiest one in Israel's history in terms of civilian deaths, with 81 Israelis killed in daily attacks. Call-up notices for 20,000 reserve soldiers were issued, the largest draft since the 1982 Lebanon War. Tanks rolled into Palestinian cities and towns throughout the West Bank, as population centers were placed under prolonged curfews. 67 in March and April alone, close to 500 Palestinians were killed. Over the following months many West Bank cities, towns, and villages were transformed into restricted military zones, and their residents were held under sustained, often 24-hour, curfew for days on end. On occasion, nearly 900,000 West Bank residents in 74 communities were held under curfew, so that, for example, during the 6.5-month period between June 17 and December 31, 2002, 37 localities and 547,000 people were, on average, confined to their homes. 68 Israel also developed a dense network of both fixed and movable military checkpoints, numbering some 140 in the West Bank and 25 to 30 in the Gaza Strip. In addition, it set up literally hundreds of unmanned physical obstacles in the form of concrete blocks, piles of dirt, or trenches, which were used to prevent access to and from towns and villages. Palestinian movement was thus almost completely curtailed. The extensive recourse to dehumanizing forms of state violence, on the one hand, and the Palestinian resort to armed struggle and suicide attacks as techniques of resistance, on the other, increased the efforts to make sense of political violence through the invocation of the human rights discourse. The international NGOs operating in the area and the local Israeli and Palestinian organizations that had become prominent during the First Intifada and the ensuing peace process published report after report about the violent confrontations. Often framed fatalistically by the media and human rights practitioners as a new chapter in an endless conflict, the increasing documentation and denunciation of human rights violations 45. Paradoxically decreased the focus on the structural elements and political rationales producing them. With the exception of exposing the state's dispossessive land regime, the major mode of critique espoused by the liberal human rights NGOs focused on uncovering instances of violations rather than on the structural underpinnings of domination. 69 The move away from structural critique manifests itself in several ways, of which we will mention three. 1. The constitution of the violation as a case and the appeal to the violating state to correct the violation. 2. The constitution of the violation as a routine to be administered according to human rights standards, and 3. The reduction of structural colonial violence to a series of symptoms. First, by adopting a legalistic strategy and demanding justice from the High Court of Justice, the human rights NGOs, as Gad Barzilai has pointed out, often translate the violation into a case, categorizing, differentiating, and insulating it and thus obfuscating the structural underpinnings of the violation. 70 Moreover, by continuously appealing to the court that for years helped legitimize Israel's violations, the NGOs cover up the human rights paradox of the perpetrator as arbitrator, and in this sense also help conceal some of the structural dimensions of abuse. Second, one notices a routinization of violations, which occurs, inter alia, when there is a convergence between human rights NGOs and the perpetrator of abuse. Analyzing the work of the liberal NGO Checkpoint Watch created in 2001 to monitor military checkpoints and primarily the restriction of the Palestinian right to free movement, Iris Braverman reveals a link between the organization's surveillance of checkpoints and the Israeli military's capacity to bureaucratize its procedures at the checkpoints and frame them as abiding by human rights standards. She concludes that human rights groups have become part of the system of occupation, an instrument for improving the system from within and a way for Israel to legitimize its border operations to the outside world by attending to the demands of human rights groups. 71 Facilitating this convergence is the fact that the Israeli military has been meeting, interacting, and exchanging information routinely with these human rights NGOs, and has started to speak the same language, which helps normalize its restrictions of the right to movement. Finally, the way human rights organizations portray the violations at times allows for the perpetuation of the political power that carries out the violations. Didier Fassin has shown how, During the Second Intifada, human rights organizations operating in support of Palestinians began invoking the clinical discourse of trauma. This discourse and the techniques through which Doctors Without Borders and local human rights 46 practitioners tried to produce evidence of Israel's human rights violations reinscribed the Palestinian question within an internationally emerging hegemonic framework of interpretation, one of psychological trauma, whose main effect was the reduction of a long history of colonial violence to a series of mental scars and symptoms to be healed by human rights and mental health practitioners. This process, which in the following years led to a proliferation of mental health support in the OPT, helped routinize domination, recovering its psychic symptoms, as in a medical routine, but often obscuring its underlying political causes and transforming a collective question of justice into individual experiences and cases of mental suffering and human rights violation. 72. In this way human rights have helped normalize relations of domination. We understand this process of normalization differently from the way it is usually evoked in Israel/Palestine. By normalization we do not merely mean the normalization of the relationships between colonizers and colonized, whereby the two people continue to meet, conduct business as usual, and cooperate while ignoring the relations of domination between them. The sense of normalization invoked here refers to our claim that human rights activism, while developing new tools of monitoring and advocacy, has often elided the fundamental mechanisms of domination that produce the very actions this advocacy denounces and classifies as human rights violations. Human rights NGOs and researchers operating within and in support of Palestinian society further systematized and professionalized their techniques of evidence production. New human rights training programs were developed in Israel and in the OPT through international funding. Video cameras were distributed to Palestinian farmers asking them to record violations, munition experts were flown in to analyze the architecture of destruction, airplanes were commissioned to provide aerial photos of expropriated land, and the West Bank was mapped by human rights activists using GIS technology. 73 Such techniques helped further reveal Israel's breach of international human rights and humanitarian law and helped spur advocacy campaigns for the protection from state violations. To be sure, alongside the normalizing effect of human rights work, NGOs did at times analyze the state's practices of land grab, settlement building, seizure of Palestinian resources, collective punishment and violence, and produced reports that examined not only the effects of domination but also elements of its structure. But this professionalization of human rights through the increasing sophistication of investigation techniques also generated a sense of normalcy of human rights violations and the apparatuses producing them. When violence and human rights violations 47 are normal and become the object of a denunciation routine, they are, as Laurie Allen has noted, everywhere and nowhere in particular. 74 To recapitulate, the normalization of domination, in the context of this book, is a key feature of the human rights paradoxes we have analyzed. We have shown that Israel's foundation as a Jewish state in the Middle East was connected to the new international human rights regime through the notion of reparation for violations, and that in this way the ensuing settler project was legitimized. In the following decades, the state itself continued this process of normalization by framing different state practices of domination and dispossession as the prevention of the repetition of another genocide. Abba Eban's Auschwitz lines. But with the introduction and circulation of a human rights discourse during the First Intifada, its consolidation during the Oslo years, and its further proliferation during the Second Intifada, normalization became even more complex, taking on new shapes and practices. To be sure, we are not claiming that human rights organizations and actors operating in Israel/Palestine deliberately aim to obfuscate domination, but this, as we show in Chapter 3, has been one result of human rights activism in the area. However, in spite of this, normalization was not a linear process. In fact, the reframing of the conflict as an issue of human rights protection of Palestinians did have an impact on how it has been perceived, mainly in the international arena. Over the years, the human rights discourse managed to transform the lens through which the international community understands Israel/Palestine, and this new framing altered the conception about which side is inflicting systematic human rights violations. In spite of the normalizing effect of mainstream human rights activism, the Israeli government, alongside a group of NGOs and scholars, began to perceive Palestinian and pro-Palestinian human rights campaigns as a threat. We accordingly turn now to examine some of the dangerous effects human rights continued to produce in the wake of the new millennium. Chapter 2. The Threat of Human Rights. Today the trenches are in Geneva in the Council of Human Rights, or in New York in the General Assembly, or in the Security Council, or in The Hague, the ICJ. Danny Ayalon. The military campaign began on a cold winter day. Israel launched a series of aerial strikes on the Gaza Strip on December 27, 2008, targeting over 100 sites. Gaza, which for many years had been under a military and economic siege, was now under fire. By the end of the first day, over 200 Palestinians had been killed, while hundreds more had been wounded. One calling the campaign Operation Cast Lead to create an association among Israeli Jews between the military offensive and the holiday Hanukkah that commemorates the Maccabee struggle for religious freedom against the Hellenistic Syrians in year 165 BC, which is symbolized by a drawdle made of cast lead upon which the acronym "A Great Miracle Happened There" is inscribed. Israel continued bombing the Gaza Strip for several days, unleashing its F-16 fighter jets, Apache helicopters, and drones from the air, and naval warships from the sea. Israeli spokespeople justified the offensive, claiming that it had been initiated in retaliation to artillery being fired from the Gaza Strip on Israel's southern cities and towns. The Hamas government in Gaza countered this accusation by pointing out that a successful truce had been in place from June until November and that the fray had resumed only after Israeli fighter jets violated it by killing a number of militants and moving its tanks across the Strip's border. Notwithstanding the mutual charges, the assault continued, and on January 3, Israel embarked on a ground offensive that lasted until January 18, 2009. Even before the fighting had subsided, it was 49. Obvious that the magnitude of the harm to Gaza's population and its vital infrastructures was extensive. After the soldiers had pulled out, the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem assessed the damages on both sides, reporting that 1,389 Palestinians had been killed, of whom 759 had not taken part in the hostilities. Of these, 318 were minors under the age of 18. The rights group went on to note that more than 5,300 Palestinians had been wounded, 350 of them seriously. In addition, Israel had caused enormous damage to residential dwellings, industrial buildings, and agriculture, as well as infrastructure for electricity, sanitation, water, and health, which was already on the verge of collapse prior to the military operation. Citing a United Nations report, the human rights group estimated that Israel had destroyed more than 3,500 residential dwellings, rendering an estimated 20,000 people homeless. B'Tselem also pointed out that during the operation Palestinians had fired hundreds of rockets and mortar shells at Israel, with the declared purpose of striking Israeli civilians. These attacks ended up killing 3 Israeli civilians and 1 member of the Israeli security forces, and wounding dozens more. 9 soldiers were killed within the Gaza Strip, 4 of them by friendly fire, and more than 100 soldiers were wounded, 1 of them critically. 2 In the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Cast Lead was a watershed, not only owing to the extent of unfettered violence, but also because of the legal debate that it propelled. Following the Israeli attack, the UN Human Rights Council appointed Judge Richard Goldstone to head a fact-finding mission to examine the hostilities in Gaza. Originally, the commission's mandate was to investigate only possible Israeli violations of international law, but before accepting the appointment, Judge Goldstone demanded that the mandate include the investigation of all violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law that might have been committed at any time in the context of the military operations that were conducted in Gaza during the period from December 27, 2008 and January 18, 2009, whether before during or after. 4. As a precondition for leading the fact-finding mission, he insisted that the International Commission would investigate Hamas as well, since he conceived the symmetry of the investigation as the only way to carry out a balanced inquiry into possible violations of international law. Impartiality is, after all, considered to be a basic principle of human rights and humanitarianism, and international investigations have to present themselves as unbiased in spite of the fact that they assess political contexts marked by vast asymmetries of power and violence. 50. Irrespective of the broadened mandate, the Israeli government refused to cooperate with the UN fact-finding mission and even denied the commission entry into Israel in order to interview Israelis who had been subjected to rocket fire launched from the Gaza Strip. Nonetheless, in July 2009 the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs published a 159-page legal defense of the military campaign that was cited by the International Commission in its final report. So even though the mission did not meet Israeli officials and could not question them, it was aware of the Israeli perspective as it was drafting what came to be known as the Goldstone Report. 5. After carrying out numerous interviews and on-site visits in Gaza as well as reading dozens of human rights reports, the UN team concluded that both Israel and Hamas had breached international humanitarian law and had committed potential war crimes and crimes against humanity. 6. The brunt of the criticism was directed toward Israel, claiming, inter alia, that it had intentionally targeted civilians. In its recommendations, the UN team demanded that each side open criminal investigations and prosecute the persons responsible for the alleged war crimes. 7. Legally, however, the findings do not amount to judicial proof beyond reasonable doubt, and therefore are considered conditional, serving as pointers for independent investigations that should be conducted by the Israeli and the Palestinian authorities. 8. Israel understood the charge of breaching international humanitarian and human rights law as a threat to its sovereignty, and decided to forcefully counter the so-called attack. Immediately following its publication, a smear campaign was launched against Richard Goldstone, portraying the report as a blood libel against the Jewish state. 9. There are three primary threats facing us today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu averred: the nuclear threat, the missile threat, and what I call the Goldstone threat. 10. President Shimon Peres called Goldstone a small man, devoid of any sense of justice, and Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz depicted Goldstone as an evil man, and harshly questioned his Jewish belonging by describing him as a traitor to the Jewish people, the UN's token court Jew and a despicable human being. 11. Yuval Steinitz, Israeli finance minister at that time, accused Goldstone of being an anti-Semite, a self-hating Jew. 12. International human rights and humanitarian law served as the lens through which Goldstone examined the fray, the same lens used by liberal human rights NGOs. But this time it was deployed by an international commission representing the UN and therefore signified even more blatantly the threat of human rights for the Israeli establishment. His team's report was threatening because it was an official UN body, and, following the cue of local NGOs, it used human rights to frame the conflict between 51. Israel and Palestinians in a way that depicts Israelis as aggressors and violators of human rights, rather than victims of abuse, bestowing upon this framing further legitimacy in the international arena. While the politicians responded by depicting the report as a threat to the Jewish people as a whole, and not only to Israel, the Israeli Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center, a think tank operating from within the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, prepared a 349-page monograph aimed at undermining the accuracy of the UN mission's findings. 13. As this multifaceted offensive was waged, Israeli conservative groups started to blame Israeli and international human rights organizations for providing Goldstone's International Commission with evidence, testimonies, and forensic materials to substantiate accusations against Israel. Human rights NGOs were closely scrutinized and transformed into a national security threat. In this chapter, we maintain that conservative actors no longer conceive human rights as a threat per se. For them the menace originates from what they call the politicization of human rights, by which they mean the use of human rights to criticize the state and its political order. Consequently, the assault they wage against liberal human rights advocacy is aimed at defining the legitimate meaning of human rights. We accordingly show how conservative NGOs working together with well-funded think tanks, government officials, and academics introduced the term lawfare in order to portray liberal human rights NGOs and their donors as carrying out an assault against the State of Israel. After describing the campaign carried out against these liberal actors, including naming and shaming and the introduction of laws aimed at curtailing their work, we show how the major liberal donor in Israel and the leading liberal human rights organization internalized some of the accusations made against them. Finally, we argue that through this process of self-censorship these liberal organizations prevented themselves from mobilizing human rights as a real threat to the state and its colonial order. The politicization of human rights. Leading this campaign against human rights organizations in Israel is NGO Monitor. Founded in 2002 by Gerald Steinberg, a political scientist from Bar-Ilan University whose research focuses on the politics of human rights and non-governmental organizations, NGO Monitor analyzes reports and press releases of local and international NGOs and investigates the international donors funding them. 14 Its self-declared goals are to 52. Expose distortions of human rights issues in the Arab-Israeli conflict and to end the practice used by certain self-declared humanitarian NGOs of exploiting the label universal human rights values to promote politically and ideologically motivated agendas. 15 In 2013, NGO Monitor was accredited as a member in the UN Economic and Social Council and as such can participate in the UN Human Rights Council meetings. 16 NGO Monitor's assault on liberal NGOs is directed against what it conceives to be the politicization of human rights and not against human rights tout court. When political actors like Gerald Steinberg and NGO Monitor refer to the notion of politicization of human rights, they mean a distortion of the true sense of human rights and their alteration into a threat. They are, at least partially, mirroring the critique of liberal human rights NGOs against conservatives and dictators. Much of NGO Monitor's research and political activism is directed against the halos of perceived objectivity surrounding liberal human rights NGOs, which have historically succeeded in gaining immense power in placing human rights issues as they interpret them high on governmental agendas. 17 Placing itself in a peculiar position of proximity to rather than in contrast to human rights, NGO Monitor has been developing a stance centered on the necessity to depoliticize human rights and to liberate them from self-appointed moral guardians who subjugated them to partisan interests. 18 This line of criticism is part of a broader global trend, whereby NGO Monitor merely follows the cue of other organizations that have been leading an international campaign in the name of NGO accountability. These groups have affinities and direct interactions with Steinberg's organization, forming what could be defined as the Conservative Front for the Salvation of Human Rights. Linked together by a shared mission, common political targets and similar discourses, conservative NGOs from numerous countries have created a united front and a network that increasingly challenges liberal human rights NGOs like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. For instance, UN Watch, an NGO based in Geneva founded in 1993 by Morris B. Abram, former U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations, aims to monitor the just application of UN Charter principles and combat the disproportionate attention and unfair treatment applied by the UN towards Israel. 19 Headed by former diplomats and scholars, this organization is funded, inter alia, by Zionist advocacy groups like the American Jewish Committee. 20 Another example is Global Governance Watch, previously NGO Watch, a joint project of the American Enterprise Institute and the Federalist Society for Law and Public Policy Studies. Its goal is to raise awareness about global governance, to monitor how 53 international organizations influence domestic political outcomes, and to address issues of transparency and accountability within the United Nations, related to intergovernmental organizations, and other non-state actors. 21 The discourse about NGO accountability and politicization promoted by these conservative groups echoes internal discussions carried out by many traditional liberal human rights NGOs, which in the last 2 decades have been preoccupied by issues of politicization, accountability, and transparency of their organizations. The convergence between liberals and conservative helps explain the prominence of this discourse at the UN and exposes a space where political adversaries, in spite of their different agendas, speak a common language. It reveals how diverging groups adopt similar moral imperatives: transparency, accountability, prevention of politicization, and concur that the attempt to uphold a neutral and objective stance through some kind of ethical transcendence is a necessary moral good that can be accomplished through human rights work. 22. Thus, the philosophy of human rights of both liberal and conservative NGOs is grounded in what we called in the introduction the illusion of the original, namely, the belief in the existence of something called human rights that is external to empirical historical social relationships. The assumption shared by these diametrically opposed NGOs is that the politicization of human rights undermines their orthodox meaning and is ultimately a perversion. The practitioners who aim to repress the politicization of human rights may accede that their own work has concrete political implications, but, in order to claim credibility, they maintain that human rights themselves, as they appear in legal documents and treaties, are not political. The ostensible non-political nature of human rights, their so-called objective, neutral, and universal character, is considered by liberal and conservative practitioners alike to be both the prime source of power of human rights and the source of their moral legitimacy. Human rights, in other words, are conceived to be legitimate only insofar as they are nonpartisan, and their power stems from their universality and the assertion that they do not represent particular interests. We, by contrast, maintain that human rights, like all rights discourses, are intrinsically political in the sense that the very process of adopting, claiming, and deploying human rights, a process for which people receive training and education, is always politicized. 23. The translation of any struggle into the language of human rights is already a political choice and consequently an integral part of the political. Thus, in spite of the illusion of the original, human rights do not constitute an alternative to politics, or an extra-political and pure tool confined to the realm of ethics. 54. As many NGOs concerned with reasserting their neutrality and non-political reputation claim. 24. Rather, the deployment of human rights is always a partisan operation, in its literal meaning of taking part, in which determined historical political situations of conflict, struggle, exploitation, and domination become the object of political debates and practices whose outcome aims to determine who are the moral and immoral actors in a given political context. This is the power of human rights to strengthen or destabilize power, and to ultimately frame history and give it different kinds of meanings. Thus, instead of rejecting the expanding human rights discourse and culture as they had in the past, the current objective of conservative scholar activists a la Steinberg is to create their own alternative human rights idiom that is used to undermine the human rights idiom that had been developed and historically embraced by liberal human rights NGOs worldwide. 25. Their struggle, which they share with liberal human rights practitioners around the globe, is over the legitimate articulation of an essentialist conception of rights, one that claims to be founded on the abstention from politics through a perspective that purports to be extraneous to the political processes. Lawfare. One of the most common ways of challenging the existing human rights discourse is by pitting it against national security concerns and against real and constructed existential threats. This strategy has become pervasive among conservatives who attempt to limit the impact of human rights campaigns by reframing events that liberal NGOs had described as breaching human rights norms as a security threat to the government's authority or the country's territorial integrity. 26. During this process, that we describe in detail in this chapter's next sections, liberal human rights organizations themselves are constituted as a threat to the state and become an object of a national debate as well as a site of repressive legislative and policy interventions. The conservative struggle against the politicization of human rights thus coincides with the struggle for the protection of the nation-state. In this sense, the politics of human rights acquires an even more profound connection with sovereign politics since human rights is equated with the state's security. NGO Monitor was the first Israeli organization to couch its criticism of liberal human rights organizations in security parlance. Its line of reasoning was articulated in an article entitled "NGOs Make War on Israel 55. Penned by its founder, Steinberg, 27, who in a different venue also claimed that human rights are being exploited as a weapon against Israel. 28. Steinberg thus tapped into the post-9/11 conservative trend in the United States, which began employing the term lawfare in order to describe the endeavor of individuals and groups who appeal to courts against certain practices of state violence emanating from the so-called global war on terrorism, such as torture, extrajudicial executions, and the bombing of civilian urban infrastructure. The genealogy of the debate surrounding lawfare, a genealogy whose exhaustive reconstruction goes beyond the scope of this chapter, can be traced back well before September 11 and deserves serious consideration. Here, however, we would like to note that lawfare combines the words law and warfare and is increasingly defined by state officials, scholars, and experts dealing with the various international fronts of the war on terror and asymmetric conflicts as the use of law for realizing a military objective. 29. It is, however, not only used to describe attempts of human rights groups to submit warfare and conflict to legal oversight, but is, we argue, also a speech act that aims to reconstitute the human rights field as a national security threat, and in this way to counter a certain kind of deployment of human rights deemed threatening to the state. 30. Lawfare, as we show below, has been used as the point of entry through which numerous SECU-rightizing actors, NGOs, think tanks, academics, policymakers, legislators have mobilized the media, shaped public opinion, lobbied legislators and policymakers, introduced new laws, and pressured donors in an attempt to construct human rights as a security threat in order to pave the way for a form of exceptional intervention against mainly liberal human rights organizations. 31. Originally, though, conservative actors hinged the term lawfare to the exercise of universal jurisdiction by national and regional courts that tried officials from the United States and Israel. Universal jurisdiction is predicated on the notion that there are acts that are so universally appalling that states have an interest in exercising jurisdiction to combat them. 32. Indeed, a basic principle of universal jurisdiction is the extraterritoriality of international law, the idea that international law can be applied to alleged criminal acts that have occurred outside the state/territory where it is being deliberated, even if the alleged violation has been perpetrated by a non-national and even if the state's nationals have not been harmed. 33. Acts that are subject to universal jurisdiction include extrajudicial executions, deliberate targeting of civilians in military operations, torture, enslavement, enforced disappearances, the use of indiscriminate weapons, collective punishment, intentional destruction of civilian infrastructure. 56. And numerous other acts that constitute war crimes, crimes against humanity, or genocide. In point of fact, the deployment of universal jurisdiction is not new. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, has been providing advisory opinions for half a century about interstate disputes concerning the conduct of armed conflict. But the ICJ only hears cases filed by states, and only in the past 2 decades has it become more common for individuals and groups to use universal jurisdiction to file suits against alleged criminals. The ad hoc tribunals for the former Yugoslavia, 1993, and Rwanda, 1994, as well as the establishment of hybrid tribunals in Cambodia, East Timor, and Sierra Leone a few years later marked the beginning of a new era. Currently, non-state actors have 3 kinds of venues for filing such suits: the ICC, a few regional courts, example European Court of Human Rights and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and scores of national courts. 34. A paradigmatic and early example of the use of universal jurisdiction in domestic courts occurred in 1998 when Spain requested that the United Kingdom extradite fascist General Augusto Pinochet on grounds of widespread torture carried out during US-led Operation Condor, in which Pinochet was implicated. 35. Since then, hundreds of suits have been filed in countries such as Belgium, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Spain, Switzerland, Turkey, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom, primarily against military personnel and government officials from Africa, Latin America, and the former Yugoslavia, but the term lawfare, in its negative connotation, gained credence as a threat when suits were filed against officials from the United States and Israel. 36. International humanitarian and human rights law becomes a weapon of lawfare not when this body of law is deployed in the international arena against any actor, but primarily when it is used against officials from the United States and Israel. The U.S. government was never an adamant supporter of universal jurisdiction, but ever since international law began being deployed by individuals and groups to check certain practices utilized in the global war on terrorism, it has adopted an oppositional stance. The United States opposed the 1998 passing of the Rome Statute that established the ICC, in 2002, as a permanent tribunal to prosecute individuals for genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. It also pressured Belgium to change its domestic laws to limit the use of universal jurisdiction. 37. Despite this opposition, high-ranking government officials and CIA agents were still being held accountable for rendition practices in absentia in German and Italian national courts that exercise universal jurisdiction. Hence, in 2005, a 24-page Pentagon document commissioned by Donald Rumsfeld and entitled The National Defense Strategy of the United States 57 of America warned that our strength as a nation-state will continue to be challenged by those who employ a strategy of the weak using international fora, judicial processes, and terrorism. 38. The Bush administration thus associated legal threats to U.S. state violence with terrorism. The Israeli government has also been increasingly alarmed by the deployment of lawfare. Already in 2001, Ariel Sharon, Israeli foreign minister at the time, was indicted by a Belgian court in relation to the well-known war crimes committed against Palestinian refugees in the Sabra and Shatila camps in Beirut in 1982. 39. Since then, news reports have suggested that scores of lawsuits have been submitted against Israeli politicians, high-ranking military officers, and heads of secret services in several states. 40. While none of these suits has actually led to a conviction, the Israeli government has assigned experts in international law to accompany combat military units and has advised former politicians and military officers to refrain from traveling to certain European countries. In addition, government officials alongside staff members from NGOs and think tanks and a number of academics have spent time examining more closely the suits filed against Israelis. 41. Not surprisingly, they have found that the reports published by human rights NGOs are frequently cited as incriminating evidence. 42. Writing for Bar Ilan University's Beginsadut Center for Strategic Studies, BASA Center, which characterizes itself as advancing a realist, conservative, and Zionist agenda in the search for security and peace for Israel. 43. Elizabeth Sampson, an attorney specializing in international and constitutional law, contends that those who deploy lawfare are not fighting an occupier or challenging a military incursion, they are fighting the forces of freedom, they are fighting the voice of reason. And they are attacking those who have the liberty to speak and act openly. The weapon that the enemy is using, Sampson continues, was created by our own hands, that is the rule of law. A weapon designed to subdue dictators and tyrants is now being misused to empower the very same, and being manipulated to subvert real justice and indisputable truth. 44. The enemy in this passage refers to the liberal human rights NGOs, and the fear of lawfare is the fear of mirroring between liberals and non-liberals, as well as the fear of a potential inversion of meaning ascribed to the history of violence. Sampson's outrage is informed by an accurate historical understanding of international law, which has been a tool of sovereign states and their imperialist endeavors ever since the 17th and 18th centuries. 45. From a historical perspective, then, the effort of human rights NGOs to use international law as a weapon against sovereign states, particularly dominant 58. ones, is a form of illegitimate appropriation of law. It is an attempt to alter an existing idiom that confers privileges on powerful countries by granting them the moral high ground to define the legitimate or illegitimate deployment of violence. Law becomes lawfare, and human rights a menace, precisely when they are deployed against dominant states and their agents. It is then that law is accompanied with the suffix "fair" and suddenly perceived to be by sovereign states, parliaments, and in this case think tanks like BASA and NGO Monitor, a violent force and a threat. 46 As a contemporary manifestation of what Edwards said called the semiotic warfare encompassing the Palestinian question, the attack against the threat of human rights lawfare must be understood as a semiotic struggle over the legitimacy of Israel's state violence, as well as over the meaning of human rights. 47 Accordingly, NGO Monitor defines lawfare as a strategy of using or misusing law as a substitute for traditional military means to achieve military objectives. Although NGO Monitors and Herzberg acknowledges that Israel is not the only country that has been subject to non-governmental human rights lawfare, it has been, she writes, a primary target of these efforts. 48 Leading the lawfare campaign against Israel are what Herzberg calls NGO superpowers, example. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, who in cooperation with liberal Palestinian and Israeli human rights groups resort to universal jurisdiction to pursue litigation in European, North American, or Israeli national courts. While these NGOs claim to be part of the fight for human rights, the evidence shows, in Herzberg's opinion, that the core motivation for this activity is to promote lawfare in order to punish Israel for carrying out anti-terror operations. 49 In other words, anti-terror operations are one of the referent objects of the securitization process. They are considered to be threatened by NGOs, which are accused of misusing human rights. Herzberg goes on to claim that NGO involvement begins well before the filing of any lawsuit. These organizations issue numerous press releases and lengthy research reports condemning Israeli anti-terror operations. Political NGOs also regularly submit written statements to UN committees and other international bodies. Their reports are then adopted by the decision-making bodies of the UN such as the General Assembly, and underpin further condemnations and actions taken against Israel. Through this process, NGO statements become part of the official dossiers of cases at international legal institutions such as the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court, or part of the court record in domestic suits. 50-59. NGO Monitor, the Basis Center, and other organizations and academics are employing the term lawfare to condemn the work of liberal human rights NGOs. Thus, the term, as mentioned, is not only descriptive, since it also frames the liberal human rights NGOs as a national security threat. In order to successfully constitute them as a threat, lawfare has to follow the grammar of security, which constructs a plot that necessarily includes an existential national threat. 51 Moreover, for this discursive act to actually have an effect, it is not enough for it to appear in a couple of reports published by NGOs and think tanks. Rather, it has to capture the public imagination. Once the rationale informing the lawfare discourse is widely accepted, it then becomes logical for Israel to adopt exceptional methods to delegitimize the work of human rights NGOs and obstruct the supranational vernacularization of human rights. If, as we showed in the previous chapter, after Israel's establishment human rights served as a frame that helped legitimize domination and protect the state against a perpetual existential threat, over the past decade we witness an increasing attack against human rights by the state and its proxies because human rights activism has been striving to overcome the identification of the human with the national subject. Existential threats. While government officials criticized Israeli human rights organizations ever since they appeared on the political stage in the late 1980s, the effort to constitute them as a security threat gained momentum with the publication of the Goldstone Report. 52 A few hours after the report was published, NGO Monitor issued a press release characterizing it as an NGO cut-and-paste document. 53 The claim was that a considerable amount of the findings were based on reports and testimonies provided by biased human rights organizations, several of them Israeli. Joining NGO Monitor in this campaign was THIRD-WORLDISM, if you will it, 54 a grassroots organization that was established in 2006 in order to renew, in its words, Zionist discourse, Zionist thinking and Zionist ideology, to ensure the future of the Jewish nation and of the State of Israel. According to the organization's website, a major portion of THIRD-WORLDISM's efforts is devoted to combating the campaign of delegitimization against the State of Israel. 55 Both NGO Monitor and THIRD-WORLDISM used their considerable resources to attack Israeli human rights organizations and the New Israel Fund, NIF, the single largest donor to Israel's human rights community. Hence the strategy was not only to delegitimize these organizations in the public's eyes by 60. Portraying them as a security threat to Israel, but also to create a wedge between the rights groups and their funding sources. The organizations published long briefs claiming that Israeli human rights NGOs funded by the NIF served as the building blocks for the Goldstone Report. 56 THIRD-WORLDISM calculated that 14% of the references in the UN report came from publications or testimonies of Israeli rights groups funded by the NIF. 57 NGO Monitor blamed Israeli rights organizations for lobbying the United States, the European Union, and other countries to legitimize the UN report and endorse its recommendations. 58 In this way the human rights organizations overstepped what the conservative groups consider the legitimate moral framework of human rights deployment, which inscribes human rights into the national Zionist agenda. Following the publication of these briefs, THIRD-WORLDISM initiated a magazine expose in the widely circulated Ma'ariv whose title on the front page read, "The material from which Goldstone is made," followed by the subtitle, "New research discloses how a group of Israeli leftist organizations were active partners in drafting the Goldstone Report, which defamed the IDF and the state. Israel's reputation," the article explained, "is at an all-time low. Mounting international pressure, calls for boycotts and excommunication are increasing. All these were fueled by the Goldstone Report, which was, in turn, fueled by Israeli sources. According to THIRD-WORLDISM, the New Israel Fund provided money and financing for these sources." 59 Concomitantly, THIRD-WORLDISM posted large, provocative if not defamatory billboard ads portraying the president of the NIF, former Knesset member Naomi Chazan, with a horn on her head. 60 The caption reads, "Naomi Goldstone Chazan, Naomi Chazan's new fund stands behind the Goldstone Report." The campaign proved to be extremely successful. For several days, television and radio talk shows spent hours discussing whether or not the NIF and human rights organizations had betrayed their country and Zionism. Simultaneously, NGO Monitor targeted policymakers, embassies, international newspapers, donors, and other groups. Between October 2009 and May 2011, the Conservative Watch Group published 16 briefs and 11 opinion articles in leading newspapers, sent representatives to appear in several television and radio talk shows, and issued numerous press releases about the Goldstone Report's reliance on evidence provided by human rights NGOs. The campaign culminated in the publication of an edited volume called The Goldstone Report Reconsidered, which featured chapters by former Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dori Gold, and Harvard professor Alan Dershowitz. 61 In this volume, Gerald Steinberg describes the UN report as an existential threat to Israel, arguing that it constitutes 61. A major threat to the existence of Israel as the nation-state of the Jewish people, and its sovereign equality among the nations. 62 To reiterate, Israel as the nation-state of the Jewish people is threatened by the politicized NGOs. Despite the fact that these Israeli liberal human rights organizations never challenged the foundation of the Jewish state, and that in the past the government had often presented their existence as evidence of Israel's thriving democracy, after the appearance of the Goldstone Report these organizations became a major existential threat. The threat of human rights then becomes the threat to the Zionist project, a threat that the state compares to terrorism. Legal terrorism. Campaigns launched by civil society organizations normally aim to shape public opinion and to put pressure on policymakers and legislators. In this particular case, however, the policymakers and legislators did not need much convincing. Within 2 days of the Goldstone Report's publication, the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs responded, claiming that it ties the hands of democratic countries fighting terror worldwide, calls into question the legitimacy of national legal systems and investigations, and promotes criminal proceedings against forces confronting terrorism in foreign states and tries to expand the jurisdiction of the ICC beyond its statute. 63 3 months later, Israel's deputy foreign minister, Danny Ayalon, used a lawfare metaphor to describe the situation, claiming that today the trenches are in Geneva in the Council of Human Rights, or in New York in the General Assembly, or in the Security Council, or in The Hague, the ICJ. 64 To mark Human Rights Day in 2010, Ayalon denounced the human rights misappropriations by liberal NGOs, and in a joint press conference held with representatives from NGO Monitor, he claimed that the International Human Rights Day has been transformed into Terror Rights Day. 65 Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman's party, Yisrael Beiteinu, went on to propose creating national committees of inquiry to investigate human rights groups that delegitimize Israel and abet terror. 66 Although Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ended up not supporting the initiative, he told the cabinet that while the law establishing such committees was important, we have to act cautiously and wisely, and prevent further delegitimization of Israel. 67 The notion that Israeli rights groups support terrorism was, however, taken up by the Israeli colonel in charge of the military's International Law Department, who averred that war crimes. 62. Charges brought abroad against Israeli soldiers and officers involved in Operation Cast Lead were nothing but legal terrorism. 68 The reports, policy briefs, press releases, and governmental statements that were put out by the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the military, NGOs, think tanks, and public intellectuals rapidly coalesced into a doctrine about lawfare and how it constitutes a national threat. By November 2010, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs published a long report entitled The Campaign to Defame Israel, where it asserted that the strategy to delegitimize Israel using legal frameworks, and exploiting both international and national legal forums, was adopted following numerous failed military attempts to destroy the Jewish state. 69 The ministry proceeded to explain that lawfare had been used by individuals and groups who filed criminal and civil lawsuits in national and international legal forums against prominent military and government figures for alleged violations of international law. The number of lawsuits that have been filed against Israeli officials has grown exponentially in recent years. This form of lawfare does not simply impede Israeli travel plans but aims to intimidate officials from acting out of fear of prosecution, and in fact impacts foreign relations, strains international ties, and serves to delegitimize the Jewish state. It must be recognized that just as German military theorist Karl von Clausewitz states that war is a continuation of political activity by other means, so too, lawfare is a continuation of terrorist activity by other means. 70 The ministry's logic is straightforward: lawfare is a form of terrorism, human rights NGOs are lawfare enablers, hence, human rights NGOs are part of the terrorism network. International law, it should be stressed, is not criticized per se, but, on the contrary, what is debated is the legitimacy of its uses. The conflict is over its appropriation and its correct application. International law is thus conceived to be a weapon of war only when it is deployed in a certain way by specific actors, suggesting that lawfare denotes the illegitimate use of international law against states that consider themselves liberal and not simply its deployment in the global arena. According to this framework, international humanitarian and human rights law is legitimately mobilized, with broad international consensus, to invade and occupy a UN member state like Afghanistan, as seen in Amnesty International's campaign discussed in the introduction, but it becomes a form of legal terrorism when it is enforced against human rights violations perpetrated by a powerful state. Insofar as international law is terrorism by other means, the implementation of exceptional measures against human rights organizations becomes necessary. And indeed, the Israeli legislature did not hesitate to 63. Pick up the gauntlet. In January 2011, the Knesset voted overwhelmingly, 41 versus 16, in favor of establishing a panel of inquiry to probe sources of funding for rights groups accused of delegitimizing the Israeli military, resembling the inquiries President Bush had introduced to probe the funding of presumed terrorist organizations. 71 Mk Fania Kirschenbaum, of the extreme right party Yisrael Beiteinu, who submitted the proposal, accused human rights organizations of being behind the indictments lodged against Israeli officers and officials around the world, while the coalition whip from the Likud said that NGOs sometimes cooperate with foreign bodies that use them to infiltrate messages or acts opposed to Israeli interests. 72. The proposal to create a panel of inquiry was just part of the legislative effort to clamp down on the production and international dissemination of liberal NGO knowledge. From 2009 to 2013, Israeli legislators introduced a spate of 30 anti-democratic bills that have either been approved or are still being discussed in subcommittees, and while only one touches directly on human rights organizations, many of them aim to limit freedom of expression. 73. Thus, paradoxically, the lawfare espoused by human rights organizations is countered with another form of lawfare, this time employed and mirrored by the Israeli legislator. One of the differences is that the legislator does not merely utilize existing laws to fight the threat of human rights, but also has the power to create new laws that can be used in this fray. The juridical framework becomes the site for criticizing the state or protecting it, while laws are the weapons in this war. The most pertinent bill is a proposed amendment to the Israeli Associations Law and the Israeli Income Tax Ordinance that would prohibit foreign public funding of Israeli organizations that, inter alia, support indictment of elected officials and IDF soldiers in international courts, call for refusal to serve in the IDF and support a boycott of the State of Israel or its citizens. 74. While this bill received widespread support in the Knesset, it was, nonetheless, shelved in November 2011 because of domestic and international pressure and is currently being reformulated. 75. The fact, however, that a majority of Knesset members supported such a move rendered the proposed bill an ever-lurking threat. Not surprisingly, the campaigns launched to muzzle human rights NGOs have engendered growing public animosity toward them. Although it is difficult to determine the precise effect of such campaigns, over the past decade there has been an identifiable and pronounced shift in the attitude of Israelis toward human rights organizations by about 30 percentage points. By 2011, only 21% of Israeli Jews had a favorable attitude. 64. Toward Israeli human rights organizations focusing on Palestinian rights, while the proportion of respondents with an unfavorable attitude toward these organizations was 53%. The change in public perception suggests that the SECU rightizing efforts succeeded and that a significant audience had accepted the designation of human rights organizations as a security threat. 76. The nomos of the state. Not long after the campaigns against legal terrorism were launched, the main liberal Zionist donor organization, the NIF, changed its funding guidelines and stopped channeling donations to two organizations it had worked with in the past. 77. With headquarters in the United States, and offices in Canada, Europe, Australia, and Israel, the NIF is the single largest donor to liberal human rights organizations in Israel, and has raised more than $200 million over the years almost solely from Jewish donors outside country. It provides assistance to numerous liberal NGOs like the Association for Civil Rights in Israel and B'Tselem in an attempt to enhance equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, without regard to religion, race, gender, or national identity. The organization describes itself as being widely credited with building Israel's progressive civil society from scratch, and as a leading advocate for democratic values that builds coalitions, empowers activists, and often takes the initiative in setting the public agenda. 78. While the conservative campaign against the NIF led the donor organization to introduce a series of new policies and guidelines for its grantees, it simultaneously stimulated a surge in donations from liberal Jews who had been outraged by the attack on human rights NGOs and freedom of expression in Israel. 79. Here, however, we are interested in how THIRD-WORLDISM and NGO Monitor's campaign impacted NIF to change its policy regarding universal jurisdiction. In its new guidelines it wrote, "As the leading organization advancing democracy in Israel, the New Israel Fund strongly believes that our job is to work within Israel to ensure democratic accountability. With a free press, involved citizenry, a strong and independent judiciary, and a track record of officially constituted commissions and committees of inquiry, there are internal means to hold Israeli leaders accountable to the law, and we work to strengthen all those institutions. We therefore firmly oppose attempts to prosecute Israeli officials in foreign courts as an inherent principle of our dedication to Israeli democracy. 8065. Making explicit an issue that had until now been left vague, NIF stresses that although it does not oppose the application of international law, it believes that international law should only be applied against Israeli government and military officials tried in Israeli courts. This view is based on the widely accepted notion that universal jurisdiction is, as Human Rights Watch states, a reserve tool in the fight against impunity, to be applied where the justice system of the country that was home to the violations is unable or unwilling to do so. 81. This principle, known as subsidiarity, implies that courts within the state are able and willing to prosecute military and government officials for crimes and consequently should have the priority in exercising jurisdiction over the crimes. The problem with this principle, according to HRW, is that subsidiarity runs the risk of ignoring or widening the impunity gap that may exist in the state where the crimes occurred. Legal scholars have shown that in the past 4 decades, in almost all of its judgments relating to the occupied territories, especially those dealing with questions of principle, the Israeli High Court of Justice has decided in favor of the authorities, often on the basis of dubious legal arguments. 82. And has never held government or military officials accountable for contravening international law. The upshot is that Israeli human rights organizations that wish to receive support from the NIF cannot directly submit evidence to courts abroad and have to be extremely careful when displaying any other kind of active or even vocal support for universal jurisdiction. Moreover, the fact that the donor made the decision in the weeks following the campaign against it underscores the campaign's impact. It seems that liberal political actors like the NIF are not aware or prefer to ignore the paradox of human rights. In fact, the logic underlying the NIF policy change consists in reinforcing the role of the very state that is accused of violating human rights as the arbiter of those human rights violations themselves. The NIF conceives human rights to be a legitimate tool of the struggle for justice which deserves to be funded but only insofar as the institutional body responsible for implementing justice is the state. In this way, the legitimacy of mobilizing human rights is restricted to the Israeli High Court, which has a long record of legitimizing colonial violence and granting impunity to its perpetrators. The normative axiom about the state's role as the ultimate arbiter is extremely similar to the position held by the Israeli government and groups that supposedly sit on the opposite side of the Israeli political arena, like NGO Monitor and THIRD-WORLDISM. In other words, the principle of subsidiarity which NIF decided to subscribe to following THIRD-WORLDISM and NGO monitors. 66. Assault can be understood as a sign of convergence among these actors, for all of them human rights are bound by and inscribed in the nomos of the state. Pillar of Cloud, Balancing Testimonies. Comparing the response of B'Tselem, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, to the November 2012 attack on Gaza, dubbed by Israel as Operation Pillar of Cloud, with its response to Cast Lead, which took place about 3 years earlier, is revealing since it underscores how the securitization process affected liberal human rights NGOs. Established in February 1989 by a group of liberal Knesset members, academics, attorneys, and journalists, B'Tselem is currently one of the most prominent Israeli human rights NGOs. It endeavors to document and educate the Israeli public and policy makers about human rights violations in the OPT, combat the phenomenon of denial prevalent among the Israeli public, and help create a human rights culture in Israel. As an Israeli human rights organization, B'Tselem acts primarily to change Israeli policy in the occupied territories and ensure that its government, which rules the occupied territories, protects the human rights of residents there and complies with its obligations under international law. Thus, according to its mandate, B'Tselem focuses more on violations perpetrated by the Israeli government than on violations carried out by Palestinians. 83. B'Tselem's response to Pillar of Cloud underscores the impact of the attack on liberal human rights NGOs. This military operation began following an escalation of clashes between Israel and Palestinians in Gaza. The two sides had reportedly entered negotiations, through Egyptian mediation, that abruptly ended on November 12 when Ahmed Jabari, the chief of Hamas's military wing, was assassinated by an Israeli airstrike just hours after having received the draft of a ceasefire agreement. 84 Hamas retaliated by launching rockets on Israel's southern towns and cities, and on November 14 Israel responded with a full-blown military campaign. According to the United Nations, during an 8-day period Israel carried out over 1,500 airstrikes on Gaza, as well as strikes from the sea and mortar shells from the border. After targeting training sites belonging to Hamas's Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades and other military sites, the Israeli Air Force struck at police stations, buildings housing civilian ministries, and other governmental structures. In the final days, Palestinian residential buildings and other civilian areas were also targeted. 67. Media offices, hospitals, and schools were also damaged, resulting in a significant increase in civilian casualties. All told, 174 Palestinians were killed in Gaza, at least 168 of them by the Israeli military, of whom 67 are believed to be militants and 101 civilians, including 33 children and 13 women. Hundreds of Palestinians were injured. 85 Palestinian armed groups fired hundreds of mortar shells, rockets, and long-range Grad rockets at Israeli targets. For the first time, a number of rockets reached Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. 6 Israelis, including 4 civilians, were killed, and over 200 were reportedly injured. 86 During the 2008 to 2009 military operation in Gaza, the major Israeli human rights groups created an ad hoc coalition with a website, sent numerous letters to Israeli decision-makers, filed petitions to the High Court of Justice, 87 published a series of ads in Israeli newspapers, and sent a letter to the editors of all Israeli media outlets protesting the unbalanced coverage of the operation. Very little of this was repeated in Pillar of Cloud. Referring to the reaction of human rights organizations during Pillar of Cloud, one practitioner said, with obvious self-criticism, that it's like someone in a state of shock, the blow is not as hard as before so she doesn't feel it anymore. 88 Still we would expect the difference in scope and magnitude between the two military operations to lead to a reduction in the response rather than a change in the strategy adopted by liberal human rights groups. It is precisely the strategic change that interests us here. Analyzing how B'Tselem responded to the November 2012 military operation underscores the extent of this change. There was a conspicuous decline in its advocacy, limited to one relatively long press release calling on the government to protect civilians and not to repeat the mistakes of caste lead. In addition, the rights group published testimonies of events on its website without offering concrete analysis with respect to alleged breaches of international law carried out by Israel, except for an attack on the media offices in Gaza. 89 B'Tselem's most explicit condemnation was, however, directed against Hamas. Hamas and other groups operating in the Gaza Strip, the rights group explained, violated international law, which imposes restrictions on combatants with regard to permissible targets, weapons, and circumstances for carrying out attacks. Their violations include deliberately launching rockets at Israeli civilians and Israeli communities, firing from within civilian Palestinian neighborhoods, thereby jeopardizing the lives of the local residents, and concealing ammunition and arms in civilian buildings. Deciding whether the Israeli military has violated IHL provisions, the NGO continued, is not as simple. 90 Thus, in addition to B'Tselem's limited response during this military operation. 68. The only actor actually blamed for carrying out war crimes was Hamas. This despite the fact that there was no real comparison in terms of fatalities, 172 Palestinians versus 6 Israelis, and that the disparity of injured and the damage to civilian infrastructure was just as noticeable. 91 While we return to this point in the next chapter, since it sheds light on the relation between international human rights and humanitarian law, military technology, and the state. Here we are interested more in B'Tselem's change of monitoring, documentation, and interpretation of violations of international law. In terms of testimonies, a notable change can be discerned in B'Tselem's approach and framework of investigation. While in Cast Lead it published 30 testimonies, all of them taken from Palestinians from Gaza, in Pillar of Cloud it published 12 testimonies, 4 of which were testimonies provided by Israelis who had been subject to rocket attacks. Strategic change. In other words, there was a concerted attempt by B'Tselem to create some kind of balance or symmetry between Israel and Palestinian armed resistance groups. So much so, that one of the testimonies provided by B'Tselem was taken from 3 children from a kibbutz located not far from the Gaza Strip who had experienced rocket attacks in 2006, 6 years before Pillar of Cloud. 92 Also, the Rights NGO added a disclaimer alongside the testimonies taken from residents of Gaza, stating, with the current military campaign ongoing, B'Tselem is taking testimony from Gaza residents, mainly by telephone. B'Tselem verifies, to the best of its ability, the reliability and precision of the information reported. Nevertheless, in these circumstances, reports may be incomplete or contain errors. Given the urgency of informing the public about events in Gaza, B'Tselem has decided to publish the information now available. When the military campaign ends, B'Tselem will supplement these reports as needed. Significantly, this disclaimer was not published next to testimonies posted during Cast Lead, despite very similar circumstances. Without doubt, the disclaimer can be attributed to cautiousness due to the attacks waged by conservative groups against B'Tselem, but wittingly or not, it questions the truthfulness of the testimonies and positions the witnesses as partial so as to underscore the ostensible objectivity of the organization. On one level, this liberal post-ethnic stance situates Pillar of Cloud as both devoid of power relations and even outside of politics, therefore the balance, and simultaneously within politics, therefore the disclaimer. On another level, B'Tselem itself is politicized, because if the organization's self-proclaimed mandate is Israel's rights abusive policies, why suddenly does it strive to create some kind of balance that necessitates broadening its mandate to the violations carried out by Palestinians? 69. B'Tselem's balance and its so-called apolitical position became instrumental in the characterization of the dominated group as an actor that deploys violence in an ethical way as it is inscribed in and sanctioned by international law. Israel in B'Tselem's report published in the aftermath of Pillar of Cloud is suspected of violating international law, while Hamas is accused of carrying out war crimes. In this way the liberal human rights group reproduces and reinforces the existing political asymmetry between the dominant and dominated. The insertion of symmetry in an asymmetric situation, to put it differently, amounts to the suspension of history, which is a well-known colonial mechanism of validation and justification of domination. ******. We have come full circle. The assault against human rights organizations that we described in the first part of this chapter is clearly informed by Edmund Burke's famous claim, when writing about the French Revolution, that there is no such thing as the abstract rights of men, only the rights of Englishmen. 93 For those leading the campaign against liberal human rights organizations in Israel, the threat of human rights emerges from their ostensible universality. In order to dissipate this threat, they have to reassert the theoretical and empirical claim that rights are borne solely by those who are part of the nation. Insofar as human rights are never really external to the state, but rather tend to be integrated within the state as part of its governing apparatus, then, at least partially, they reflect the state's rationality. In Israel-Palestine, nationhood corresponds with settler colonial domination, and any form of human rights-inspired protection of the Palestinian native, even when this protection is innocuous, since it does not tackle the issue of the state's colonial nature, is perceived by the dominant as threatening the state's ethnocratic character. Accordingly, the charge that liberal NGOs are politicizing human rights is in fact an accusation that they are adopting human rights beyond the boundaries of Jewish Israeliness in order to protect non-Jews. It is at this point that human rights are compared to a terrorist threat, a ticking bomb. We, however, have tried to show that this opposition, made up of the state on one side and threatening human rights on the other, is tenuous. In this sense, the title of this chapter uses the notion of threat as a euphemism. To be sure, human rights are often deployed in an effort to shape the state by determining its practices, but they cannot have a concrete manifestation that is in some way external to the state. 94 The state remains the 70. Central political forum within which human rights are vernacularized. While actors of different stripes may try to use human rights in radically different ways, still the existence of the state as an immanent political organization responsible for enforcing human rights is sanctified by all of them. Our claim, in other words, is that the threat of human rights to state power is actually contingent upon human rights being already bound by the state. Struggles like the one we described in this chapter are the manifestation of a certain economy of human rights, by which we mean the way human rights meanings and practices are produced, shared, and circulated in specific historical contexts and political forums, the way in which human rights groups are defined as legitimate and illegitimate representatives of true human rights, the way in which certain human rights practices are promoted and allowed and others repressed and banned for being politicized and posing a national security threat, the way in which international law is understood to be related to the context in which it is deployed, the way in which victims and perpetrators of human rights violations are identified, the situations in which the deployment of human rights is appropriate or inappropriate. The central feature regulating these processes involves the allocation of rights to certain groups and the exclusion of others, which in contexts of extreme political violence can resort to the legitimation of killing and dispossession. In this sense, the economy of human rights is also an economy of domination. Chapter 3. The Human Right to Kill. It turns out that the American military is by far the world's largest human rights training institution. Across the globe, engagement with the U.S. military purchasing our weapons, participating in joint exercises with our forces comes with training in international norms and regulatory practices of humanitarian law and human rights. David Kennedy. Prominent Harvard law professor David Kennedy describes the human rights training programs run by the U.S. military in recent decades as courses in which the message is clear. This, he says, is not some humanitarian add-on, a way of being nice or reducing military muscle. We stressed that internalizing humanitarian law and human rights is a way to make the military more effective. We asserted, with some justification, that it is simply not possible to use the sophisticated weapons one purchases or to coordinate with the international military operations in which they would be used without an internal military culture with parallel rules of operation and engagement. An expert on the relation between international humanitarian and human rights law and war, Kennedy has gained a considerable amount of experience and public recognition working with numerous human rights organizations as well as with the U.S. military and other armed forces. Already in 1996, he traveled to Senegal as a civilian instructor with the Naval Justice School to train members of the Senegalese military in the laws of war and human rights. At the time, he notes, the training program was operating in 53 countries, from Albania to Zimbabwe. Describing the message conveyed to the trainees in these countries, he writes, "We insisted. Humanitarian law will make your military more 72. Effective, will make your use of force something you can sustain and proudly stand behind." Kennedy's ongoing reference to a we, whereby the well-known law professor simultaneously portrays and considers himself as part of the military machine waging civilized wars, is not an oversight. To be sure, Kennedy, who called one of his books The Dark Sides of Virtue, is aware of the uncomfortable complicity between those who are trained to kill and those who are trained to defend human rights. But this complicity, the fundamental and recurrent convergence of human rights and violent forms of domination, is a conundrum that needs to be further interrogated beyond the questions that Kennedy asks in his pragmatist effort to make the international human rights movement more coherent and effective. Human rights, we maintain, are frequently used by the state, by conservative, and even by liberal human rights organizations to civilize forms of killing as well as to attribute rational objectives and justifications to the very act of killing. For the unprecedented public scrutiny that military forces have been subjected to in recent years triggered a pedagogic process in which men and women in uniform started learning through multiple ad hoc education programs the philosophical and moral foundations of the deployment of violence. 5. International human rights and humanitarian law occupy a prominent position in these programs. As we pointed out in the introduction, human rights classes are often mandatory in the U.S. military, while the government trains each year approximately 100,000 foreign police and soldiers from more than 150 countries. 6. The education and professionalization of the military under the auspice of human rights is often described using aseptic language, as essential to leadership skills in the armed forces. 7. The interesting issue for us is not so much that human rights professionals train soldiers, but rather that human rights NGOs and militaries converge with respect to the use of human rights as an epistemic and moral framework for judging the significance of killing within a given context. Kennedy maintains in his book that in order to participate in the international military profession, one has to learn its new humanitarian vocabulary. We had no idea, of course, what it meant in their culture, i.e., of militaries of other countries for violence to be legitimate, effective, something one could stand behind proudly. But they had learned something of what that meant in the culture of global humanitarian and military professionalism. 8. What stands out in Kennedy's description of the U.S. military's training program is that human rights and military professionalism are not part of antithetical spheres informed by an opposing ethos, but are or have become part of the same political culture that aims to produce a specific 73. Ethics of violence. We are interested in analyzing this convergence and what it tells us about human rights appropriations in the contemporary world. Not unlike its American counterpart, the Israeli military also emphasizes its concern with human rights and humanitarianism. On its official blog it describes, for example, how over the years the IDF's humanitarian aid has served as a source of relief for people all over the world. The spokesperson notes that an IDF rescue delegation just returned, November 2013, from 12 days in the Philippines, assisting civilians in Bogo City whose lives were uprooted by Typhoon Haiyan. Upon arrival, the spokesperson continues, IDF doctors immediately set up a field hospital, where they treated over 2,600 patients, performed 60 surgeries, delivered 36 babies, and worked on repairing schools damaged by the storm. A certain kind of know-how developed in the military, for example, swiftly reaching unsafe places, setting up a makeshift hospital with doctors and medics that have experience working in difficult conditions, is utilized to mitigate humanitarian catastrophe. The blog's readers are then referred to a map, figure 3.1, in order to discover the long history of IDF aid delegations all around the world. 9. The poster, entitled IDF Without Borders, mirrors the motto of Doctors Without Borders, perhaps the most prominent humanitarian organization in the world. The Israeli military, which for years has been an instrument of domination in the Opt, is thus cast within a moral framework of global humanitarianism. In this chapter, we show how the Israeli military, government officials, security think tanks and liberal human rights NGOs all concur that humanitarian and human rights law should be the framework for judging the morality of war, and therefore all of these actors use these bodies of law to advance their objectives. This, as we show, led to an institutional change in the military, where the international legal departments have grown and their political status within the military has risen. Focusing on the concept of human shields, we show how international humanitarian and human rights law is used by Israel to legitimize and justify the killing of Palestinian civilians. We go on to demonstrate that liberal human rights NGOs adopt international law in a similar way, and therefore they too use human rights to rationalize the deployment of sovereign violence against the dominated. Moral killing. Considering that attempts to regulate war are as old as war itself, this convergence between killing and humanitarian aid is the culmination of a 74. long process. 10. While many scholars trace the emergence of modern laws of war and IHL back to Francisco de Vitoria's De Indies Naviter Inventus and De Jure Bellis Hispanorum in Barbaros, 1532, and Hugo Grotius's On the Law of War and Peace, 1625, it nonetheless took a few centuries before the different ideas pertaining to the regulation of wars were formulated in international declarations and conventions, beginning with the 1856 Paris Declaration respecting maritime law and the 1868 St. Petersburg Declaration, which was drafted because the progress of civilization should have the effect of alleviating as much as possible the calamities of war. 11 later, the 1899 and 1907 Hague Conventions were published, followed by numerous treaties including the four Geneva Conventions of 1949, whose goal has been to develop agreed-upon rules among states with respect to more humane ways of fighting. Over the past decades, legal experts, munitions experts, medical doctors, philosophers, statisticians, and, more recently, human rights professionals have been working together to continuously develop additional treaties and ethical codes to regulate and refine the methods and means of warfare, and, purportedly, to protect civilians as well as combatants in armed conflict. 12. Simultaneously, leading academic institutions and think tanks have been organizing conferences and workshops that bring together these diverse experts and thus have helped to produce a shared space where a common culture of ethical warfare can develop. A paradigmatic example is the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at Harvard, which helped the U.S. military revise its counterinsurgency field manual. Following vocal criticism, Sarah Sewell, the center's faculty director who wrote an introduction to the manual and had previously been a Pentagon official, explained that faculty members were trying to instill institutional change within the military. 13. This convergence between human rights discourse, informed by the imperative to protect civilians, and forms of legal killing is constantly deepening, for, as Kennedy describes in his books, militaries the world over are inviting human rights experts to give talks and offer advice about what is permissible and impermissible in contemporary warfare. In this way they not only regulate the forms of killing, but also offer the state itself protection from accusations that its way of killing violated international law. Israel is, of course, no exception. 14. Working together with the Israeli military, philosophy professor Asa Kasher of Tel Aviv University formulated guidelines outlining when it is ethical to assassinate in fighting terror. The right to assassinate, according to Kasher, is informed by the obligation of the state to protect the human rights of its citizens, including the right to life. 15. Put differently, assassinations are carried out within the framework of human rights, i.e., morally permissible, when they satisfy two forms of protection mentioned in Chapter 1, the protection of the citizens by the state and the protection of the state itself. Human rights serve as the justification for killing and thus transform killing into a right. One of the patent manifestations of this convergence is the widespread phenomenon of bringing experts in international humanitarian and human rights law into the war room and bestowing upon these lawyers the authority to make decisions that directly affect combat. Once considered obstacles to the war effort, lawyers have been integrated into strategic and tactical decisions, and even accompany troops into battle. 16. It appears that the 1991 Gulf War was a watershed in this respect, with 200 lawyers being brought into work in the U.S. Army's theater of operations, ensuring that military decisions were impacted by legal considerations at every level. 17. 76. In Israel this has also become common practice. Following the 2014 war in Gaza, one of Israel's first conclusions was that the IDF's international legal department had to be further enlarged. In a 2013 magazine interview, Zvi Hauser, Israel's former cabinet secretary and longtime aide to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, revealed the level of influence lawyers with expertise in international law have in the Israeli decision-making process. He described in detail a meeting in the days preceding the attempt of the Mavi Marmara, an unarmed ship manned by mostly Turkish citizens, to break Israel's military siege on the Gaza Strip in order to provide humanitarian aid to its Palestinian residents. In contrast to others, I said, wait a minute, why shouldn't we allow this unarmed ship to enter Gaza? I did not anticipate the 9 Turkish citizens that would be killed, but I didn't understand why we had to play the bad guy part for which we were cast by the Turks in that bad movie. I know the Prime Minister. I saw in his eyes that he grasped the situation. Netanyahu likes to hear out-of-the-box ideas. But the jurists in the meeting argued that from the legal aspect, as long as a closure was in effect, Israel was obliged to enforce it. End of discussion. The political decision-makers don't think they can make a decision that is contrary to the imperative of the judicial level. 18. The humanitarian maritime convoy was stopped by Israeli combat units, which, according to Israeli legal experts, abided by international law when they killed the 9 civilians who were on the Neve Marmara. This process whereby experts in international humanitarian and human rights law influence decisions that bear directly on combat has not been unidirectional, but rather reciprocal. Parallel to the military's incorporation of a humanitarian logic, human rights NGOs have been utilizing military know-how and military rationales to advance their goals. As Eyal Weizman points out, human rights NGOs have also begun integrating military theory and knowledge into their work, using, for example, munitions experts to gather evidence about the kind of bombs utilized to demolish houses in the Gaza Strip. 19. From a slightly different perspective, Amnesty International USA's executive director, Suzanne Nossel, launched the campaign against NATO's imminent withdrawal from Afghanistan, claiming that military force helps to protect women's rights. In the introduction we did not mention that Nossel was hired by the Obama administration as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for International Organization Affairs, and from there she moved on to Amnesty International. This relocation is interesting because it reveals that Amnesty and the State Department occupy social spaces that are not all that distant from each other. 20. Nossel's move. 77. From the State Department to Amnesty underscores that there is a certain level of convergence between the dispositions, ideas, and actions of the state and those of human rights NGOs. In the first case, then, the human rights organization hires a munitions expert as an authority on violence, while in the second case the human rights organization hires a State Department official who encourages the deployment of violence as a way of protecting human rights. It is accordingly not only the military that mobilizes a humanitarian vocabulary of international law and uses it as a strategic asset, but also human rights organizations that use the military vocabulary, knowledge, and logic to protect human rights. This discursive and practical proximity underscores that a culture of ethical violence is coalescing, one in which human rights, humanitarianism, and domination are intricately tied. The extent of this propinquity makes it, at times, difficult to understand if human rights and humanitarianism are regulating violence or whether violence is determining the parameters of human rights. The convergence between human rights and militarism has, as Kennedy's book intimates, the potential to produce 3 vital processes in which, 1. Humanitarian and human rights law renders violence legitimate, 2. These 2 bodies of law can make violence more effective, and finally, 3. They help transform violence into something you can sustain and proudly stand behind, to quote Kennedy. 21. Human rights, in other words, are not the other side of killing, and killing is not necessarily the other side of human rights. The sovereign right to kill. The notion that the sovereign has the right to kill is intricately tied to the creation of the modern state. According to Thomas Hobbes, the state is that entity whose political legitimacy resides in its capacity to prevent the indiscriminate recourse to the natural right of every person to kill any other person. And because the condition of man is a condition of war of everyone against everyone, in which case everyone is governed by his own reason, and there is nothing he can make use of, that may not be a help unto him, in preserving his life against his enemies, it followeth, that in such a condition, every man has a right to everything, even to one another's body. And therefore, as long as this natural right of every man to everything endureth, there can be no security to any man, how strong or wise soever he be, of living out the time, which nature ordinarily alloweth men to live. 22. 78. The way to overcome the unbearable situation deriving from the natural right to kill accorded to every human being in the state of nature, and thus in effect constituting a universal human right to kill, was to introduce the social contract. Humans, Hobbes tells his readers, must lay down this right to all things and transfer it to a sovereign, thereby abandoning the state of nature and achieving by entering a social contract the condition of civil humanity under the protection of the state. The social contract, in other words, is an institution that was created to overcome the universal and natural right of every person to kill every other person. It congregates all rights within a sovereign body and thus institutionalizes various sorts of rights including, crucially, the right to kill. This is one of the pillars of the modern social contract theory. Law encompasses the sovereign administration of violence, which is based on the prior transferring of the right to kill from the individual to the sovereign. Among the responsibilities bestowed on the sovereign through the social contract is the task for ensuring the peace and defense of them all. 23. In order to carry out this responsibility, the sovereign must become the sole bearer of the right to kill. Thus, the universal natural right of every human to kill is bequeathed upon the sovereign alone. This capacity to dictate who may live and who must die is, as Achille Mbembe reminds us, the ultimate expression of sovereignty and its fundamental attribute. 24. Since, as Foucault notes, it is at the moment when the sovereign can kill that he exercises his right over life. 25. Hobbes goes on to claim that the sovereign responsibility for ensuring peace, which means, in this context, putting an end to the natural human right to kill by assuming sole authority over the right to kill, comes with the right to determine the means to accomplish this goal. The sovereign is judge both of the means of peace and defense, and also of the hindrances and disturbances of the same, and to do whatsoever he shall think necessary to be done, both beforehand, for the preserving of peace and security, by prevention of discord at home and hostility from abroad, and, when peace and security are lost, for the recovery of the same. 26. Hobbes is not only referring here to what Max Weber later called the state's monopoly over the legitimate use of violence, but even more importantly to the sovereign right to judge what the appropriate means and ends of violence are, which also includes judging the meaning ascribed to events. 27. In other words, the anarchy characterizing the state of nature, which the social contract aims to overcome by transferring all rights to the sovereign, is also an epistemological anarchy. There is no agreement on the definition of words and concepts, and each person within the state of nature has, as it were, a private language. This, to be sure, leads to disagreement. 79. And strife, and prevents the creation of a political community. Consequently, if the sovereign is to establish peace and create stability, he or she must have the authority to determine the meaning of words, including the sense of violence in public language. A vital part of this role is the production of a specific moral economy of violence, made up of an array of doctrines, norms, and social practices that allow human beings to make sense of violence. The moral economy of violence is both a reflection of sovereign power and a form of power in and of itself. It is the power to define and determine the rational deployment of violence, the power to distinguish between violence's moral and immoral utilization. Hobbes tells us that the sovereign is to be judge of what opinions and doctrines are averse, and what conducing to peace. 28. This can only be done if the sovereign controls the meaning of words and the significance ascribed to events, including the way the deployment of violence is framed. In this way, Hobbes connects the sovereign right to kill to the sovereign decision of when it is right to kill, as well as the best way to describe the killing, thus establishing the sovereign's role as the producer of a moral economy of killing, as the fabricator of ethical violence. The transfer of the natural human right to kill to the sovereign produces a new order incarnated in the modern state, whereby the sovereign determines which forms of violence are morally acceptable and under what circumstances it is legitimate to use them. In On the Post-Colony, Mbembe describes a similar process when he notes that the founding violence in the colony is always presented as necessary for peace. 29. It is within the context of the production of a moral economy of violence that the human right to kill has emerged. This human right does not denote a natural right of every person to kill every other person as it did in the state of nature, but rather the idea that human rights can serve as a moral justification and validation of the sovereign right to kill. The sovereign never gave up his right to kill, and he has always had to justify the killing by controlling the meaning of words in public language. It is only in the past 2 decades, however, that human rights are being mobilized to justify sovereign violence, whether in Afghanistan, Iraq, or Palestine. Because of the rise of human rights discourse as the new lingua franca of global moral speak, Hobbes's sovereign, which is currently identified with the state executive, legislative, and judicial apparatus, is framing its deployment of violence as an act of state that sticks to human rights standards. If once the civilizing mission was deployed to underscore the moral superiority of colonial democracies, currently universal human rights serve a similar purpose for liberal democracies. In other 80 words, human rights acquire a civilizational function in the contemporary liberal era. Moral killing coincides with human rights in 2 major ways. First, killing has to be carried out in a way that does not breach international humanitarian and human rights law. This imperative has become categorical. Second, killing should be used to advance human rights. This imperative is not categorical, but it bolsters the moral claims attributed to the act of killing. Hence, it is not only that the sovereign state emerged following World War II as the organizational entity responsible for guaranteeing and protecting human rights, as we pointed out in Chapter 1, but that the act of protection itself has to be carried out in a way that accords with human rights and, if at all possible, advances human rights. Hence, the importance of the military human rights training programs. David Kennedy highlights the novelty of using the lexicon of human rights to frame killing when he contends that the emergence of a powerful legal vocabulary for articulating humanitarian ethics in the context of war is a real achievement of the intervening years. International humanitarian law has, in other words, reached a new stage in its development due to its interlacing with human rights law and is constantly used by liberal regimes to legitimize their wars. Kennedy says this, even though he is aware that compliance with international law legitimates. It means, of course, that killing, maiming, humiliating, wounding people is legally privileged, authorized, permitted, and justified. 30. Put differently, those trained to kill are also trained in human rights precisely because human rights have, over the past several decades, become a yardstick for conferring meaning to events and practices of political violence. Militaries are allowed to kill only when the act does not violate a human right, only when killing and human rights coincide, when killing can be carried out according to human rights and humanitarian regulations. To become morally sound, civilized, and legitimate, sovereign violence has to be framed as corresponding with the standards of the new human rights regime and transmuted into a discourse of human rights. The use of human rights to validate and legitimate domination can be seen very clearly, for instance, through the discourse surrounding human shields. Offering a concise genealogy of the way human shields have been invoked in Israel/Palestine reveals how the insistence on legality of action, as Lali Khalili points out, goes hand in hand with the will to improve that is inherent to liberal imperial invasions, occupations, and confinements. If, Khalili continues, our intent is to better the condition of living of the lesser people, by making a gift of our civilization, or development, or modernization, or democracy, then what happens in the process matters little. 81. Even if what happens in the process is cruelty, torture, or indefinite confinement. A virtuous intent to improve is one of the strongest characteristics of liberal warfare and is what distinguishes it from its illiberal kin. 31. Khalili's analysis of liberal warfare and the desire to frame its deployment of violence as legal and therefore ethical helps explain why the discourse of human shields is prominent within the Israeli context, but nearly absent in relation to regimes that at least at this point in time do not claim to adhere to liberal humanitarian and human rights principles. Moreover, Human shielding provides a concrete example of how the liberal logic of contemporary warfare operates. Therefore, analyzing how it has been deployed during Israel's 2014 Gaza war provides us with some insight into the subtle ways liberal ethics helps to shape violence, and violence helps to shape liberal ethics. Human shields. Human shielding refers to the use of persons protected by international humanitarian law, such as prisoners of war or civilians, to deter attacks on combatants or military sites. 32. Placing civilians on train tracks, in airports, or in any site that is considered to be a legitimate enemy target in order to prevent the latter from striking is illegal according to IHL. Along similar lines, carrying out military operations from within civilian spaces, particularly schools, hospitals, religious sites, and even civilian neighborhoods and industrial areas is considered illegal because of the inevitable transformation of the non-combatant populations into human shields. Article 28 of the Fourth Geneva Convention states that the presence of a protected person may not be used to render certain points or areas immune from military operations. 33. The 1977 Additional Protocol I to the Convention explains in Article 51(7) that the presence or movement of the civilian population or individual civilians shall not be used to render certain points or areas immune from military operations, in particular in attempts to shield military objectives from attacks or to shield, favor or impede military operations. The parties to the conflict shall not direct the movement of the civilian population or individual civilians in order to attempt to shield military objectives from attacks or to shield military operations. 34. More recently, the 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court characterized the use of human shields as a war crime. 35. The significance. 82. Of human shield clauses in international law cannot be overstated, considering that urban settings are rapidly becoming the most prominent arenas of contemporary warfare. Urban areas, as Stephen Graham proposes, have become the lightning conductors for our planet's political violence, while warfare strongly shapes quotidian urban life. 36. The dramatic increase in urban warfare entails that civilians inevitably occupy the front lines of the fighting. Insofar as this is the case, then practically all fighting within cities involves warfare practices that, according to IHL, include the use of human shields. Civilians have often been at the forefront of violence in Israel/Palestine. Yet it was only in the midst of the Second Intifada that several liberal human rights NGOs decided to use IHL clauses pertaining to human shields to criticize practices deployed by the Israeli military. In a report entitled Human Shield, the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem describes how, during the 2002 military Operation Defensive Shield, Israeli soldiers would randomly take Palestinian civilians and force them to enter buildings suspected of being booby-trapped, made them remove suspicious objects from roads, stand inside houses where soldiers had set up military positions, and walk in front of soldiers to shield them from gunfire. 37. Just a few months earlier, HRW had published a similar report, In a Dark Hour, which documented how within the same military operation the IDF routinely coerced Palestinian civilians into performing life-endangering acts that assisted its military operations. 38. These liberal human rights organizations condemned Israel for violating the fundamental principle of civilian immunity inscribed in IHL. They noted that the Fourth Geneva Convention explicitly forbids the use of the civilian population to aid the military objectives of the occupying army, as well as the forced use of local residents as a means toward military advantage or for the securing of intelligence. Invoking Article 28 and the Additional Protocol, they emphasized that this prohibition includes the use of civilians as human shields. In an attempt to stop this form of state violence, 7 liberal Israeli human rights NGOs submitted a petition against the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, and the Israeli military, asking the High Court of Justice to ban the use of human shields. 39. In 2005, the court reached a decision. Citing Jean Pictet, who wrote the official commentary on the Fourth Geneva Convention, Chief Justice Aharon Barak characterized the use of people as human shields as a cruel and barbaric act. He noted that a basic principle, which passes as a common thread running through all of the law of belligerent occupation, is the prohibition of use of protected residence as a part of the war effort of the occupying army. 40 In addition, 83. He claimed that according to humanitarian law, everything possible must be done to separate the civilian population from military activity. This rule, in turn, indicates that local residents are not to be brought even with their consent into a combat zone because the notion of consent is meaningless within a situation of inequality between the occupying force and the local resident. 41 In this instance, and unlike the Beetzelum's report cited in the previous chapter, the High Court of Justice took into account the asymmetrical context in which violence was being deployed and ruled that people cannot be used as shields. Humanitarian law was, in other words, used by the court to protect civilians against the demands of military necessity. 1 year after the High Court ruling, other Israeli political actors began appropriating the term human shield while giving it a slightly different meaning. The Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center, ITIC, a conservative Israeli think tank whose offices are located in the Ministry of Defense, published a lengthy report about Hezbollah's use of Lebanese civilians as human shields during the 2006 Lebanon War. 42 In this report, the arguments originally made by Israeli and international human rights organizations against the IDF, and which were validated by the High Court of Justice, were slightly reframed. Appropriating the same logic advanced by the human rights NGOs, the anti-terrorism think tank accused Israel's enemies of human shielding. In so doing, the think tank transformed the prohibition of using human shields into a legal and ethical justification for military necessity. It reasoned that Hezbollah's violation served to legitimize Israel's killing of Lebanese civilians, pointing out that the exploitation of a civilian population is considered a war crime and gross violation of international laws governing armed conflict. The same think tank went on to argue that the IDF's airstrikes and ground attacks against Hezbollah targets located in population centers were carried out in accordance with international law, which does not grant immunity to a terrorist organization deliberately hiding behind civilians, using them as human shields. 43 Hence, the use of human shields is not only a violation, but, within contemporary asymmetric urban wars, can also help validate the ethical claim that the death of untargeted civilians is merely collateral and thus legitimate damage. A few years later, in the aftermath of the Israeli military campaign in Gaza called Cast Lead, winter 2008 to 2009, the same conservative think tank published a report entitled Evidence of the Use of the Civilian Population as Human Shields. 44 In this and other reports released in subsequent months, the ITIC provided a series of images and testimonies as evidence of how Hamas and other militant groups had used homes, schools, and 84. Mosques for military operational purposes. 45 ITIC's descriptions help corroborate E.L. Wiseman's claim that cities are not simply the site, but the very medium, of warfare as urban spheres increasingly become primary theaters of violence. 46 Hence, alongside the convergence we have been describing within urban warfare, the non-combatant and combatant as well as civilian and military edifices overlap. This became evident during the 2014 Gaza War, where human shielding became a central trope in Israel's semiotic warfare, as it strived to provide moral justification for killing hundreds of civilians. 47 An analysis of a series of posters disseminated by the Israeli military on its Twitter account, Facebook, and blogs during Protective Edge provides an unparalleled illustration of how Israel strived to provide legal and moral justification for the killing of hundreds of civilians. Protective Edge. The poster Where Do Gaza Terrorists Hide Their Weapons? Figure 3.2, is a paradigmatic example, where the subtext does the speaking. Houses, mosques, schools, and hospitals are legitimate targets because they are presumed to be weapon depositories. This is also the message in When Is a House a Home? Figure 3.3, which simply zooms in on one of the images in the previous poster, showing how Palestinians presumably hide rockets in civilian homes. The logic is straightforward: insofar as Hamas hides weapons in houses, illegitimate, Israel can bomb them as if they were military targets, legitimate. Within this framework, a single function, hiding weapons, out of many existing functions, home, shelter, intimacy, etc., determines the status of an urban site, in our case the house, so that the edifice form loses its traditional signification. Giorgio Agamben's analysis of sovereignty helps to understand the discursive operation of the Israeli army. In Homo Sacer, Agamben defines sovereign power as the power to determine and administer the threshold between private and public life. In this case, the Israeli army defines the function of a house and the forms of life taking place within it by claiming that the armed resistance in Gaza distorted its traditional function and created an exceptional situation. This exceptional situation sanctions the deployment of lethal violence, albeit in conformity with international law, against those civilians who occupy the space where normally private life takes place. In this way, the notion of human shielding erases any distinction between private and public life, thereby transforming private life into bare dispensable life. 4885. The overlapping of civilian and military functions in urban warfare alongside the resignification of the urban architectural structures, as well as subjects, creates new challenges for international law and the sovereign articulation of ethical violence. Accordingly, the question posed in Figure 3.3, when does it become a legitimate military target, should be understood as merely rhetorical. The answer the IDF expects is all houses in Gaza can be legitimate targets, since all houses are potentially non-homes. In this way, the IDF resolves the ethical dilemma of bombing civilian sites. Israel's warfare is, however, not only about the resignification of architectural structures, but also about the transformation of human beings. Figure 3.2. Where do Gaza terrorists hide their weapons? Source: Israel Defense Forces. 86. Into collateral damage, subjects who can be killed without violating international law. The legitimization for its indiscriminate bombing is premised upon a profound moral disjuncture between Israelis and Palestinians. According to the poster, Israel uses weapons to protect its civilians. Hamas uses civilians to protect its weapons, Figure 3.4. Palestinians are depicted. Figure 3.3. When is a house and home? Source: Israel Defense Forces. 87. As barbarians who ignore the elementary grammar of international law. This trope was also reiterated by the renowned intellectual Elie Wiesel, who during Protective Edge published in collaboration with the Use-Based This World, The Values Network, an advertisement in The Guardian entitled "Jews Rejected Child Sacrifice 3,500 Years Ago. Now it's Hamas' turn." The thinly veiled racist statement included an analogy between Hamas and the SS brigades. "In my own lifetime," Wiesel wrote, "I have seen Jewish children thrown into the fire. And now I have seen Muslim children used as human shields." 49. The equation between Palestinians and Nazis is explicit. This is also the subtext of the poster featuring Israel's chief of staff saying, "Even as we carry out strikes, we remember that there are civilians in Gaza. Hamas has turned them into hostages," Figure 3.5. Again, the logic is clear. All civilians in Gaza are being held hostage by Hamas, a practice that is considered a war crime and a gross violation of international law governing armed conflict. This, then, provides legal and moral justification against the accusation that Israel is the one killing civilians. Presumed human rights violations carried out by Palestinians against Palestinians taking hostages and human shielding thus become the legitimization of lethal and indiscriminate violence on the part of the occupying force. Hence, the use of human shields is not only a violation. In contemporary asymmetric urban wars, accusing the enemy of using human shields helps validate the claim that the death of untargeted civilians is merely collateral damage. When all civilians are potential human shields, when each and every civilian can become a hostage of the enemy, then all enemy civilians become killable. In order for all this to be convincing, the Israeli military depicts the asymmetric context in which it unleashes its violence against a whole population as symmetric. This symmetric representation is carried out, for instance, through the poster that proclaims, "Some bomb shelters shelter people, some shelter bombs," figure 3.6. Here a radically disproportionate situation is presented as if it were balanced. The residents of Gaza are bombed by cutting-edge F-16 fighter jets and drones, yet they do not have bomb shelters, and they have nowhere to flee. Israel's residents are bombed mostly by makeshift rockets, many of which have been intercepted by Iron Dome missiles. 50. The majority of the population in Israel has access to shelters and can flee out of the rocket's range, but the radically disproportionate power differential between a besieged population confined to an enclave and its besiegers is depicted as if the two camps were equal and enjoyed the same juridical status. These powerful images, spread by the Israeli military through social media, attempt to transform the very presence of civilians as suspect in the areas it bombards, regardless of the fact that these areas are urban centers. For Palestinians living in Gaza, simply spending time in their own homes, frequenting a mosque, going to a hospital, or to school became a dangerous enterprise, since any one of these architectural edifices could become a target at any moment. One can no longer safely assume that the existence of masses of human bodies in civilian spaces can serve as defense against the lethal capacity of liberal high-tech states. Human shielding does not provide a last resort and a protection against the killing of vulnerable persons, as the phrase would seem to suggest. On the contrary, the deployment of the phrase human shielding allows the inclusion of the shield within the category of those human beings that can be killed in accordance with international law. Similar to Agamben's homo sacer, a human shield is a person who can be killed without it being a crime. However, unlike homo sacer, a human shield is not outside the law. Indeed, the condition of possibility of becoming a human shield is that one is not a homo sacer, but instead the person is recognized as a civilian situated within the law and a bearer of rights. Palestinian testimonies. Let us go back in time to Israel's Operation Cast Lead in order to expose yet another dimension of the human right to kill. After the winter 2008 to 2009 war on Gaza, in addition to a series of images that were disseminated as evidence demonstrating that Palestinian terrorist organizations violated the Fourth Geneva Convention and its additional protocol by hiding weapons in residential houses and mosques and launching rockets from sites located near schools, mosques, and UN facilities, the ITIC and Ministry of Foreign Affairs cited testimonies provided by Palestinians about how Hamas had exploited civilians as human shields. Nawaf Faisal Attar, a Palestinian from Gaza who had been detained on January 11, 2009, said during interrogations that Hamas regularly launched rockets from civilian houses and agricultural areas despite the objections of the owners, who feared their houses and fields would be destroyed by the IDF. However, he said, local opposition was limited because the Palestinian population did not dare argue with Hamas operatives, who would shoot their legs or even kill them, claiming they were collaborators. 51 Mirroring B'Tselem, which uses testimonies gathered from Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, the Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also invoke Palestinian testimonies. Crucially, however, when B'Tselem posts a testimony, it is meant to serve as evidence of human rights violations, while the testimonies cited in these reports have two additional functions. Testimonies like the one given by Nawaf Attar are simultaneously an accusation and a defense. As an accusation, they have a function similar to the testimonies provided by B'Tselem. The victim remains the same, Palestinian population, but the perpetrator is new, namely, they supposedly provide evidence of Hamas's violation of international law. But the testimonies also function as a defense, since the descriptions of Hamas's violations are meant to provide legal and moral justification for the accusation. 91. That Israel kills civilians. Human rights violations carried out by Palestinians against Palestinians thus become the legitimization of violence. If in the previous chapter we described how the Israeli government and think tanks have launched a campaign against human rights NGOs that subject the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to legal oversight, Here we see that simultaneously the government and other think tanks invoke IHL to justify state violence against civilians. This underscores yet again two central claims, that in and of itself international law is neither inherently just nor unjust and its value is determined by its use, and that liberal regimes use international law to frame their violence as ethical. Hamas, as Nawaf Adder testifies, is immoral because it shoots the legs and kills fellow nationals, while Israel's ethical superiority is established by the statement that Palestinians knew Israel would not bomb a school even though Hamas has no qualms about launching military operations from educational facilities. In this way the sovereign uses the voice of a Palestinian prisoner to produce a framework of ethical violence, whereby the immorality of the colonized corroborate the morality of the colonizer and its adherence to IHL. It is also through these processes that the sovereign right to kill is uttered and presented as coinciding with human rights. Taken together, then, these testimonies are used to create an ethics of violence framing the civilizational distinction between colonizer and colonized. The testimonies cited by ITIC and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mirror those published by liberal human rights NGOs in that they too are used as a form of legal evidence employed to reveal the truth about an existing human rights violation. The think tank and ministry did not, however, gather the testimonies themselves, but rather used testimonies that were obtained by the Israeli security agency, the secret services known as the Shabak. Mimicking B'Tselem, the Shabak also posted the testimonies on its website, explaining that during Operation Cast Lead IDF forces arrested dozens of Hamas and Islamic Jihad activists. 52 interrogations by the Shabak have a long history and have usually been associated with uncovering ticking bombs and terrorist networks and not so much with human rights violations. Hence, it seems that interrogations are being marshaled by the Shabak to do certain kinds of evidentiary work that they had not done in the past. In this case, the interrogators, who may have received human rights training, extracted testimonies about a violation of humanitarian law, the illegal use of Palestinians as human shields by other Palestinians. The Shabak tells us that all the testimonies posted on the website provided evidence that Hamas used mosques, public institutions including schools, and the houses of activists. 92. For weapon storage, as well as the fact that rocket launchings were carried out from these locations and from densely populated areas, on the assumption that Israel would avoid targeting such areas. 53. These testimonies serve to justify Israeli bombing of densely populated neighborhoods so as to underscore its ethical use of violence. Thus, the human rights of the dominated are deployed as a way of legitimizing the violence carried out by the dominant. Testimonies and violations. Reconstructing the process leading to the production of these testimonies uncovers yet another dimension of how the sovereign right to kill is framed as part of a human rights discourse. B'Tselem, like many human rights NGOs, has field workers whose job is to go out in the field and find people who can and are willing to provide testimonies. The field workers choose people who witnessed events in which human rights violations occurred. 54. They then interview these people, record their testimonies, and use them both to make the truth of inhumanity present and as a form of legal evidence. 55. Once the testimonies have served their purpose, they are filed in the organization's archive, and can be accessed at a later date if the need arises. The Shabak, by contrast, interrogates the witnesses, often using physical and psychological violence to obtain a confession, which can later be used as testimony and serve as evidence. Rajai Abedrabo, born in 1987, single, a resident of Jabalia and an Islamic Jihad activist, was arrested by the IDF during Operation Cast Lead and interrogated on January 12, 2009. During his interrogation, Abedrabo revealed that Hamas military activists frequently bury explosive charges in streets, near mosques, and in orchards. He also said that senior Hamas members took over a very large bunker under Al-Shifa Hospital, where they were hiding out. 56. The outcome of the interrogation was posted on the Shabak's website as the testimony of a witness. There are, no doubt, significant differences between the testimonies collected by B'Tselem and those gathered by the secret services, particularly in terms of how and under what circumstances they were assembled. Rajai Abedrabo, whose testimony appears on the Shabak website, provided another testimony to two liberal human rights NGOs, which later published part of it in a report called Exposed: The Treatment of Palestinian Detainees During Operation Cast Lead. In this second testimony, he describes how on January 6, 2009, he was in his home together with 15 family members when they were ordered by Israeli soldiers to leave their home before it was bombarded. Over the next 3 days he and his brother Rami were held by the military and used as human shields. The soldiers instructed them to walk in the street in front of the force as they aimed their weapons toward them. The brothers were then made to enter houses in the neighborhood before the soldiers, often through windows and balconies. Rajai's brother Rami notes that the soldiers, after we would exit the house, would send a dog, and after it exited they would check a mechanism hanging around its neck and only then enter the house and set up there. 57 When they were not serving as human shields, their hands were tied behind their back and they were barely fed. In the one example of Rajai, there are multiple layers of shielding. During the Gaza offensive, Rajai served as a human shield to protect Israeli soldiers from booby traps and Hamas militants. Rajai then provides testimony to the Shabak about how Hamas uses human shields, and his testimony serves as a shield to protect military and government officials from lawfare carried out by the UN fact-finding mission and numerous local and international NGOs. Rajai and his brother, it is important to stress, are not the only ones who appear on both the Shabak and liberal human rights NGOs websites. In many ways, Shabak's mirroring of human rights NGOs has further effects, since certain liberal organizations may locate those interrogated by the Shabak and publish new testimonies, not so much to contradict the first testimonies, but to expose what is missing from them, including vivid descriptions of numerous human rights violations carried out by the military and Shabak. So while the Shabak mirrors strategies of human rights NGOs, these NGOs reappropriate these same strategies to expose the Shabak. These mirroring tactics are complex because the form constituting quotidian human rights work preserves its shape, collecting testimonies, field workers, and so on, while the content not only changes but in many respects is inverted. In the next chapter we analyze a series of human rights inversions and discuss their significance in the context of legal struggles over land, while here we focus on what is missing from the testimonies extracted by the Shabak to reveal other dimensions of how human rights are used to rationalize killing. Hussam Azad Attar, another Palestinian whose testimony appears on the Shabak website, confessed about his involvement in the placement of an explosive charge detonated against IDF forces on the fifth day of fighting and admitted his awareness of tunnels intended to serve for the kidnapping of soldiers. 58 In the testimony that he gave later to two Israeli liberal human rights NGOs, he describes parts of an interrogation after his arrest. 94. I was taken to a trailer with two interrogators behind a desk and soldiers around them. One of the soldiers said his name was Mukhtar, the head of a village or a community, and that he was there to beat me. At the beginning they interrogated me while I was still standing, and afterwards they ordered me to squat on my knees and look at the floor. Throughout the interrogation they asked if I knew where the abducted soldier Jalad Shalit was. After about an hour and a half they took me outside. Mukhtar and 5 soldiers began to spit on me, kick me, slap me, and punch me all over my body, mostly in my upper body. Afterwards they put me in a small pit and threatened to shoot me and said, "We want your mother to suffer because of you." 59. Hussam Attar's first testimony, as it turns out, was given while being tortured. His body and mind had to be violated while he provided evidence of another human rights violation, Hamas's use of human shields, evidence that was used to justify the killing of civilians and as a shield against the lawfare campaigns. To be sure, the basic human rights of the Palestinians whose testimonies appear on the Shabak website as evidence of human rights violations were violated, first when their body served as a shield to protect soldiers carrying out urban warfare, and later when it was physically and mentally broken. This, we believe, is neither coincidental nor in any way unique. The pilot who justifies bombing urban edifices by referring to human rights is doing much the same thing. Hence, hegemony produces the convergence between human rights and killing, which is, in effect, the reconceptualization of the sovereign right to kill as a human right. Fight it right. Not only have the Israeli government and its think tanks formulated sovereign acts of killing as a human right, but liberal human rights NGOs that analyze conflict and warfare have followed suit, framing state violence within the sphere that human rights deems permissible. As we show below, the use of human rights as a discursive mechanism to justify domination is not merely the prerogative of the state. As it turns out, the hegemonic practices that produce convergence between the state and liberal human rights NGOs enhance an agreed-upon conception of ethical violence. According to the UN, during the 2012 Operation Pillar of Cloud 174 Palestinians were killed in Gaza, at least 168 of them by the Israeli military, of whom 67 are believed to be militants and 101 civilians, including 95. 33 children and 13 women. 60 Palestinians killed 6 Israelis, 4 of whom were civilians. 61 Analyzing the circumstances in which these people were killed, the Israeli human rights NGO B'Tselem invokes international humanitarian law. Even when the target of an attack is legitimate, the combatants must, as far possible, adopt various precautionary measures to prevent harm to civilians. Therefore, the law permits the use only of precise weapons capable of distinguishing military from civilian targets. Furthermore, the provisions stipulate that the civilian population in the area must be given prior warning, as far as circumstances permit, to enable them to protect themselves. In any case, if projected harm to civilians significantly outweighs anticipated military benefit, attacks must not be carried out. 62. B'Tselem concludes that Hamas and other groups operating in the Gaza Strip violated these provisions. Their violations include deliberately launching rockets at Israeli civilians and Israeli communities, firing from within civilian Palestinian neighborhoods, thereby jeopardizing the lives of the local residents, and concealing ammunition and arms in civilian buildings. Hence, according to B'Tselem, the Palestinian militants breached the principle of discrimination between combatants and non-combatants in 2 ways, by deliberately targeting Israeli civilians and by using the local population as human shields, thus also violating the human rights of Palestinians. Because Hamas did not fight it right, to use a phrase developed by the ICRC, it committed, according to the liberal human rights NGO, war crimes. At least in relation to these 2 accusations, the human rights organization is in full agreement with the Israeli government and its think tanks. This convergence deepens when the rights group notes that deciding whether the Israeli military has violated IHL provisions is not as simple. It is not simple, in B'Tselem's view, because statements by Israeli officials assert the military's commitment to abide by IHL provisions. In addition, published Israeli summaries of the campaign emphasize that the military went to great lengths in order to prevent harm to the civilian population in Gaza. Similarly, an ISA announcement stated that during the attacks an effort was made to prevent injury to the innocent, and to minimize as far as possible any injury to uninvolved civilians. This approach is also evident in an article posted on the IDF spokesperson's website after the campaign, entitled "How did the IDF minimize harm to Palestinian civilians during Operation Pillar of Defense?" 63. 96. B'Tselem also notes that in the above-mentioned article, taken from the same IDF blog in which the posters we analyzed were posted, the IDF explains how the military minimized harm to non-involved civilians through the use of its technological capabilities that enabled the use of pinpoint surgical strikes and the option to abort missions in real time if it discovered that non-involved civilians were on site. Precision, however, is not judged by its effect, only by the inherent components of the weapon deployed. In other words, Israel's use of advanced technological weapons that can be guided and directed with relatively high level of precision protected it from violating international law, irrespective of the actual number of civilian fatalities. We notice not only how ethical violence is intricately tied to the type of weapons used, but also that the liberal human rights NGO appropriates the connection between ethics and high-tech weapons. 64 Beetsalem goes on to cite the IDF blog, noting that the commanding military officers were given legal advice prior to and during the campaign, underscoring the IDF's claim that its forces operate in accordance with international law, including all restrictions it imposes. Hence, the practice of providing the military with legal advice in and of itself serves to protect it from violations. Finally, the rights group accentuates the IDF's decision to include a representative of the District Civil Liaison Office, which coordinates between the civilian population in Gaza and the military, in all meetings related to the fighting, because this representative communicates the humanitarian needs of the population. 65 In line with IHL doctrine, Beetsalem intimates that without intent to deliberately kill, no violations occurred. 66 It is important to note, however, that pinpoint surgical strikes, precision bombs, and the ability to abort attacks signify the possibility to devise a perimeter for intentions and not necessarily a reduction in human fatalities. Beetsalem takes at face value Israel's declared precautions published on the IDF blog and ascribes to them a more significant value than it does to the actual effect of the violence: 87 Palestinian civilian deaths as opposed to 4 Israeli civilian deaths, not to mention the long-term lethal effect of bombing Palestinian civilian infrastructure. Lalika Lili underscores this point when she writes that what matters in the end is how virtuous our intent was, how precisely we targeted the guilty, what clean instruments of killing and confinement we used. 67 Since intent becomes the primary criterion for judgment, numbers, in this case the number of fatalities, which on other occasions are so important to both the state and liberal human rights NGOs in determining an ethics, have no impact on the morality of violence. In this way the Human Rights NGO helps buttress the position that 97 Israeli fought the war right and that the killing of Palestinians was carried out in a humanitarian way. 68 Humanism, as Gregoire Camus notes, can be the bearer of murderous policies. 69. A humanitarian shield. While the evidence Beetsalem relies on to substantiate its legal position, namely, statements made by the Shabak and IDF, is questionable and reflects the increasing permeability between human rights violators and human rights defenders, it should also be stressed that the Human Rights NGO is reiterating the dominant interpretation of IHL. As we noted, the illegality of using human shields is spelled out in IHL, so that Article 51(7), from Additional Protocol I, for example, can be interpreted as a legal and moral protection for the sovereign right to kill. To reiterate, according to the article, the presence or movement of the civilian population or individual civilians shall not be used to render certain points or areas immune from military operations. 70 Scholars of different stripes agree that the principle of proportionality, which requires belligerents to refrain from causing damage disproportionate to the military advantage to be gained, remains prevalent in cases of human shielding, but as Yoram Dinstein claims, the actual test of excessive injury to civilians must be relaxed. That is to say, the appraisal whether civilian casualties are excessive in relation to the military advantage anticipated must make allowances for the fact that if an attempt is made to shield military objectives with civilians, civilian casualties will be higher than usual. 71 The United Kingdom's Manual of the Law of Armed Conflict adopts a similar position, noting that if the defenders put civilians or civilian objects at risk by placing military objectives in their midst or by placing civilians in or near military objectives, this is a factor to be taken into account in favor of the attackers in considering the legality of attacks on those objectives. 72 And the U.S. Air Force maintains that in such cases, otherwise lawful targets shielded with protected civilians may be attacked, and the protected civilians may be considered as collateral damage, provided that the collateral damage is not excessive compared to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated by the attack. 73 Hence, according to international law, the Human Shielding Clause permits the killing of civilians. This is not only the view of the high-tech militaries and their agents, but is basically the position adopted by humanitarian and human rights organizations. The International Committee of the Red Cross notes in a 98th manual entitled Fight It Right that the attacking commander is required to do his best to protect civilian shields, but he is entitled to take the defending commander's actions into account when considering the rule of proportionality. 74 The convergence between B'Tselem, ICRC, and militaries of different countries can be understood, using gram-size terms, as the manifestation of a historic bloc composed of ostensibly conflicting actors that both reflects and reproduces the hegemony of liberal regimes. They would all concur that Israel fought the war right, it used precise high-tech weapons and took the necessary precautions when launching the assault. Thus, humanitarian law not only frames Israel's war as ethical, but also serves as a shield, protecting the pilots, drone operators, and those who sent them on their missions from legal suits in courts that exercise universal jurisdiction. Colonial legacies. The notion that international law helps rationalize the violence deployed by the dominant is not new. Different scholars remind us that in the colonial era domination tended to be in compliance with IHL 75. This was so not least because the term civilian is one of the key concepts that helps determine the legitimacy and illegitimacy of violence in IHL, and during colonialism only the citizens of colonial powers were recognized as civilians since civilianhood was couched along racial lines. 76. When colonial states killed the colonized, they did it without violating international law precisely because colonial subjects were considered outside IHL's sphere of application. 77. Only during the process of decolonization the category of civilian was extended to the ex-colonized, who became civilians and as such human beings protected under international law. Within this post-colonial context, whereby civilianhood has been universalized, warfare and international law have been facing new ethical dilemmas. A new tension emerged between, on the one hand, the desire of liberal states to frame their wars and violence within international law and, on the other hand, the wide-scale killing of civilians in contemporary wars. This, again, can be witnessed when examining the contemporary legal and ethical debates on the deployment of the category of human shield. Writing for the Israel Yearbook on Human Rights, Michael Schmidt notes that human shielding has become endemic in contemporary conflict, taking place across the legal spectrum of conflict from the Iraq-Iran War and the two Gulf Wars to Somalia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Chechnya. 78. The extended use of shielding, Schmidt explains, is in great part due to the 99. Dramatic asymmetry characterizing many of today's conflicts. Confronted with overwhelming technological superiority, weaker parties have embraced shielding as a method of warfare designed to counter attacks against which they cannot effectively defend using the weaponry and forces at their disposal. The tactic presumes that the prospect of killing civilian shields may dissuade an attacker from striking. 79. The human body has thus become the last defense of the weak against the lethal capacity of the high-tech states. 80. This observation about the asymmetry of current warfare needs to be considered alongside the asymmetry characterizing international law in its various vernacularizations. The capacity to carry out surgical strikes, for example, opens, according to Thomas Smith, a legal divide between technological haves and have-nots. Smith notes that while aerial bombings, the main form of violence used in cast lead, pillar of cloud, and protective edge, are subject to the general rules of armed conflict, no laws govern air attacks per se. Bomber altitudes have not been codified, certain types of ordnance have not been proscribed for aerial attacks in urban settings, rules for identifying targets from the air do not exist. 81. One should add that international law is totally silent on the terrorizing effect of prolonged aerial strikes. In the shadows of President Obama's drone wars, whole populations live under permanent terror, regardless of the number of people actually killed. Hence, international law is applicable when condemning atrocities carried out face-to-face like the ones perpetrated in Syria, Rwanda, and Sudan, or when Israel's infantry enters Gaza. By contrast, high-tech violence, particularly when it is carried out from the air, is shielded from prosecution. We notice then that IHL creates a humanitarian shield for violence also by restricting the view of violence. The crux of the matter, though, is that the weapons gap characterizing many instances of modern urban warfare reinscribes the long-standing gap that existed in international law between colonizer and colonized. If in the past international law sided with the state against non-state colonized actors, currently, after some of those colonized achieved statehood, international law favors the high-tech states, usually the colonizers of old, over the low-tech states, usually the ex-colonized. When high-tech states bomb cities of low-tech states with precise weapons, their technological superiority enables them not to breach international law. Not unlike the historical omission of the colonized, the current silence regarding high-tech violence is central to an understanding of the character and nature of international law and its role in producing ethical violence. Humanitarian law is structured to favor the dominant, namely, those who 100. Have the power to define and determine the criteria for its application in given historical and geographical contexts. In this process, it is important to stress, the dominated is not completely excluded from human rights. On the contrary, the state, its military, and courts, as well as its human rights NGOs, must acknowledge and condemn the human rights track record of the dominated in order to enhance the human right to dominate. This was clearly seen in the testimonies gathered by the Shabak, which invoked the violations carried out against Palestinians, by Palestinians, in order to justify Israel's bombing of urban centers. The human right to dominate is deployed within a relationship that ultimately defines who the subject of human rights is and who can be subjected to legitimate killing. Chapter 4. The human right to colonize. The successes of history belong to those who are capable of seizing these rules, to replace those who had used them, to disguise themselves so as to pervert them, invert their meaning, and redirect them against those who had initially imposed them. Controlling this complex mechanism, they will make it function so as to overcome the rulers through their own rules. Michel Foucault. On the Perversion of Justice, a glossy booklet published in 2010 by the Israeli NGO Regavim, National Land Protection Trust, describes the alleged deficiencies of law enforcement in Israel, particularly in relation to the execution of demolition orders against Palestinian illegal building. One of several new Jewish settler human rights organizations, Regavim's mandate is to protect national lands and properties and prevent Palestinians from taking over the country's territorial resources. The booklet's authors analyze an array of legal cases brought before the Israeli High Court of Justice, and argue that the court sees the Judea and Samaria regions, the biblical names for the West Bank, as occupied territory and not parts of the homeland. Sees the state of Israel as an occupying power and not as a nation returning to its land. And sees the Palestinians as an occupied and oppressed people instead of an enemy that desires to destroy us and expel us from our ancestral home. 1. The lack of law enforcement and the discrimination in favor of Palestinians are, in Regavim's view, placing the foundations of the Israeli state and the democratic principle of legal equality at risk by fostering the dispossession of Jews. The report proceeds to catalogue instances of differential treatment by the High Court of Justice, while criticizing several liberal Israeli NGOs. 102. That have been urging the court to abide by international law and oppose the expropriation of Palestinian land and the construction of Jewish settlements. Disregarding the fact that Israel's High Court of Justice has consistently legalized and reinforced Israel's colonial project, Regavim goes on to argue that Israel's judicial system has been perverted because it tolerates Palestinian construction in the West Bank, while simultaneously persecuting Jewish settlers for building in their homeland. 2. Reminding its readers that equality guards government from arbitrariness and is a basic value in democratic societies, Regavim inverts the historical trajectory of Israeli dispossession. Jewish settlers are victims of discrimination, while the colonized Palestinians are the invaders and silent conquerors of Israeli national lands as well as the perpetrators of human rights violations against Jewish citizens of Israel. To better understand the complex processes that have driven Regavim and other conservative organizations to marshal the language of human rights in order to legitimize Israel's colonial practices, in this chapter we analyze the historical conditions that allowed for the institutional emergence of these new human rights NGOs, the networks they have created, and the legal political practices they have adopted and developed in order to achieve their goals. The recent appearance of settler human rights NGOs, a new type of actor that in spite of its specificities aligns ideologically with the conservative organizations we dealt with in the second and third chapter, sheds light on social, political, and institutional transformations within the culture of human rights in Israel/Palestine. These organizations came into being by adopting a threefold strategy. First, they have appropriated the language of human rights, translating and vernacularizing it into a specific colonial dialect. Second, they have been mirroring the techniques and strategies of liberal human rights NGOs. Finally, they have been trying to invert the way the asymmetry of power on the ground between colonizer and colonized is being framed by transforming the settler into the native and the indigenous into the invader. The analysis of this new political force can help explicate further the way in which human rights language becomes the weapon of the strong. Not unlike other forms of the human right to dominate, the human right to colonize cannot be reduced to a cynical perversion of justice by Israeli conservative NGOs. Rather, this appropriation and resignification of human rights occurs through a form of mirroring of liberal human rights NGOs that aims to invert the meaning of colonization and transform it into a just act so as to legitimize the existing political regime. Despite their denunciation of the government for its perversions, the goal of these conservative human rights NGOs is not to overcome the rulers to 103. Borrow Foucault's words, but to enhance the historical mechanism through which the processes of dispossession have been taking place in Israel/Palestine. The paradox of human rights continues to reproduce itself, in a new form, in our colonial present. 3. Sensitive souls. In 1993, at the wake of the so-called also peace process, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin believed that the creation of a Palestinian Authority responsible for administering the daily lives of Palestinians in the OPT would stifle the mounting criticism directed against Israel. 4. In his view, this would end the involvement of the High Court of Justice and Israeli human rights organizations in the conflict. "I hope," he said, "that we will find a Palestinian partner who will be responsible for the internal problems in Gaza. Without the High Court of Justice, without B'Tselem, and without all kinds of sensitive souls." 5. Rabin's peace equation was straightforward: if Palestinians would be responsible for administering themselves, Israel would no longer be legally responsible for human rights violations taking place in the OPT. This would render the activities of institutions like the High Court of Justice and human rights organizations such as B'Tselem, actors that he described as sensitive souls embodying humanitarian compassion for the Palestinians, unnecessary. Rabin's declaration can be seen as a precursor to the Israeli debate on the threat of human rights, see Chapter 2, since it seems that his aspiration was to purge what he already conceived of as the dangerous efforts to frame Israel's occupation as a human rights issue. He hoped Oslo's two-state framework would deflect the human rights criticism by establishing a new juridical structure regulating the relationship between Israelis and Palestinians. 2 years later, Rabin was assassinated by an Israeli settler. He therefore could not have known that over the successive decades during and after the failure of the peace process there would be an exponential increase in both Israeli and Palestinian human rights activity. Indeed, Rabin could not have foreseen that human rights would become the dominant lexicon deployed by different and often conflicting actors, and that the human rights discourse would mushroom in the most unthinkable corners of the Israeli-Palestinian political arena. Obviously, Rabin could not have predicted that by 2010, 15 years after his assassination, a different conservative group of sensitive souls would establish several human rights NGOs: Regavim, the Legal Forum for the Land of Israel, and Yasha. 104. For human rights, and that these NGOs would deploy the vocabulary of human rights in a petition to the High Court of Justice, asking the court to cancel the conviction of Margalit Harshafai, the woman who in 1998 was found guilty of failing to prevent her friend Yugal Amir from assassinating Rabin. 6. Jewish outposts. Yasha for Human Rights, one of the NGOs petitioning in favor of Margalit Harshafai's release, was founded in 2002 by Orit Struk. Strzok is a Jewish settler who in 1982 was evacuated from a settlement in the Sinai and currently lives in a Jewish settlement inside the Palestinian city of Hebron, located in the occupied West Bank. 7. She was one of the key figures who initiated the new wave of settler human rights activism by creating the first settler human rights NGO after the Israeli army evacuated a Jewish family from an outpost near Hebron during the Second Palestinian Intifada. In order to understand how and why settlers began creating human rights organizations, however, it is important to zoom out and examine what was happening on the ground with respect to settlements during the Oslo years, 1993 to 2000. In 1996, in the midst of the Oslo peace process, Israel promised the U.S. administration that it would stop building new settlements in the Opt. But while the Israeli government was carrying out negotiations with Palestinians, it encouraged approximately 50,000 Jewish citizens to move from Israel to the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. Practically all of the Oslo settlers moved into new neighborhoods that were built by expanding existing settlements. Simultaneously, the Israeli government actively supported the settler movement by establishing scores of illegal outposts outside the boundaries of existing settlements, providing electricity and water to these new settlements, and constructing roads that would allow the settlers to reach them. 8. By 2001, 5 years after the United States prohibition on new settlements, the settlers had built more than 60 new illegal outposts on expropriated Palestinian land. 9. The Israeli government frequently depicted the Jewish settlers as defiant or unruly citizens, even as it transferred millions of dollars to support their recalcitrant behavior, primarily because this allowed the state, when criticized, to claim that it is a democracy made up of a vibrant civil society that has many voices. In this way it could deflect external pressure and absolve itself of responsibility by attributing the expropriation of Palestinian land to illegal initiatives 105. Carried out by extremist settler groups. In fact, however, the illegal outposts are not really illegal, since Israeli law regulates and very often condones them, and are not really outposts, they are simply settlements. During the surge of so-called outpost building, Israel's police and military carried out symbolic acts of law enforcement in which settlers who were residing in the new outposts were evicted. Parallel to this process of settlement expansion and very sporadic law enforcement, often during periods when there was increasing international pressure to restart the peace process, the Israeli military carried out massive house demolitions against Palestinians, a practice on which many Israeli and Palestinian human rights NGOs focused their advocacy. 10. It is within this legal and political landscape of settler dispossession of Palestinian land and government demolitions of Palestinian homes that Yesha for Human Rights, the organization founded by Orit Strzok, started its activities. Strzok is a pioneer in the sense that she initiated an institutional change within the context of human rights in Israel/Palestine. This was the first time settlers created an NGO whose goal was to defend the human rights of settlers, the human right not to be evacuated from the settlements and to continue to colonize Palestinian land. The ultimate objective of this institutional change is to reframe the way the colonization project is conceived. Yesha for Human Rights' official mandate is to struggle against human rights violations carried out by the police and the military on those rare occasions when they enforce the law against settler outposts or when they prevent settlers from carrying out vigilante activities. 11. The rights group operates under the auspice of the Yesha Council, the umbrella organization of the municipal councils that are responsible for administering Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank and previously the Gaza Strip. Yesha is the Hebrew acronym for Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. Since its foundation in 2002, Yesha for Human Rights has filed numerous petitions to Israeli courts against police discrimination and brutality toward settlers, especially in relation to the evacuations of Jewish outposts, while blaming state institutions for undermining solidarity among Israeli Jews. 12. Over the years, Yesha for Human Rights alongside other similar settler human rights NGOs has retooled human rights and produced an unprecedented rhetoric depicting Israel as a democracy at risk and the settlers as victims of an orchestrated program of state-sponsored ethnic cleansing. In many ways the settler appropriation of human rights is a reaction to the relative success of liberal human rights NGOs in reframing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and in inverting the identity of victim and 106. Perpetrator, see Chapter 1. The objective of these new settler organizations is to reassert Jewish victimhood and frame morally and legally the Palestinians as culprits. Indeed, Strzok and her allies appropriated the human rights discourse precisely because it has this power to shape narratives of justice and injustice, equality and inequality, and constantly reshape the signification of the dialectic between victims and perpetrators. Governmental perversions. A pronounced increase in Israeli settler human rights activism can be detected following the 2005 and 2006 evacuations of settlers carried out by the Israeli government, Figure 4.1. In August 2005, Prime Minister Ariel Sharon decided to disengage from Gaza. About 8,500 settlers living in 21 Jewish settlements within the Gaza Strip were evacuated alongside a few hundred settlers from 4 settlements in the northern part of the West Bank. The military troops stationed in the Strip were also redeployed, but Israel nonetheless maintained first a closure, and after Hamas took over the Gaza Strip it implemented a full-blown military siege on the region in order to continue to control the Palestinian territory and population even after the disengagement. Following the evacuation of Jews from Gaza, the Ariel Center for Policy Research, a settler think tank, published articles condemning the Israeli government while defining the withdrawal as ethnic cleansing, deportation, and Jewish self-hatred. One of the articles in Neve, the think tank's journal, characterized Sharon's government as a regime lacking basic respect for universal human rights, the rights to life and property, to freedom of conscience, expression, and assembly. The right to fair and impartial justice and to equality under the law. Such a regime is no longer a democracy. The notion that the disengagement abrogated the settlers' universal human rights was a pervasive trope informing the rhetoric of conservative organizations. Yesha for Human Rights, in collaboration with 2 other organizations, prepared a report entitled Israeli Government Violations of Disengagement Opponents' Civil Rights. After several years of submitting lawsuits in various Israeli courts against outpost evacuations, the settler human rights NGO capitalized on its experience and began a wider advocacy campaign against the potential disintegration of the Jewish polity. Denouncing what it conceived of as the suspension of the law and the breach of the national Jewish contract on which Israel's sovereignty is 107. Founded, the report condemns the government's extensive violations of the human rights of those who had opposed the disengagement. As in the case of the human right to kill, Chapter 3, the human right to colonize constitutes a specific translation of human rights into a local idiom, within the context of colonial domination. And like the human right to kill, the human right to colonize is inspired by and reproduces the techniques and methods of global and local human rights advocacy. It mirrors the most widespread forms of evidence production and legal argumentation utilized by mainstream liberal human rights organizations. Similar to standard human rights advocacy reports, Israeli government violations lists hundreds of incidents of pretrial detentions of protesters during the 2005 Israeli disengagement from Gaza, underscoring the unwarranted restrictions on the freedom of movement and on the liberty of defendants. Providing testimonies of many witnesses, the report's authors analyze a series of cases of extended detention and police brutality towards minors, false arrests, violation of prisoners' rights and due process, as well as the suppression of legal dissent. In addition to its critique of how the police treated the evacuees, Israeli government violations targets 2 other state institutions that have historically played a crucial role in upholding Israel's colonial enterprise, the judicial system and the General Security Service, also known as the Shabak. Scrutinizing a set of legal cases in which the High Court of Justice and district courts adopted the notion of ideological crime, Averyanut ideologit, in their decisions against the anti-disengagement protesters, the report accuses the judicial system of equating settlers' civil disobedience with insurrection and sedition. It also accuses the government of perverting the Shabak from its brief to counter armed conspiracy against the state, to investigating ordinary crimes and nonviolent civil disobedience connected with disengagement. The report concludes by blaming the law enforcement and judicial system for a moral failure, and while questioning Israel's democratic character, the authors demand a public inquiry into the nature of these bodies, how their personnel are appointed, and the legal culture cultivated within them. 20 These words could just as easily have been taken out of a report published by B'Tselem or any other liberal human rights NGO. Mirroring other aspects of the work carried out by liberal human rights NGOs, including the legal vocabulary and investigative techniques, the contributors to Israeli government violations meticulously reconstruct the systemic character of human rights violations against Israeli Jews who opposed the disengagement in order to defuse the theory of the rotten apples. The phenomena documented in this report did not occur in a vacuum, were not the acts of rogue cops, rogue prosecutors, or rogue judges, but were, according to the report's authors, the consequence of the policy of Israel's law enforcement and judicial system. 21 The responsibility for the evacuation from the Gaza Strip, for the trauma that it produced, and for its related human rights violations is national in scope and involves the whole state apparatus, according to the report. The human rights rhetoric reproduced and developed by Yasha for human rights in the context of its struggle to maintain the Jewish settlements and outposts and against the evacuation from Gaza had three closely knit objectives. First, the appropriation of human rights was instrumental in the battle against governmental perversion of the Zionist project. Second, this new idiom was deployed to fortify settler colonialism, by labeling any potential governmental evacuation of settlements as a human rights violation, this despite the fact that the evacuation of the settlements in Gaza did not signify the demise of the government-led settler national project, but rather its re-articulation and reinforcement outside of the Gaza Strip. In fact, the disengagement from Gaza corresponded with an increase of settlement construction in the occupied West Bank. Finally, the appropriation of human rights aimed to reconstitute the settler as the victim. 109. The ostensible divergence between settler human rights NGOs and the state during the evacuation from Gaza actually conceals a fundamental affinity between the two. To be sure, the settler NGOs characterize the policies initiated by the government, i.e., evacuations, as a perversion of justice, but their ultimate aim is to stop the derailing of the state in order to make good on its original ethnocratic Jewish contract. In order to better understand this intimate bond between the state and conservative NGOs, it is important to examine the work of other settler human rights NGOs that joined Yasha for human rights after a government-led evacuation of Jewish houses in the West Bank. Regavim and the Amona pogrom. Ari Briggs, the International Relations Director of the settler NGO Regavim, describes the motivations behind the 2005 creation of his organization as follows. We understood that there was a serious issue with the misuse of the legal system for political goals. The liberal human rights NGOs could not achieve their objectives through a democratically elected government. So they were able to advance their goals through the courts, through the bureaucracy, and through the media. And that's where Regavim fills in the vacuum. These left-wing organizations that were not well represented in the elected bodies, the democratic elected bodies in the Knesset, in the parliament, they were using other means as lawfare. We need to work to see some equality, and not a perversion of justice. 22. The perversion of justice, which Regavim also mentions in the booklet cited at the beginning of this chapter, not only refers to the government's discrimination against Israeli Jews when carrying out evacuations, but also denotes the attempt on the part of a few liberal Israeli NGOs to subvert through legal action and human rights advocacy the democratic processes that should be determined in parliamentary elections. The perverse recourse to Israeli law by liberal NGOs following the electoral failures of liberal parties is identified by Regavim as a crucial motivation for the NGO's creation. Not unlike the institutional transformations we described in previous chapters, the creation of this NGO was also a reaction to the entrenchment of human rights discourse worldwide and the emergence of human rights activism amongst Israeli liberals, which Briggs describes as undemocratic. 110. Lawfare. Instead of rejecting the human rights discourse and strategies, the new conservative organizations entered the field of human rights activism by developing their own human rights idiom. The dynamics leading to the 2006 evacuation of some settlers from the West Bank settlement of Amona, a year after the evacuation of Gaza's colonies, are vital for understanding this process of responsive vernacularization. One of the key actors of the Amona evacuation is Peace Now, a liberal Israeli NGO founded in 1978 by a group of reserve military officers. The group eventually turned into a grassroots organization whose aim was to pressure Israel to reach peace with Arab countries, while trying to mobilize the Israeli public against Jewish settlements in the Opt, arguing that they are the major obstacle to reaching a two-state solution with the Palestinians. In 1996, the organization began Settlement Watch, a project that monitors the expansion of settlements, using international humanitarian law to campaign against them. By 2002, 1 year after the eruption of the Second Intifada, Peace Now had lost most of its public support, and consequently shifted its focus from grassroots mobilization to advocacy and litigation. 23 That year, it filed a petition to the Israeli High Court of Justice demanding that the government enforce the law and dismantle 90 illegal outposts. In 2005, the court decided in Peace Now's favor, but the characteristic decision culminated in issuing a demolition order for 9 houses in the West Bank outpost of Amona. In February 2006, violent clashes took place in Amona between the military and police in charge of carrying out the evacuation order issued by the High Court of Justice and the settlers. Thousands of settlers, mostly from the settler youth movement, joined the outpost's inhabitants and tried to prevent the evacuation. Settler activists and right-wing members of parliament formed a human chain around the outpost, while others used the building rooftops as a garrison of sorts. Clashes between 5,000 soldiers and 3,000 settlers resulted in several hundred injuries and arrests, and massive local and international media coverage. For the settler movement and their new human rights NGOs, Amona confirmed the persecution that began in Gaza. The expulsion carried out in 2005 was considered the beginning of a chain of unjust and discriminatory acts, including the discriminatory application of the law against Jews. SOS Israel, an NGO that was founded in 2003 in order to oppose and fight the political accords with the Arabs-Palestinians that include land or security concessions, went so far as to baptize the evacuation as the Amona pogrom, thus evoking the history of anti-Semitism in order to frame the settlers as victims of egregious abuse committed by the Jewish state. 24-111. Dror Itkes, a former staff member of Peace Now and initiator of its Settlement Watch project, explains why Amona was a turning point for many of the actors involved in the promotion of Israel's settlement activity. Amona was the biggest clash ever between Israeli settlers and the military. It was bigger than the disengagement from Gaza, and actually it was a counter-reaction, or if you want a reaction to the disengagement from Gaza. It was an attempt of a new generation, a new leadership generation of settlers in the West Bank, to say, hey, we are not going to run the scene as the Isha Council did in Gaza. Here we are, and we are going to show what our position is. We are going to fight with you. The context was totally different. The outpost was not dismantled. The only thing that was demolished were 9 houses. This is the only time in which Israel demolished settler houses in the West Bank. But the context was not political redeployment, the context was law enforcement in the West Bank. 25. According to Itkes, the evacuation of houses in Amona served to show that Israel could enforce the law in the Opt. Law enforcement or lack thereof thus becomes a fundamental point of convergence between opposing political actors. Indeed, discriminatory law enforcement is one of the common mantras used by both settler and liberal human rights NGOs to advance their advocacy goals in Israel/Palestine. 26. As we show below, the condition of possibility of this convergence is the mutual agreement between politically opposing NGOs on fundamental assumptions. Amona became a site where liberal and settler human rights language overlapped and was used by the opposing political camps to frame the events in radically different ways. Both camps invoked the human rights vocabulary to criticize the government's policies vis-a-vis the settlers. The idea that human rights can be appropriated by the settlers to defend their right to colonize rapidly crystallized, transforming into a rhetoric whose central effect for the purpose of our analysis is the creation of a convergence between conflicting actors. In other words, after the 2005 and 2006 settlement evacuations, liberal human rights activists advocating for the rights of the occupied Palestinians suddenly found themselves in the same discursive field with representatives of settler NGOs advocating for the human rights of the occupiers. It also engendered an organizational and institutional change, which is unique in the history of settler colonialism, whereby settlers established human rights NGOs to advocate colonization. The settlers staffing these NGOs have issued hundreds of press releases, they have sent representatives to television and radio talk shows, lobbied in the Knesset, presented their ideas in parliamentary committees. 112. And spent time on university campuses to rally the student body around their cause. The mirroring of criticism against discriminatory law enforcement as well as the mimicking of legal and advocacy techniques produced debates about the legitimate appropriation and vernacularization of human rights among politically opposing NGOs. Rapidly, however, the idea that the settlers' human rights were being infringed upon became common sense among different circles in Israeli society. Palestinian outposts. Inverting the relationship between oppressors and oppressed is a key feature characterizing the work carried out by settler human rights NGOs. The transformation of dispossession into a human right is a vital part of the moral economy of settler colonialism. It is grounded in an inversion that transforms Palestinians into invaders and their physical presence into a colonial outpost. This inversion takes place through the production of a human rights idiom that is dependent on the historical erasure of the colonized and the reconstruction of a specific settler history and geography. Simultaneously, the human right to colonize is claimed within the framework of a series of convergence and strategic mirrorings. We have already pointed out that both liberal and conservative human rights NGOs share certain juridical assumptions about the authority of the law, the court's decisive role as the arbiter of disagreement, and what constitutes adequate language to discuss evidence, such as the legal vocabulary of human rights. These convergences include an agreement on the appropriate techniques for gathering data, what constitutes valid data, and, consequently, what constitutes evidence. Both liberal and conservative NGOs use the evidence of human rights abuses to generate meanings and allocate guilt and innocence. Such convergence suggests that human rights lawyers, activists, and different kinds of experts ultimately concur about several assumptions, thus producing an alignment among organizations of different political stripes regarding what constitutes juridical and technological truth. We define the concrete manifestation of this alignment in the political arena, namely the deployment of the same strategies by different organizations as mirroring. Meir Deutsch, one of Regavim's founders, begins to reveal these convergences and mirrorings when he recounts his service in the Israeli military. As a soldier he navigated in southern Israel and came across a lot of illegal Palestinian Bedouin houses. This experience, he explains, was decisive because he realized that when it comes to Palestinian illegal 113, building the State of Israel does not enforce the law. 27 Deutsch co-founded Regavim in order to fill a void he believed existed in relation to law enforcement within the geographical region where he had navigated as a soldier. The knowledge he acquired during his military service was thus transferred into the non-governmental universe of human rights activism. Military navigating, a skill the majority of Israelis who serve in combat units acquire during their military service, is transferred to the non-governmental sphere and becomes a specific form of, so to speak, human rights navigating. Regavim monitors Palestinians by mapping the areas in which they reside, often using Geographic Information System, GIS, a technology on which government agencies in the OPT rely for, inter alia, surveying illegal construction and agriculture development, and even bombing, figure 4.2. The strategic use of the same techniques from GIS and aerial photos to legal petitions by state institutions, the military, civil administration, and Shabak, and human rights NGOs with similar or different political objectives, from Regavim to B'Tselem, within a given historical framework is what we have called mirroring. Mirroring can occur, we maintain, because several fundamental assumptions that drive the work of different organizations and institutions have converged. Yehuda. Another manifestation of such convergence is an overlapping of actors from different organizations. When this overlapping takes place in organizations aiming to advance the same political objectives, it seems almost natural, as in the case of the main spokesperson for Regavim, who was also a supervisor within a financial department of a settlement regional council, and is himself a settler living in one of the outposts. 28. The relationship between the civil administration, the military's administrative body in the Opt, and the settler human rights NGO Regavim is, at least partially, a convergence of this kind, based on shared political objectives and operational goals. The movement of people from one organization to another helps explain the osmosis of technical instruments as well as the strategies among actors that are symbiotically related in their political agenda, in this instance, the preservation of the state's settler nature. But it also epitomizes the kind of exchanges taking place between the state and non-governmental human rights actors. The movement is bidirectional, from the state to the non-governmental world and vice versa, and includes both conservative and liberal NGOs with seemingly opposing political agendas. 29. Dror Itkes, the founder of Peace Now Settlement Watch Project, reveals some of the points of convergence his organization has had with the civil administration, and how the two organizations mirror each other. It's been 4 or 5 years since I started using GIs, he says. I was able to get information from the civil administration, based on the Freedom of Information Act. The official layer of my GIs data is from the civil administration. And then there is a lot of mapping that I am doing by myself. But the legal foundations of the petitions are basically relying on information from the civil administration. That's why the civil administration cannot come to court and say that the information is not accurate. It's all based on their information. 30. Itkes reveals that the civil administration and Peace Now utilize nearly identical techniques of monitoring, data gathering, and data mining. These techniques serve as the premises whereby actors with radically different political objectives mirror each other's strategies. Describing Regavim's petitions to the High Court of Justice, Dror Itkes underscores how convergence and mirroring manifest themselves in the legal arena. It's a copy-paste of our petitions. I am not a lawyer and I am not the one writing the petitions, but they were copy-pasting parts of the petitions, changing names. 31. This copy-paste is not merely a mirroring of a human rights strategy, but also denotes a convergence of beliefs about 115. What constitutes a valid technique, what is legitimate evidence, and about what, in Itkes's words, are the legal foundations of the petitions. It is precisely these convergence based on the common idea of law enforcement and the procedures that it entails that enable both Peace Now and Regavim's lawyers to translate the same data and cartographic evidence into legal petitions against the lack of law enforcement, and to ask the court to instruct the civil administration to stop the violation of human rights. Hence, different organizations mirror each other in the legal petitions because they agree about the techniques of producing evidence and about the importance of using human rights language. The deployment of the same practices is, in other words, due to a shared recognition that certain types of forensic evidence are valid and constitute the source of legitimization of human rights claims, but also due to a shared recognition among them about the authority that derives from the law, albeit in different ways, and about the court's role as the arbiter of disagreement. 32. The same courts that in their rulings have helped legitimize Israel's policies of dispossession and have created a false symmetry between colonizer and colonized. 33 are exactly the physical and epistemic spaces in which the political and legal meanings of the pictures, videos, aerial photos, topographical plans, and maps utilized by different parties are contested. This osmosis is not the manifestation of a political pathology, but rather the incarnation of a political trajectory resulting from the proximity between the state and human rights organizations. The numerous variables informing this proximity constitute a kaleidoscope of shared practices that encompass multiple actors who populate the battlefield of human rights in Israel/Palestine. 34 Indeed, different actors often driven by diverging political objectives converge within the space of the praxis and struggle over the expropriation of land, illegal building, agricultural restrictions, and numerous other forms of dispossession. In this kind of multiple convergence, political actors like Peace Now, Regavim and the civil administration meet. It is therefore not surprising that like the military and the civil administration, the majority of local and international human rights NGOs involved in legal cases of land expropriation, illegal building, and agricultural restrictions have been increasingly expanding their research units through the creation of pools of experts in the field of satellite and monitoring technologies as well as planning and topographical measurement. The hard drives of these social actors have progressively become the sites where human rights struggles take their embryonic shape. This convergence between social actors with diverging political positions that 116 apply symmetrical practical operations to the same settler colonial events and situations is one of the foundational elements informing human rights claims and the legal struggles in Israeli courts. Within this context of convergence and mirroring, settler colonial NGOs like Regavim invert the historical asymmetry in which they operate and produce the framework of justice they rely on. The inversion such as the indigenous being transformed into a settler and vice versa is the political product of the mirroring, as intimated by a legal expert at BIMCOM, a liberal Israeli human rights organization supporting Palestinian building through planning and legal advocacy. Regavim are basically using the same language. A mirror picture of what liberal human rights organizations are using. What is striking is that, for example, they have a petition pertaining to the West Bank village of Yitma, about an unauthorized outpost. Regavim's petition is against Palestinian houses and they call these houses illegal Palestinian outposts. They are taking the petitions of leftist organizations and they are reversing everything. 35. In the human rights struggles waged by settler NGOs, mirroring becomes inverting, Jewish settlements become Palestinian settlements, illegal Jewish construction becomes illegal Palestinian construction, Palestinian villages become Palestinian outposts, transforming Palestinian presence and existence into a kind of illegal occupation. Human rights become a weapon for further indigenous displacement. The human right to displace. The human right to colonize, a notion we have coined in order to understand the intermingling of the human rights rhetoric deployed by conservative NGOs on the one hand, and settler colonial practices of dispossession on the other, is informed by two interdependent moral imperatives: the protection of the settlements based on the idea that the evacuations of Jewish settlers are a human rights infringement, and the displacement of Palestinians based on the conception of expulsion as an act of justice. The geographic and historical displacement of the indigenous and the protection of the settlements and their new inhabitants are pillars of the settler moral economy. Settler human rights NGOs like Regavim have been developing these two imperatives: protection and displacement of colonization since 117. Their establishment. Protecting Jewish settlement construction and its expansion while promoting the enforcement of demolitions of Palestinian buildings and the eviction of their owners are two sides of the same ethos through which settler organizations mobilize human rights. In its petitions to the High Court of Justice, lobbying campaigns in the Knesset, and advocacy among the Israeli public, Regavim's representatives and lawyers and its twin NGO Legal Forum for the Land of Israel use the notions of law enforcement and discrimination in order to advocate for the demolition of Palestinian houses and the restriction of Palestinian construction in Israel/Palestine. 36. The translation of human rights by these settler human rights NGOs is based on an imaginative geography whereby the Opt, Israel, and the occupied Golan Heights are part of a single space. According to these colonial NGOs, the very presence of Palestinians constitutes a threat to the human rights of Israeli Jews, since their presence embodies a historical narrative that the colonial project, not unlike other instances of settler colonialism, must displace and replace if it is to succeed. 37 What is specific to this displacement is the emergence of human rights NGOs that frame settling as a human right and the natives' presence as a threat to the human rights of the settler. The displacement of the indigenous and the protection of the settler are constitutive elements of a settler colonial moral economy. By moral economy we mean, following Didier Fassin, the production, dissemination, circulation, and use of emotions and values, norms and obligations in the social space which characterize a particular historical moment and in some cases a specific group. 38 Insofar as a moral economy underlines the permanent work of adopting, redefining, and contesting norms and values and constitutes also a certain judgment on history as well as a process of production of a specific sense of what is just and unjust. 39 Then in our case, enhancing the practices of displacement of the indigenous is experienced as and given the value of an act of justice. The corollary of this moral economy is that indigenous presence in itself is transformed into an imminent manifestation of injustice, while his or her displacement, followed by replacement, is conceived of as justice. 40 In this vertiginous inversion, human rights are not only mobilized as the weapons of the strong rather than in a framework of a moral economy of the weak, but also coincide within the same universe of meaning and values of settler colonialism. 41 Key to this link between justice and displacement is the inscription of human rights practices within a specific notion of sovereignty as expressed by Regavim's motto, sovereignty is not a theoretical issue. When it is not enforced, it no longer exists. This motto sustains a specific ethnoracial. 118. Social contract informing the very foundation of Israel's sovereignty. As Ari Briggs puts it, the loss of sovereignty in certain areas in this country is amazing. The whole idea of national lands and why to protect national lands. Why? Because national lands is an issue of sovereignty. 42 When Briggs speaks about certain areas, he means those areas with Palestinian presence, and when he refers to national land he means Jewish land. In this way, Briggs articulates human rights along very specific ethnic lines, dividing settlers and indigenous populations. Hence, Regavim's struggle for equality actually coincides with the protection of a settler colonial sovereignty based on a geopolitical map of Israel without Palestinians and where ultimately Palestinian presence in itself is conceived of as a form of discrimination against Jews. The human right to colonize is concomitantly a human right not to have settlements dismantled and a human right to displace Palestinians wherever they are in order to produce ethno-territorial purity. Regavim's vernacularization of human rights builds on a political fact, that the Green Line demarcating pre-1967 Israel from the territories it had occupied in the 1967 war has never constituted a barrier against Israel's policies of domination toward Palestinians. In a certain sense, this is a recent re-articulation of Israel's paradoxical relation to human rights, explicated in Chapter 1. Thus, alongside petitions asking the High Court of Justice to instruct the state to demolish Palestinian schools, mosques, and houses in the West Bank because they were built without the permits required by the occupying administration, the Settler Human Rights NGO has also filed petitions against what it calls Druze illegal construction on the occupied Golan Heights and against illegal Palestinian Bedouin building in Israel's southern region called the Negev. 43 While attacking the government, the organization's lawyers unwittingly expose that the rule of law in Israel is constructed to protect a widespread policy of implemented or pending Palestinian displacement, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. When Regavim criticizes the government for, so to speak, not displacing enough, it concomitantly unveils and tries to reinforce the nature of the state whose condition of possibility is the displacement of the indigenous. The alleged opposition toward the government is thus revealed as a mere chimera, since Regavim uses human rights-based petitions to force the government to abide by the state's founding logic. Like the Greek mythological creature, Regavim constitutes one of the many limbs of the same colonial body. The human rights techniques performed by Regavim in court in order to facilitate the displacement of Palestinians are based on different interconnected practices. In some of its petitions the organization operates 119. Using a law enforcement argument. Riding on existing demolition orders against Palestinian construction issued by the High Court of Justice, Regavim monitors which of these orders is still pending and then petitions the court, asking it to pressure the Israeli government to implement the orders. The cases are constructed with the help of Regavim's area managers who monitor also through aerial photos and satellite technology those places with the highest percentage of Palestinian inhabitants and identify the houses on which there are pending demolition orders. 44. The monitoring and surveillance of Palestinian life and construction is then translated into the legal human rights language of the petitions. 45. In other circumstances, Regavim does not build on pending legal orders, but submits its own petitions for demolitions and law enforcement. In one such petition, the language of human rights intertwined with the international rhetoric of environmental protection. In a Jerusalem Post op-ed discussing a Palestinian charcoal production plant in the West Bank, Regavim's International Relations Director, Ari Briggs, explained that the massive amounts of air pollution released into the environment during the production of the charcoal has ruined the lives of many Jewish families whose only wish was to live in the pastoral northern Sharon region located in pre-1967 Israel. Briggs goes on to criticize the Israeli government and the High Court of Justice, accusing them of inaction against the illegal Palestinian production of charcoal, and rebukes the Israeli Ministry of Environment for not intervening in a situation that he defines as an environmental emergency and that according to him could poison our Israeli Jewish children. 46. Hence, the human right to colonize sometimes assumes the shape of and can be articulated as an environmental question. Indeed, protection from environmental hazards has become part of Regavim's strategy against what it defines as the Palestinian building intifada. In the petitions and advocacy campaigns, Regavim and other settler human rights NGOs frequently link human rights language to other forms of legitimization, such as landscape, environment, and security, in order to facilitate and justify dispossession. 47. The indigenous invaders. In a campaign against the silent conquest, Regavim describes how the Jewish people are being robbed of the land of Israel ever so quietly, without the roar of battle and clamor of war. On this battlefield, the organization explains, cement mixers have replaced tanks, plows replace 120 cannons and innocent-looking civilians replace uniformed soldiers. Acre after acre, house after house, buying, squatting, illegally cultivating the soil that is not theirs, sometimes with guile, other times with violence, with huge sums of money and firmly backed by anti-Zionist organizations in Israel and abroad. Israel is losing its hold on the Jewish people's lands. 48. Regavim's campaign constructs a reality rooted in settler erasures. By displacing Palestinian history and geography and replacing it with a Zionist imaginary, the NGO produces a series of inversions in order to legitimize its claims of justice, figure 4.3. A prime example is epitomized by the NGO's attacks against the Palestinian Bedouin of Israel. This case is particularly relevant because it reveals that the human right to colonize is essentially about dehumanization and continued colonization of all Palestinian inhabitants in Israel/Palestine. At least 60,000, out of 210,000, Palestinian Bedouin in the Negev live in villages currently classified as unrecognized by the Israeli government. Regavim refers to these villages as outposts, but, unlike Jewish outposts in the West Bank, Israeli law forbids the Bedouin to connect to the electricity grid or the water and sewage systems. 49. Construction regulations are harshly enforced, and in 2011 alone about 1,000 Bedouin homes and animal pens usually referred to by the government as mere structures were demolished. There are no paved roads, and signposts to the villages from main roads are removed by government authorities. The villages are not shown on official maps. As a matter of official and administrative geography, the places inhabited by these citizens of Israel who live under constant threat of dispossession do not exist. In 2009, Benjamin Netanyahu appointed his planning policy chief, Ehud Prawer, to try, yet again, to solve the unrecognized Bedouin problem. Prawer's main task was to relocate those Palestinian Bedouin who had refused to sign over their property rights and continued living in the unrecognized villages. 50. The government argues that because these people live in small villages scattered across a large area, it is not possible to provide them with basic services, and therefore its goal is to concentrate them in a few townships. Regavim maintains that Israel has until now offered the Bedouins carrots but completely lacked a stick, claiming also that through their criminal activity the Bedouin are colonizing the land, threatening to put an end to the Jewish future of the southern region. 51. The very existence of Palestinian Bedouin in the area constitutes a form of colonialism and an existential threat to the state. In this way, the organization's human rights discourse shapes a very particular meaning of indigenousness, and 121 completely inverts the history of settler colonial dispossession to which the Jewish state has subjected Palestinians of the Negev and elsewhere. Citing Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion's famous declaration that the Negev is the test of the nation in Israel, Regavim offers a four-stage solution to counter this threat, which includes curbing illegal Bedouin construction, preparing the population for removal, and then evacuating all the illegal populations and transferring their residents to legal settlements. Finally, the government must prepare for the day after and not allow matters to return to their original state. Original state refers to the existing situation, which in Regavim's view is characterized by the invasion of Jewish space by Palestinian illegal populations. According to this narration, space is, by definition, Jewish, and therefore non-Jewish presence is a form of contamination and the stake of Ben-Gurion's test. In a 2014 report entitled The Truth About the Negev Bedouin, Regavim claimed that the Palestinian Bedouin do not fulfill the world's accepted criteria for being considered indigenous, and that discrimination against them by the State of Israel is a myth. 52. The NGO refers to the work of three scholars, one of whom is an attorney at the Israeli Ministry of Justice, who define Palestinian claims of indigenousness as a fabrication of history, thus revealing that settler human rights discourses emerged in a fertile environment developed and disseminated also by members of the Israeli academia. 53. Palestinian Bedouin have been depicted and treated as invaders in the Israeli public sphere for several years. Responding to a petition submitted to the High Court of Justice against the evacuation of unrecognized Bedouin villages from land near the southern town of Arad, the town's deputy mayor told journalists that the claims of the insolent invaders are disingenuous. 54. Numerous articles have used the term invader when describing Bedouin activity in southern Israel, while a popular news website notes that the Bedouin have begun invading the country's central region. 55. Even in Haaretz, in an opinion piece supporting the High Court of Justice's ruling against the government's practice of spraying poison on illegal Bedouin agricultural fields, the author refers to the Bedouin using the same term. 56. Crafting the indigenous presence as invasion and couching the settler as native are two interrelated discursive operations that are made possible by the ambivalent nature of colonial power. As Homi Bhabha explained in his analysis of mimicry, in a colonial relationship not only the colonized desires to mimic the colonizer, but the colonizer at times desires to mimic the colonized. 57. Mimicry entails reciprocity. Not unlike other forms of settler colonialism, in the Israeli case colonial power is exerted also. 123. Through the colonizer's desire of appropriating the position of the native, of going native. The articulation of this desire through the human rights discourse expresses a desire for becoming native, but does so in a very specific way. The colonizer's nativeness can, so to speak, be achieved only through a twofold process, beginning with the dispossession of the colonized and followed by protecting the colonizer from a presumed invasion carried out by the colonized. Through this mimetic process the colonized native is transformed into a colonizer and a human rights violator. Accordingly, in order for the colonizer to go native, the historical and moral relationship between colonizer and colonized must be inverted. But since every inversion depends on a prior recognition of the relationship of domination that is inverted, the nature of the relationship between the colonized and colonizer is unveiled. In a context in which Palestinians have been systematically alienated from history and geography, the constitution of the Palestinian native as an illegal subject whose lineaments are that of the foreign invader serves as the condition of possibility for the human right to colonize. In other words, the inversion exposes the ultimate political objective of the settler human rights NGOs, and, by extension, the colonial logic of the state. The moral economy in which all this is being played out is thus grounded in a specific idea of the state, the Jewish and democratic state of Israel. Both the liberal and conservative NGOs demand that the state from a presumed position of opposition abide by their moral frame. The liberal NGOs are trying to rectify the excesses arising from the state's Jewish character, aspiring to make the government adhere to their conception of liberal democracy and universalist principles, but without challenging the notion of a Jewish state in which the dispossession and dehumanization of the Palestinians is rooted, whereas the conservative NGOs are pushing the government to adhere to its ethnocratic commitments to the Jewish polity on which the state is founded. In this way, dispossessing the non-Jews is elevated to an act of self-defense and, ultimately, justice. Just like Rosa Parks. It is difficult to calculate the exact political impact of the human rights work of organizations like Regavim and Yesha for Human Rights, but some examples can provide a sense of their influence within Israel's public sphere. In a 2011 interview, Orit Struk from the settler NGO Yesha for Human Rights explained that 9 years after her organization's foundation, their activities and legal cases had produced some significant effects. 124. Within the Israeli human rights field and among state institutions. Tracking down police officers who mistreat citizens, she explained, is one of the activities on which we spend a great deal of time. About 2% of cases filed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs end up generating an indictment, while about a third of the complaints we file do. Today, police, the courts, and the Knesset have learned that the Jewish residents of Yesha, namely, the Opt, are Israelis with rights. That's a big change from just a few years ago. According to Struk, Yesha for Human Rights now receives the recognition it deserves. Nowadays, we are invited to all Knesset deliberations on human rights. 58. Struk was not exaggerating. The notion of the settler as the subject of human rights permeated Israeli society and became part of numerous discussions in the Israeli parliament. In February 2008, 14 Knesset members from 7 parties sent a letter to Defense Minister Ehud Barak protesting the discriminatory enforcement of the law against settlers. 59. Along similar lines, in a meeting with the Minister of Public Security, one MK inquired why the police refrains from enforcing public order in the Jerusalem neighborhood Simon the Righteous Palestinian Sheikh Jarrah, located in occupied East Jerusalem, when Israeli anarchists, leftists, and local Arabs harass the Jewish resident settlers in the neighborhood, who return to Jewish homes by court order. 60. And during a meeting of the Knesset Constitution, Law and Judicial Committee discussing issues of law enforcement in Israel, another MK from the religious party Shas said, "When we are told that there is discrimination, so to speak, for the benefit of the settlers, it's really not like that. Those who have recently toured the settlements can see illegal construction, villas like those in Savion, one of Israel's richest suburbs, that Arab residents, the Palestinian residents, are building, and I have not heard of a single demolition order there. Yesterday at 12 p.m. we received a message that a number of military vehicles were sent to dismantle Jewish settlements. The feeling of the people settlers who sleep in fear every night, because of the concern that they will be disassembled and taken away, that is the biggest discrimination, because it is to give them, on the one hand, a sense that they are residents who the State of Israel sent there, and, on the other hand, they are constantly under threat of demolition and displacement and expulsion from there." 61. One notices how the human rights vocabulary adopted by the settler organizations following the 2005 and 2006 evacuations is being cited and utilized by members of the Knesset of different political stripes. In numerous parliamentary discussions, law enforcement is presented as 125. Discriminatory. There is too much of it when it comes to the settlers, and too little with respect to Palestinians. Since they define the situation they want to repair as one of democratic emergency, The new conservative NGOs do not limit their initiatives to legal and parliamentary activism but also aim to introduce wider policy change at the governmental level. In 2012, for instance, Regavim passed information to the Levy Commission, which had been established by Prime Minister Netanyahu's cabinet in order to examine the legal status of Israeli settlements in the West Bank and to provide the government with recommendations about how to deal with the settlements from the perspective of international law. Regavim's International Relations Director noted, "We worked very closely with the Levy Commission. We provided them with details about land use in the West Bank. So we prepared a big report for them and spent many days in session with them, unlike many other liberal human rights organizations that were invited to testify, but refused to meet the committee." 62. After consulting different Israeli governmental and non-governmental bodies, the Levy Commission, headed by retired Supreme Court Judge Edmund Levy, argued in favor of legalizing the existing Israeli settlements and outposts, simplifying the settling procedures, and extending Israel's district court system to the West Bank for resolving future land disputes. 63. In this way the Levy Commission hoped to guarantee the ongoing expropriation of Palestinian land for the benefit of Israel's settlement project. After years of denouncing the government for persecuting settlers, it seems that the efforts of the new conservative human rights NGOs have managed to enhance the common objective linking them with the state, legalizing settler colonialism and dispossession. Parallel to the parliamentary incorporation of the human rights discourse mobilized by the settler NGOs, the new language of human rights circulates with increasing frequency in the Israeli media. Statistics show police discrimination against Yesha Jews, reads a headline of one conservative news site, while blatant anti-Jewish policy in Yesha, reads the title of another. 64. But mainstream outlets also have been increasingly hosting debates about settler human rights, thus wittingly and unwittingly facilitating the inversion of liberal human rights discourse by both producing and justifying the human right to colonize. One opinion piece in Israel's most popular newspaper, Yedioth Ahronoth, discusses the necessity of re-articulating Zionism within a human rights framework, claiming that the use of biblical scriptures for justifying the colonial project is no longer 126 sufficient. 65. Another article decries the persecution of Jewish settlers by Palestinian land thieves and land grabbers in the West Bank, while a third rejects the notion of illegal settlements, mentioning a conference organized by the Legal Forum for the Land of Israel, another conservative human rights NGO created in 2004, on the eve of the disengagement, for members of the press and representatives of the UN on the legal status of Judea and Samaria. The list of articles like these goes on and on. 66. Significantly, the discourse of the human right to colonize has even entered, albeit in a more limited way, liberal arenas like the Israeli broadsheet Haaretz, whose editorial line is generally one critical of the Israeli occupation. In 2009, during the so-called settlement freeze, a never fully implemented measure forced on Israel by the first Obama administration in order to reignite the negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians, Haaretz hosted an article written by a settler who argued that the freeze on construction in the settlements was a measure of state discrimination comparable to racial discrimination in the United States. 67. My family and friends were outlawed, the settler wrote. We woke up one morning to the humming of drones in the sky, taking pictures of us and the situation on the ground. It is forbidden to build. Not even a storeroom. Not a kennel. In certain places, it is even forbidden to add an air conditioner. The author was referring to the techniques of surveillance normally deployed by the Israeli military, security forces, and civil administration, the military's administrative body in the OPT, in order to monitor and control Palestinian life in the West Bank. Alluding to the International Archive of Human and Civil Rights Icons, the author concludes, "This is humiliating, insulting, and outrageous. A person with a manual cement mixer in Samaria can change history. Sometimes the man in the field can be a lot stronger than the great leaders. Just like Rosa Parks." 68. Within the framework of settler appropriation of human rights, the construction of settlements becomes an act of civil disobedience against the government and the evacuation of settlements one of racial discrimination. It is crucial to note, however, that those striving to mobilize the human rights history of African American struggles against government-sanctioned racism are formally directing their criticism against the Israeli government, but are actually the government's allies. Indeed, their aim is to reform the state, in both the courts and parliament, by correcting some of the government's policies. In this sense too they are mirroring liberal NGOs. 69 The genealogy of the human right to colonize is thus not linear, because the critique of the government through the appropriation of the human rights discourse often corresponds with the desire to incarnate the state. Conclusion. What remains of human rights? For in its afterlife, which could not be called that if it were not a transformation and a renewal of something living, the original undergoes a change. Even words with fixed meaning can undergo a maturing process. Walter Benjamin. In a 2014 interview about the possibility of a two-state solution between Israelis and Palestinians, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claimed that Palestinians conceive their own state in the West Bank as an act of ethnic cleansing. They say no Jew can live there, it has to be Jew-free. Ethnic cleansing. 1. In this way Israel's premier intimated that any dismantlement of Jewish settlements in the West Bank and their relocation to pre-1967 Israel would entail an act of ethnic cleansing. This apocalyptic description of decolonization as ethnic cleansing reflects a specific moral economy of settler colonialism whereby unsettling is equated with injustice. It highlights also a convergence between state and non-state actors who have been adopting the moral and epistemic framework of what we have called the human right to dominate. Similar to the settler NGOs we described in the previous chapter, Israel's premier inverts the facts that Israel's colonial project has produced on the ground. He is unwilling to acknowledge that Palestinians were ethnically cleansed in 1948 and 1967 and that they continue to live under the constant threat of displacement. 2. Not unlike Regavim and other similar organizations, he depicts disengagement from the occupied territory that had constituted 22% of mandatory Palestine as an egregious violation of the rights of Jewish settlers who at the behest of the state colonized this land after it was captured in the 1967 war. Netanyahu's utterance thus encapsulates 128. Many of this book's arguments about the intricate relation between human rights and domination. Not long after Netanyahu gave this interview, the conservative Israeli human rights NGO Shurat Hadin requested the International Criminal Court, ICC, to open an investigation against Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas for war crimes and crimes against humanity. 3. These two events are intricately tied. By invoking the phrase ethnic cleansing of Jews, Netanyahu mobilizes a concept that is deeply ingrained in Jewish collective memory and constitutes a red line for international human rights advocates. At the same time, he reiterates the idea of settler human rights, the human rights of a dominant ethnic group instituted on the basis of expulsion and subjugation. In this way, he helps constitute the settler as the primal subject of human rights and intimates that the state's role is to secure the rights of this group. Shurat Hadin's appeal to the ICC helps bolster this logic. It transforms the one whose rights have been violated into the perpetrator of human rights abuse, the dominated into the dominant and the dominant into the dominated. Together, Netanyahu and Shurat Hadin translate within the context of Israel/Palestine the global discourse of human rights in a specific way and use it to advance domination. We began this book by tracing this relationship between human rights and domination back to the post-World War II human rights regime. The nation-state, which had been the agent responsible for perpetrating crimes against humanity in the colonies and in Europe, was elevated to become the protector of human rights. In this way, the human rights regime also empowered the state and granted it recognition, protection, and legitimacy. Despite the assumptions of many human rights textbooks, we have shown that the universal discourse of human rights is in no way antithetical to the state. Rather, this discourse helps legitimize the state even in its settler colonial form as the founding political entity of the global order. Hence, the idea that human rights are fundamentally external to the state, threatening it from outside, is erroneous. In many ways, we have tried to further articulate Hannah Arendt's critique of human rights, but from a 21st century perspective where the discourse of human rights has become much more popular and widespread. In The Origins of Totalitarianism, she observed that the rights of man, supposedly inalienable, proved to be unenforceable even in countries whose constitutions were based on them whenever people appeared who were no longer citizens of any sovereign state. For Arendt's assertion that the separation between the sovereign state and the human leads to a condition of rightlessness is still poignant. 5. Here, we are 129. Less interested in how Arendt tries to salvage human rights and wish to continue focusing on the impact of the sovereign state on human rights. 6. While human rights need the state in order to be enforced, the sovereign state is always less than universal and consequently frames human rights and vernacularizes them to advance its particular policies, which as we have shown throughout this book coincide, at times, with rightlessness and domination. We accordingly problematized the widely accepted hydraulic model of human rights, which conceives human rights as a counter-hegemonic tool of collective or individual emancipation from state violence and associates the promotion of human rights with empowerment of the weak. In this concluding chapter, we are interested in inquiring what remains of human rights. After the convergence, the mirroring, and the inversions that we have described, can human rights still be deployed as a counter-hegemonic and counter-dominant discourse? Do human rights, to paraphrase Walter Benjamin, conserve a liberating afterlife once they have been appropriated as a tool that enhances domination? 7. We think they do. Paradoxically, the conditions that have transformed human rights into instruments of domination are also the conditions that ensure their own afterlife. We do not subscribe to the simplistic inference that because human rights equal domination, we should abandon them. Insofar as human rights are unstable signifiers that are always translated and retranslated, human rights can always have an afterlife after their entanglement with domination becomes manifest. They can always be reappropriated and resignified to counter domination and produce anew the subject of human rights. They can always be redefined in a new way that mobilizes people to struggle for emancipatory projects. As we have shown throughout this book, there are different ways of doing things with human rights, but very often the ways human rights are used in global and local politics share common traits. We highlighted the similarities among those actors who do things with human rights, especially when they claim that they are doing different things than their political opponents. Therefore, our perspective is not a radically relativist conception of human rights, whereby human rights appropriations are incommensurable. On the contrary, the difficult epistemological task of any political theory that deals with human rights' ability to frame both justice and injustice is to understand the affinities among different appropriations, both when they challenge and when they reinforce domination. In the previous chapters, we have shown how human rights can become a discourse functional to domination. We now turn to briefly explore how human rights can be given an afterlife and reconstituted as counter-domination. 130. The impoverishment of human rights. This book can be read as a critique of a certain impoverishment of human rights. One of the main characteristics of the contemporary human rights regime is its subordination to its own legal and methodological framework. Kenneth Roth, the executive director of Human Rights Watch, HRW, for over 2 decades, underscores this point when he writes that the international human rights movement, in my view, has no choice but to rest on a positive law justification for its work. 8. Roth does not seem to be aware that the human rights/international law nexus is related to the same knotted relationship between human rights and the state that we have highlighted in this book. Indeed, the post-World War II human rights regime became intricately tied to the state primarily through the different legal instruments that this regime has produced. Notwithstanding the numerous inspiring clauses within these legal instruments, it is vital to keep in mind that the state is an ever-present specter within them. Yet it is not simply the relationship to the state that hinders human rights from becoming counter-hegemonic, but also the way law-centered human rights activism is conceived and operates. This can be readily seen in the work of HRW, which is probably the best funded human rights organizations in the world, boasting an annual budget of over $50 million and a staff of close to 300 people. Its headquarters are located in the Empire State Building, with all the irony this entails, adjacent to corporations such as Walgreens, Bank of America, and LinkedIn, as well as several prominent law firms. This spatial proximity unveils a broader one that has to do with the impoverished version of the politics of human rights HRW has adopted. HRW normally does not pursue direct litigation in courts. Nevertheless, the organization invokes human rights and humanitarian law in its advocacy campaigns, and, at times, files amicus briefs. These campaigns are often spurred through publication of reports about social wrongs. In an article defending HRW's limited focus on economic and social rights, Roth explains that the issues the organization deals with are determined by its methodology, rather than, for instance, by the gravity of abuse. The essence of that methodology, he explains, is not the ability to mobilize people in the streets, to engage in litigation, to press for broad national plans, or to provide technical assistance. Rather, the core of our methodology is our ability to investigate, expose, and shame. The organization explicitly rejects popular participation into the politics of human rights. HRW, its director explains, can address only issues 131. Where the nature of the violation, violator, and remedy is clear, and this is most possible when one can identify arbitrary or discriminatory governmental conduct that causes or substantially contributes to a violation. 9. Arbitrary and discriminatory conduct, it should be emphasized, is another way of saying that the conduct is not in accordance with international humanitarian and human rights law. HRW, in other words, focuses primarily on those cases where it can detect lack of application, erroneous application, or discriminatory application of the law. But as we have shown throughout this book, the problem is that in various global contexts of violence the human right to dominate takes precisely the shape of a debate around the adequate enforcement of the law. While Roth, in his article, responds to commentators who have criticized HRW for not addressing certain types of social wrongs, we are more interested here in examining what happens to human rights once they become subservient to a legalistic methodology of this kind. A clear example is a 2013 report on U.S. drone attacks, where HRW examines 6 unacknowledged U.S. military attacks, 4 by drones, 1 by cruise missile, and 1 by either a drone or warplane, against alleged Al-Qaeda members in Yemen. 82 people, of whom at least 57 civilians, were killed in these 6 attacks, and this is a mere sample of the 81 attacks in Yemen that are part of what has recently been called the drone wars and that also include hundreds of targeted killings in Pakistan and Somalia. According to HRW, each of the airstrikes bears the hallmarks of a so-called targeted killing, the deliberate killing by a government of a known individual under color of law. 10. The report begins with a description of 5 men assassinated near a mosque in Kashmir, a village in southeast Yemen. Citing Yemen's defense ministry, HRW notes that 3 of the men were members of Al-Qaeda, and 2 others were respected members of their community. The report describes Salim bin Ali Jaber, a cleric and father of 7, who had long preached against Al-Qaeda's violent methods, and Walid bin Ali Jaber, one of the village's few police officers, while the 3 men who are accused of being Al-Qaeda operatives remain nameless. Zooming out, HRW argues that 2 of the 6 attacks examined in the report were in clear violation of international humanitarian law, the laws of war, because they struck only civilians or used indiscriminate weapons. The other 4 cases may have violated the laws of war because the individual attacked was not a lawful military target or the attack caused disproportionate civilian harm, determinations that require further investigation. In several of these cases, the U.S. also did not take all feasible precautions to minimize harm to civilians, as the laws of war require. 11. 132. These opening sentences of HRW's 98-page report on drone attacks already provide a clear indication of how the reduction of human rights to a legalist discourse has led to their impoverishment. According to the liberal human rights NGO, the fact that the United States carries out drone attacks in Yemen is not a violation of human rights, except when the drones strike only civilians or use indiscriminate weapons. If, in other words, the United States uses discriminate weapons, takes all the necessary precautions, and kills many civilians while targeting militants, then the deliberate killing by a government in another country halfway across the globe is not a violation. In line with international law, HRW goes on to discuss whether the terrorist suspects are in fact valid military targets. It analyzes whether the situation in Yemen can be characterized as passing the threshold of armed conflict. It examines the assassination's adherence to U.S. policies of targeted killing, and although it acknowledges the lawfulness of some of the attacks, it criticizes the U.S. government for not offering compensation to families whose members were killed as civilian bystanders. The governments of the United States and Yemen should, according to HRW's key recommendation, immediately take measures to reduce civilian casualties from targeted killings in Yemen and to ensure these strikes comply with international law. Hence, the best human rights can do when it is subservient to legal discourse is to call for a reduction of civilian casualties, the provision of economic compensation, and guarantees that all future targeted killings comply with the law. While the narrow legalist framework invoked in this HRW report may be slightly more blatant than others, the report does reflect the general approach of most liberal human rights NGOs. Such reports underscore what happens to human rights after they have been hijacked by the law and become a prism for debating the legality or illegality of violence, without raising questions about the morality and legitimacy of the law itself. HRW's worldview is problematized from within when it positively cites Faisal bin Ali Jaber, a relative of the cleric and policeman killed in Kashmir, as saying, "We are caught between a drone on one side and Al-Qaeda on the other." The human rights organization fails to acknowledge that for Ali Jaber the drone attacks are tantamount to Al-Qaeda's acts of terrorism. This oversight results from the dictates of international law that HRW doggedly follows. Regardless of the thousands of civilians killed during the drone wars and the terrorizing impact these wars have had on hundreds of thousands of civilians, insofar as drones are armed with discriminate weapons and do not intend to kill civilians, the U.S. drone wars are not, in HRW's view or Amnesty International's view, a terrorist act. 12. This is the rule of the law in the era of the human right to kill. The law that 133 enables the dominant to kill is preserved and even reinforced by those who claim to struggle for human rights. When human rights denunciations are articulated in a way that complies with the sovereign right to kill, human rights easily become a discourse that rationalizes killing. Human rights law, as mentioned, operates both through direct litigation and through legalistic advocacy. Both these strategies can sometimes challenge unjust social structures. Usually, however, the social criticism they advance is confined to mitigating the structure's excesses without contesting the structure itself. The invocation of human rights law, as we mentioned in Chapter 1, often translates the violation into a case, classifying, separating, and insulating it and thus covering up its structural foundations. The case approach often renders each infringement an isolated issue with its own cause and rationality. This elides the common causes and reasons that underlie seemingly disparate violations. 13. Going beyond the case and demanding the destruction of oppressive structures, not to mention the dismantlement of the regime that carries out the violations, is perceived, especially when the abuse is carried out by a liberal state, as a political instrumentalization of human rights. In Israel/Palestine, for example, demolitions of Palestinian homes are often considered legally separate from torture and administrative detention, as if each of these violations emanates from a distinct structure rather than from Israel's colonial project. Treating violations as cases covers up the intricate connections between diverse manifestations of domination. It divides those who were subjected to torture from those whose home was demolished. In this way, the broader apparatus of violation deployed by the dominant is ultimately preserved. 14. The legalistic approach to human rights often negates and even subjugates certain forms of more radical politics and may end up supporting those kinds of politics that coincide with murderous foreign policies, such as the drone wars. This is because law is frequently blind to underlying asymmetries of power. 15. When legal advocacy does criticize such structures, the criticism is usually confined to correcting some of the structure's dysfunctions, especially when the political structure is that of a liberal state. The deployment of human rights in accordance with the law thus produces the belief that there is an impartial system adjudicating between parties and correcting wrongs. It excludes the constitutive elements of the legal system from its critique. In this way, it helps silence resistance to social, economic, and political structures of domination rooted in and supported by the law. This, we believe, is one of the founding features leading to the impoverishment of human rights. In turn, it facilitates the development of the human right to dominate. 16. 134. Representation, professionalism, and the social division of human rights labor. The legalistic impoverishment of human rights tends to be informed by a top-down approach. Those who are violated and abused very often have no hand in their own emancipation. 17. In fact, the contemporary human rights regime functions also as a regime of representation in which human rights advocates operate as if they had a natural mandate from the wretched of the earth. The way NGOs practice human rights prevents human rights from becoming a popular language deployed by the people for their own popular mobilization. In this sense, human rights do not purport to be a tool of the masses, but only of those experts who represent the wronged population. But does HRW's report on drones really represent the population in Yemen? Does the Human Rights NGO, in other words, take into account what the Yemeni people think when it drafts its recommendation that targeted killings can continue so long as they are carried out in accordance with international law? Once an NGO adopts a strategy of direct litigation in courts or legalistic advocacy a la HRW and Amnesty International, it often misrepresents the beneficiaries and deepens the gap with those who have been wronged. This crisis of representation is informed by the anti-democratic ethos of many human rights NGOs. True, these organizations organize workshops on participation. But participation cannot be injected into society from the top down. Legalism and the professionalization of human rights often widen the gap between human rights advocates and the populations they claim to represent. Legalism is undoubtedly one of the main factors producing professional hierarchies. Legal experts and lawyers are among the key figures of human rights advocacy who claim a unique expertise. HRW's director, for example, begins his response to his organization's critics by asserting, "Many who urge international groups to take on economic, social, and cultural rights have a fairly simplistic sense of how this is done." 18. However, when we speak of professionalization, we mean also a broader social transformation that took place during the last decades, whereby human rights organizations increasingly diversified the array of experts they rely upon: media consultants, forensic pathologists, archaeologists, anthropologists, social workers, psychologists, munition specialists, geographers, medical doctors, and different health specialists, as well as other kinds of professional figures. The paradox of this increasing professionalization of human rights is that it popularizes human rights discourse in a particular way. The mushrooming of human rights courses in Medical 135. Schools, social work and education programs, MBA programs and business schools, to the extent that in some universities human rights themselves are now considered a discipline, parallels the process of the social production of a class of human rights experts often alienated from the people they purportedly represent. The professionalization of human rights gave birth to a specific form of social and cultural capital. The employment of experts in human rights organizations helps make these organizations professional. Professionalism is, in turn, a capital that helps secure economic capital, since without it donors who are interested in satisfying certain standards, which are ultimately professional standards, would not invest in human rights NGOs. In general terms, most human rights activism is a manifestation of this interaction between professional and economic capitals. Professionalization not only helps NGOs access economic capital, but very often it opens doors in government offices and helps human rights NGOs garner the media's attention. 19. It provides human rights NGOs with credit, which Pierre Bourdieu defines as the power granted to those who have obtained sufficient recognition to be in a position to impose recognition. 20. This recognition is a form of symbolic power that enables human rights NGOs to attract funds and to impose upon minds a vision of justice that is constituted through the framework of a professional vocabulary of human rights. 21. The credit becomes a form of epistemic power that frames and reproduces dominant human rights paradigms. One of the main effects of the professionalization of human rights is the constitution of a social class authorized to define and utter legitimate human rights expressions and idioms. They ultimately shape the political field of human rights. In other words, the professionalization of human rights helps establish the norms and the conditions of access to the political field of human rights. And the reduction of human rights to a language owned and mastered by experts regardless of whether they are liberal or conservative renders it a discourse of representation. Belonging to the social class of the experts is a fundamental condition that provides access to the debate and confers the right to speak human rights. To be sure, as members of a profession, human rights practitioners have to comply with a set of rules and regulations about correct utterances and conduct. These regulations end up delimiting the language and strategies that can be deployed by practitioners when they vernacularize human rights. Human rights practitioners and organizations only rarely take to the streets in an attempt to occupy public spaces, since this can result in an accusation of unprofessionalism and bias. Therefore, the spaces human rights practitioners occupy and make appearances in are professional. 136. Spaces, conferences, seminars, and workshops in which they claim to speak on behalf of the Earth's vulnerable people. 22. To become a human rights professional, one also has to take on the appearance of neutrality. 23. To be sure, human rights practitioners are aware that their reports and press releases have political implications, but they maintain their position is ostensibly neutral and determined by universal, that is, non-political considerations such as arbitrary and discriminatory application of the law. 24. The notion that political change can be achieved through the guise of political neutrality is a manifestation of the impoverishment produced by human rights professionalism, which often leads human rights NGOs and their practitioners to collaborate with and corroborate existing power structures. Through the trope of neutrality, human rights professionalism defines the limits of the thinkable and unthinkable and so contributes to the maintenance of the social order from which it derives its power. 25. This becomes clear, for instance, in HRW's drone report. Instead of challenging drone wars tout court, human rights experts reinforce their legitimacy by restricting the discursive field to a legalistic professional discussion about the kinds of weapons used, the number and ratio of civilian deaths, and compensation to their families. In this way, the possibility of a radical political opposition to such wars becomes part of the unthinkable. The power of the human rights expert and the power to wage drone wars reinforce each other. Liberating human rights. Human rights vocabulary and strategies lose their critical edge because very often legalism and professionalism impoverish them in such a way that they become non-threatening to structures of domination, or, as we have shown in this book, human rights become organic to domination. The crisis of human rights in places like Israel/Palestine is due to their appropriation and deployment as a non-threat. Insofar as this is the case, the question we need to ask is how do we produce or reproduce the threat of human rights? How, in other words, can the relationship between human rights and domination be subverted so that the human rights language and strategies end up challenging and destabilizing domination? How do we reconnect contemporary human rights struggles to those emancipatory legacies, for example, anti-colonialism, anti-apartheid, anti-slavery, which have, for the most part, been erased by NGOist orthodoxy? First, it is vital to appropriate human rights using a non-legal perspective. If, as we have shown, International Human Rights and Humanitarian 137. Law often enhances domination, then human rights should be deployed as a critique of law. This does not mean that human rights should be mobilized in a way that ignores the law. On the contrary, activists should appropriate human rights to target the law where and when it enhances domination. The issue seems banal, but ultimately it is not. Did anti-colonial activists and movements demand legal reform of the colonial systems, or did they demand their complete dismantlement? Did Nelson Mandela and the anti-racist South African movement fight for legal reform within apartheid, or did they want to undo the system itself? Did they use the law to direct the anti-apartheid struggle, or did they adopt strategies of violent sabotage that were illegal and were rejected by the premier human rights NGO, Amnesty International? 26. The different histories and experiences of dispossession have taught us that the demands for reforms and correction of the institutionalized excesses of oppressive legal regimes ended up reorganizing domination instead of dissolving it. If the use of the law confers legitimacy to the dominant, a short circuit has to be created, combining human rights with other political discourses and practices of emancipation in order to undo the law legitimacy nexus. This seems to be a valid recommendation for all those contexts in which the adherence to the law, instead of an attack against the law, reproduces mechanisms of domination. Second, if the professionalization led by HRW, Amnesty International, and numerous human rights NGOs has impoverished human rights, we need to begin thinking seriously about ways of deprofessionalizing human rights. 27. This entails broadening human rights beyond their legalistic interpretations and the professional culture. The issue is not merely one of overcoming those who have been crowned as human rights experts or priests, but one of trying to dissolve the boundaries in which the contemporary political field of human rights has crystallized. Insofar as the politics of human rights are currently shaped through the creation of privileged classes of intellectuals, which are bestowed with authority and allowed to speak more legitimately than others, even those who suffer most from violations, then these class differences should be abolished. This can be carried out through institutional change, either by completely reshaping NGOs in order to make them accountable to the people they claim to represent, namely, democratizing them, or by establishing totally different institutions, more aligned with grassroots social movements. This leads us to a final consideration. As we have shown, human rights are appropriated in a political space that is not neutral, but rather an asymmetrical space informed by relationships of domination. Thus, the 138 challenge is to develop forms of appropriation that can produce a resistance to domination. In a sort of negative ethics, human rights should always be measured in relation to domination. If a specific mobilization of human rights advances domination, then it should be rejected. It should be countered and abolished and taken as a point of departure for a new model of human rights appropriation. The issue is simultaneously one of form and of substance. When in a given situation the existing forms of human rights mobilizations do not help undo domination, human rights activists should reconceptualize and reframe the struggle. This is what happened in Palestine with the birth of the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, BDS, movement in 2005. The movement adopts a human rights framework. But instead of deploying human rights to solve isolated legal cases in colonial courts, the BDS movement translates human rights in order to challenge the existing structure of domination. Unlike professional human rights NGOs, the BDS movement is a creation of Palestinian society. Its aim is to develop international solidarity and to mobilize international popular support. It deploys human rights alongside discourses of anti-racist, anti-colonial, and anti-apartheid popular inclusion. The movement invokes human rights in a way that many professionals would reject. But it has managed to reframe the debate on Israel/Palestine and to establish a growing alliance among Palestinian, Israeli, and international political forces. In this new framework, human rights can be mobilized to advocate for liberation. They can help create new political communities based on justice, instead of oiling an unrecoverable apparatus of injustice.